Hi friends, I hope you're all happy and healthy. I included some of your lovely comments in this video. They made me so happy. I really need your support to reach 1,000 likes and 1,000 comments. If everyone who watches likes and comments, we can do it together. And if you're not part of our family yet, please subscribe. Thank you. Let's jump in now. The forest speaks its own language, a dialect of rustling leaves, creaking branches, and distant animal calls. After 3 tours in Vietnam, I learned to interpret these sounds as a matter of survival. Now, as a park ranger in Stanislaus National Forest, that skill serves a different purpose. My name is Robert Thornton, but everyone just calls me Bobby. I've been stationed deep in this California wilderness for almost 4 months now, living in a small weathered cabin surrounded by towering ponderosa pines. It's quiet out here, peaceful. That's exactly what I was looking for, a place to escape from the noise in my head. You see, before this, I was a Marine sniper in Vietnam. I don't talk about it much, but I lost my spotter out there. Friendly fire. They called it a mistake, but it didn't feel like a mistake to me. It felt like my fault. Ever since that day, I've been carrying this weight, this guilt that never seems to go away. The wilderness seemed like the only place where I could breathe again. So here I am, spending my days patrolling the forest trails, documenting plants and wildlife, and working with a small team of seasonal rangers. There's Jeffrey Collins. He's young, maybe 25, and full of energy. He's the kind of guy who still thinks he can change the world. Then there's Maria Vasquez, a local guide whose family has lived in this area for generations. She knows these woods better than anyone. And finally, there's Duke, my German shepherd and best friend. He's trained to detect predators and keeps me grounded when my mind starts drifting back to darker places. The days are simple here. Wake up early, check the trails, make sure campers aren't causing trouble, and keep an eye on the wildlife. It's not exciting work, but it's honest and quiet, just what I need. My cabin sits on a ridge overlooking Anderson Valley, a small clearing surrounded by ancient trees that have witnessed centuries pass beneath their branches. The structure itself isn't much: 1 bedroom, a small kitchenette, a living area with a fireplace, and a screened-in porch where I spend most evenings watching the sun set behind the mountains. The walls are lined with maps of the forest, field guides for local flora and fauna, and a few books on wilderness survival. I keep my service medals locked in a drawer I rarely open. Some memories are better left undisturbed. Most mornings begin the same way. I wake before dawn, make a pot of coffee on my old camp stove, and sit on the porch as the forest comes alive around me. Duke usually lies at my feet, his ears perking up at every sound: a deer moving through the underbrush, an owl returning to its nest after a night of hunting, the distant howl of coyotes. Jeffrey stops by my cabin most days, clipboard in hand, ready to discuss the day's patrols. He's enthusiastic in a way that sometimes grates on my nerves, but also reminds me of a time when I too saw the world as full of possibility rather than shadows. "Morning, Bobby," he calls, too loudly for the early hour. "Got a report of some campers at Blue Ridge who might be fishing without licenses. Thought we could check it out." I nod, finishing my coffee in one final gulp. "We'll head that way after I check the Eastern Trail. Found some beer cans there yesterday." Jeffrey frowns. "College kids, probably. Spring break brings them out like ants to a picnic." Maria usually meets us at the ranger station, her dark hair pulled back in a practical braid, her eyes missing nothing. Her family has lived in these mountains for generations, and her knowledge of the forest far exceeds anything in our official guidebooks. She speaks of the trees like old friends and can predict weather changes hours before they arrive. "Storm coming," she announces one morning, though the sky is clear blue overhead. "Big one. We should warn any hikers on the northern trails to head back early." Jeffrey looks skeptical, but I've learned to trust Maria's instincts. By afternoon, dark clouds have gathered over the mountains and thunder echoes through the valleys. We spend the evening helping drenched hikers find shelter, Maria's knowing glance saying more than words ever could. But even in the quietest places, trouble has a way of finding you. It started with something strange, something I couldn't explain. One morning, while out on patrol with Duke, I found a deer carcass. Now, finding dead animals in the forest isn't unusual. Predators hunt, and nature takes its course. But this was different. The deer wasn't just dead, it was mutilated. Its body was hanging 20 feet up in a tree, like someone or something had placed it there on purpose. Its throat was cut clean, and there wasn't a drop of blood anywhere. The cuts were too precise to be from an animal. It looked surgical. I stood there staring at it for a long time, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Duke growled low in his throat, his ears pinned back. He didn't like it either. I radioed Jeffrey to come take a look. And when he arrived, he just stood there wide-eyed and pale. "What could have done this?" he asked. "I don't know," I said quietly, and I didn't, but something about it made my skin crawl. That was just the beginning. A few days later, we started hearing reports over the radio about hikers going missing in the western part of the forest. 3 separate groups had vanished without a trace, leaving behind abandoned campsites and scattered belongings. Maria came by the station one evening to talk about it. She looked uneasy, which wasn't like her at all. "There's something wrong in that part of the forest," she said. "My family has always avoided it. We don't go there, not even to hunt." "Why not?" I asked. She hesitated before answering. "There are stories, old stories, about things that live out there, things that aren't natural." I didn't press her for details. Maria wasn't the kind of person to scare easily, and if she was worried, then maybe I should be too. That night, as I sat on my porch cleaning my service pistol, a habit I'd never broken, I found myself scanning the tree line more carefully, my eyes searching for movement in the deepening shadows. Duke lay beside me, unusually alert, his ears twitching at every sound. The radio on the table crackled with static before Jeffrey's voice came through. "Bobby, you there? We've got another missing hiker report. Family of 4 this time. Last seen heading into the western quadrant yesterday morning." I sighed, picking up the radio. "Copy that. We'll start a search at first light." Duke suddenly stood, hackles raised, a low growl rumbling in his chest. I followed his gaze to the edge of the clearing where the trees stood like sentinels against the night. Something moved in the darkness, just a flicker, there and gone in an instant. "What is it, boy?" I whispered, reaching for my flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but trees and underbrush. Duke continued to growl, his eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. "There's nothing there," I told him, trying to convince myself as much as him. But as I turned to go back inside, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the darkness, something that didn't belong in these woods, something that was just getting started. As the days went on, more strange things started happening. The wildlife wasn't acting right, birds flying in strange patterns, squirrels abandoning their nests, even bears keeping their distance from certain areas. At night, the temperature would drop suddenly, so cold that frost would form on the windows of my cabin, even though it was the middle of summer. And then there was the sound. It started at sunset, a low melodic howling that echoed through the valley. It wasn't wolves or coyotes. I knew those sounds well enough to tell the difference. This was something else entirely, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up every time I heard it. One evening, while patrolling near the western quadrant with Jeffrey, we came across footprints near an abandoned campsite. They were massive, 18 inches long and unlike anything I'd ever seen before. They looked almost human but were too big and had an odd shape to them, like whoever or whatever made them didn't walk quite right. Jeffrey tried to laugh it off, but I could tell he was scared. "Maybe Bigfoot's real after all," he joked nervously, but I wasn't laughing. Back at the station, I pulled out the topographical maps of the area, studying the western quadrant more carefully. It was primarily old-growth forest, with steep ravines and a network of caves running beneath the surface. Not many trails led through it, and the few that did were seldom used. "What are you looking for?" Maria asked, appearing beside me so suddenly that I nearly jumped. "Just trying to make sense of these disappearances," I replied, my finger tracing the contour lines of the ravines. "All of them happened in this area, within a 5-mile radius." Maria leaned closer, her expression grim. "This is bad land," she said softly. "My grandfather called it El Bosque Hambriento, the hungry forest." What did he mean by that? She hesitated, her eyes darting around as if making sure no one else could hear. "He said the land itself was cursed, that it took people, consumed them somehow." Under normal circumstances, I might have dismissed such talk as superstition. But after what I'd been seeing, I wasn't so quick to judge. Were there ever any explanations, any patterns to when people went missing? Maria nodded slowly. "The stories say it happens every few decades. There's a period of a few weeks when the forest becomes hungry. Then it stops, and everything goes back to normal until the next cycle." That night I couldn't sleep. The temperature in my cabin had dropped again, my breath visible in the air despite it being August. Duke was restless, pacing from window to window, whining softly. Outside, that strange howling sound echoed through the valley again, closer this time. I got up and checked my service pistol, making sure it was loaded before placing it on the nightstand. It was a comfort habit more than anything else. A remnant from my time in Vietnam when you never knew what might come for you in the darkness. When I finally did drift off, my dreams were filled with shadowy figures moving through the trees, their elongated limbs reaching for me as I ran. I woke gasping for breath, sheets soaked with sweat, the memory of hollow eyes still fresh in my mind. The next morning, I decided to explore the western quadrant more thoroughly. I told Jeffrey I was doing a routine patrol, but the truth was, I needed to see for myself what might be happening out there. Duke led the way, his nose to the ground, moving cautiously through the dense undergrowth. The forest felt different here, older somehow, the trees growing closer together, blocking out much of the sunlight. The air was colder too, with a strange metallic taste that reminded me of blood. We had been hiking for about 2 hours when Duke suddenly stopped, his ears perked forward, body rigid with attention. I followed his gaze to a small clearing ahead where something glinted in the filtered sunlight. It was a camera, an expensive one, half buried in the dirt as if dropped in haste. I picked it up, brushing away the soil. The lens was cracked, but the memory card might still be intact. Maybe it belonged to one of the missing hikers. As I pocketed the camera, I noticed something else. A trail of bent grass leading away from the clearing, as if something heavy had been dragged through it. The trail led to a thicket of dense brush that seemed unnaturally dark. Duke refused to go near it, his hackles raised, a continuous growl rumbling in his chest. I approached cautiously, using a stick to push aside the branches. Behind the brush was a small cave entrance, almost invisible unless you were looking directly at it. Cold air flowed out of it like breath from a living thing, carrying with it an odor I couldn't quite place. Something ancient and wrong. I shined my flashlight into the opening, revealing a narrow tunnel that sloped downward into darkness. Something was scratched into the rock beside the entrance. Symbols I didn't recognize, arranged in a circular pattern. The final straw came when I stumbled upon this cave entrance hidden behind the thick brush during one of my patrols. Something about it felt wrong. The air around it was colder than anywhere else in the forest, and when I stepped inside with my flashlight, I found something that sent chills down my spine. Cave paintings. They were crude but clear, figures of people running from a tall creature with wings spread wide like a bat's and an elongated face that didn't look human at all. My heart pounded as I stared at them, trying to convince myself they were just old stories carved into stone by people with overactive imaginations. But deep down, I knew better. Something was out there in those woods, something ancient and dangerous. I took photos of the paintings with my cell phone, though reception was non-existent out here. Duke stayed at the entrance, refusing to come inside, his eyes fixed on the darkness beyond as if expecting something to emerge from it. It was getting late, the shadows lengthening as the sun began its descent behind the mountains. I knew I should head back. Being in this part of the forest after dark suddenly seemed like a very bad idea. As we made our way back to the ranger station, that feeling of being watched returned stronger than ever. Several times I spun around, certain I would catch something following us, but the forest remained still and empty. Empty. That was the word that kept coming to mind. The forest had changed. It wasn't just quiet anymore. It felt empty, like something had chased everything away. No birds called, no squirrels chattered, no insects buzzed in the undergrowth, just silence, heavy and unnatural. Even Duke seemed on edge, his ears constantly twitching, his nose sniffing the air like he was searching for something. When we finally reached the station, Jeffrey was waiting, his face pale with worry. "Where have you been? I've been trying to radio you for hours." I checked my radio. It was off, though I was certain I'd left it on. Battery must have died. I lied, not wanting to admit that I had no explanation for the silence. "Well, while you were off-grid, all hell broke loose," Jeffrey said, running a hand through his hair. "2 more hikers missing, and a hunter swears he saw something in the western forest that, and I quote, wasn't natural." "What did he see exactly?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. Jeffrey shook his head. He wasn't making much sense. Said it was tall, with wings, and it moved too fast to be human. The guy was pretty shaken up. Forest Service thinks he might have seen a bear standing on its hind legs, but... He trailed off, looking uncertain. "But you don't think it was a bear?" I finished for him. "I don't know what to think anymore, Bobby. This whole situation is weird as hell." That night I spread the maps out on my kitchen table, marking each location where hikers had disappeared. They formed an almost perfect circle around the area where I'd found the cave. I added my own encounter, the deer carcass, and the footprints we'd discovered. A pattern was emerging, though I wasn't sure what it meant yet. I downloaded the photos of the cave paintings to my laptop, studying them more carefully. The winged figure appeared in multiple images, always pursuing human shapes, always with that strange elongated head. In some of the paintings it seemed to be emerging from a circular structure, perhaps the cave itself. As I stared at the images, the howling began again outside, closer than ever before. Duke growled from his place by the door, and I felt a chill run down my spine. Whatever was out there in the forest, I was beginning to think it knew I was looking for it. And I had a feeling it wouldn't stay hidden much longer. I didn't want to believe it. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild, that the cave paintings were nothing more than old legends. But the forest had changed. It wasn't just quiet anymore. It felt empty, like something had chased everything away. Even Duke seemed on edge, his ears constantly twitching, his nose sniffing the air like he was searching for something. Then I saw it. It was just before dusk. I was hiking along a ridge near the western quadrant, keeping an eye out for anything unusual. Duke was ahead of me, his tail stiff and his movements cautious. That's when I heard it, a sound like bones snapping, loud and sharp. I froze and slowly turned toward the noise. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but as my eyes adjusted, I saw it clearly, a creature unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It was crouched over a mountain lion, its wings folded tightly against its back. Its skin was translucent, glowing faintly in the fading sunlight, and I could see its organs pulsing inside its body. Its jaw hung open unnaturally wide as it swallowed chunks of flesh whole. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. Duke let out a low growl, but I grabbed his collar and pulled him close to me, praying the creature wouldn't notice us. It finished its meal and stood up slowly, towering over the trees at nearly 9 feet tall. Its wings unfurled briefly before folding back again, and then it turned its head toward me. Its eyes, if you could call them that, were hollow pits that seemed to pull in all the light around them. And then it made a sound, a low vibration that rattled my chest and made my vision blur. My knees buckled, and for a moment I thought I was going to pass out. But just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished into the trees, moving so fast that it seemed to dissolve into the shadows. I stumbled back to the cabin that night with Duke by my side, my mind racing. What had I just seen? Was it real, or was my PTSD playing tricks on me again? But deep down I knew this wasn't in my head. This was real, and it was dangerous. My hands shook as I poured myself a drink, the whiskey burning my throat as I swallowed it down in one gulp. I needed to report what I'd seen, but who would believe me? A ranger claiming to have seen a winged monster in the forest. They'd think I'd lost my mind. The radio crackled to life on the table, Jeffrey's voice coming through filled with static. "Bobby, you there? We've got a situation. I'm out near Blackwater Ridge, and there's something strange going on. The temperature dropped about 30 degrees in the last 10 minutes, and I keep hearing this sound, like..." His voice cut out, replaced by a burst of static so loud I had to cover my ears. "Jeffrey? Jeffrey, do you copy?" I shouted into the radio, but there was no response. I grabbed my jacket and gun, whistling for Duke to follow. "Come on, boy, Jeffrey's in trouble." The night was moonless, the darkness almost complete as we made our way through the forest toward Blackwater Ridge. I kept my flashlight pointed at the ground, not wanting to attract attention if that thing was still out there. Blackwater Ridge was about 3 miles from my cabin, a rocky outcropping that overlooked a small lake. It was a popular spot for hikers during the day, but at night it was usually deserted. As we approached, I could feel the temperature dropping, just as Jeffrey had described. My breath fogged in front of me, and frost began to form on the leaves around us. Duke whined softly, pressing close to my leg as we moved forward. The ridge was empty when we reached it. Jeffrey's Jeep was parked at the trailhead, but there was no sign of him anywhere. His radio lay on the ground near the edge of the ridge, still transmitting static. "Jeffrey," I called, shining my flashlight into the trees. "Jeffrey, where are you?" Something moved in the darkness below the ridge. A flash of pale skin, there and gone too quickly to track. Duke barked sharply, lunging forward before I could grab his collar. He disappeared into the trees, his barking growing distant. "Duke, come back!" I shouted, racing after him. The forest seemed to close in around me as I ran, branches reaching out like grasping hands, roots rising up to trip me. The air grew colder with each step, until it felt like I was running through Arctic winds. Duke's barking stopped abruptly, replaced by a yelp of pain that cut through the night like a knife. I redoubled my speed, heart pounding as I crashed through the underbrush toward the sound. I found him in a small clearing, whimpering and pawing at his ears. There was no sign of injury, but he seemed disoriented, turning in circles as if trying to locate something. "What is it, boy? What did you find?" I knelt beside him, checking him over for wounds. That's when I heard it, Jeffrey's voice, calling my name from somewhere in the darkness. "Bobby, is that you? I think I'm lost. Can you help me find my way back?" I stood, peering into the trees. "Jeffrey? Where are you? I'm over here, follow my voice. His words sounded strange, almost flat, like they were being read rather than spoken naturally. Duke growled, backing away from the direction of the voice. Warning bells went off in my head. Something wasn't right. Jeffrey, stay where you are. I'm coming to you, I called, drawing my gun and moving cautiously forward. The voice came again, closer this time. Hurry, Bobby. I'm scared. There's something out here with me. I stepped into another clearing and stopped cold. Jeffrey was there, standing perfectly still at the center, his back to me. But something was wrong with his posture. Too rigid, his arms hanging at odd angles. Jeffrey? I whispered. He turned slowly, and I had to stifle a scream. It was Jeffrey's face, but not his eyes. Where his eyes should have been were empty sockets, black and bottomless. His mouth opened unnaturally wide as he spoke again. Why did you leave me out here, Bobby? Just like you left your spotter in Vietnam. My blood ran cold. I had never told Jeffrey about my time in Vietnam, never told anyone here about my spotter. You're not Jeffrey, I said, raising my gun. What have you done with him? The thing wearing Jeffrey's face smiled, the expression stretching its features beyond what should have been possible. He's gone. They're all gone, just like you'll be gone soon. Its form began to shift, melting and reforming into something taller, thinner. Wings unfolded from its back, stretching wide as its face elongated into the creature I had seen earlier, the Night Walker. I fired 3 shots in rapid succession, the sound echoing through the forest like thunder. The bullets struck it squarely in the chest, but it didn't even flinch. Instead, it laughed, a sound like glass breaking, and took a step toward me. Duke sprang from behind me, teeth bared, and latched onto the creature's leg. It hissed in pain, swatting at him with a wing. I used the distraction to back away, firing another shot as I retreated. Run, Duke, I shouted, turning to flee. We crashed through the forest, branches whipping at my face as I ran blindly in what I hoped was the direction of my cabin. Behind us, I could hear the creature moving too fast, gaining ground with each passing second. The next night, Jeffrey went missing. He had been out on patrol near the western quadrant when his radio went silent. Maria and I searched for him until dawn but found nothing. No tracks, no signs of struggle, just his radio lying in the dirt, transmitting static. That's when things got worse. The creature started playing tricks on me. Or maybe it was just inside my head. Late at night, I'd hear voices outside my cabin, familiar voices calling my name. At first, I thought it was Jeffrey or one of the other rangers needing help, but when I stepped outside with my flashlight, there was no one there. Then one night, I heard a voice I hadn't heard in years. The voice of my spotter from Vietnam. Bobby, he called softly from the edge of the tree line. It wasn't your fault. I froze in place, gripping Duke's leash tightly as he barked furiously at the darkness. My spotter had been dead for years, I knew that. But hearing his voice so clearly sent chills down my spine. The creature wasn't just hunting us. It was messing with our minds. Maria came to the cabin the next morning with an old leather journal in her hands. You need to see this, she said quietly. The journal belonged to one of her ancestors, a Spanish settler who had lived in this area centuries ago. It described encounters with a creature they called El Caminante Nocturno, the Night Walker. According to the journal, it appeared every 33 years during meteor showers and preyed on anything living in its territory. It's not just hunting, Maria said as she flipped through the pages. It's protecting something. What? I asked. She shook her head slowly. I don't know. I couldn't sit back and do nothing anymore. Jeffrey was still missing, and the creature was getting bolder. Every night, the howling grew louder, closer. The voices it mimicked were more personal, more painful. It was like it knew exactly how to dig into my mind and twist the knife. I had to stop it, whatever it was. Maria stayed at the cabin that night, poring over her ancestor's journal while I tried to figure out a plan. According to the journal, the Night Walker had one weakness: high-frequency sounds. It couldn't tolerate them, and they could disrupt its ability to hunt. That gave me an idea. I dug through the old equipment in the ranger station and found a portable radio transmitter. It wasn't much, but I figured I could modify it to emit a high-pitched frequency strong enough to drive the creature away, or at least weaken it. Maria helped me rig it up while Duke sat by my side, his eyes fixed on the door like he was waiting for something to come through. By the time we finished, it was almost midnight. The howling had started again, echoing through the valley like a warning. Are you sure about this? Maria asked, worry etched on her face. The journal says many who went looking for the Nightwalker never returned. I checked my rifle one last time, making sure it was loaded. I don't have a choice. If I don't stop it, more people will disappear. Maybe even you. She handed me a small stone pendant, a spiral carved into dark rock. My grandmother gave this to me for protection. She said it was sacred to our people, that it keeps evil at bay. I slipped it around my neck, touched by the gesture even if I didn't share her beliefs. I'll bring it back to you, I promised. She smiled sadly. Just bring yourself back. The night spread out before me like an ocean of darkness as I stepped outside, Duke at my heel. The creature was out there somewhere, waiting, and I was going to find it before it found me. I strapped the transmitter to my back, grabbed my rifle and a handful of Vietnam-era flares I'd kept as souvenirs, and headed out into the forest with Duke by my side. Maria wanted to come with me, but I told her to stay behind. If something went wrong, someone needed to be here to call for help or cover up what happened. The trail leading to the cave felt different this time. Heavier somehow, like the air itself was pressing down on me. Duke walked ahead cautiously, his nose low to the ground as he sniffed for signs of danger. Every step felt like it was taking me closer to something I didn't want to face. The forest was unnaturally silent. No insects chirping, no night birds calling, not even the rustle of leaves in the wind. It was as if everything was holding its breath, waiting. I checked the transmitter again, making sure it was set to the right frequency. Maria's ancestors' journal had been specific about the kind of sound that could weaken the Nightwalker. A high-pitched frequency that humans could barely perceive but would be agonizing to the creature's sensitive hearing. As we approached the cave entrance, the temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the ground around us, crackling beneath our feet. Duke growled softly, his hackles raised. When we reached the cave entrance, I hesitated. The cold air spilling out of it was sharper than before, cutting through my clothes like ice. Duke growled softly but didn't stop moving forward. I followed him inside, gripping my rifle tightly as I scanned the darkness with my flashlight. The beam cut through the gloom, revealing walls covered in more of those strange paintings. They seemed to move in the flickering light, the winged creature pursuing human figures across the stone canvas. The cave was bigger than I'd realized, a network of tunnels twisting deep into the earth. I marked our path with chalk as we went, not wanting to get lost in this underground labyrinth. Duke stayed close, occasionally stopping to sniff at the ground, his ears alert for any sound. We had been moving downward for about 20 minutes when we came to a large chamber. My flashlight beam couldn't reach the far walls or ceiling, giving the impression of infinite space stretching out around us. The floor was smooth, worn down by centuries of something, and then I saw them, the remains. Bodies were scattered throughout the cavern, preserved in ways that didn't make sense. Some were centuries old, their skin dried and stretched tight over their bones. Others looked almost recent, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. My stomach turned as I realized Jeffrey might be among them. I moved cautiously through the chamber, examining each body, relief washing over me when I didn't find him. Maybe he had escaped somehow. At the center of the chamber was a raised platform of stone, circular and covered in more of those strange symbols. It looked like an altar of some kind, and at its center was a depression filled with a viscous black liquid that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Duke wouldn't go near it, whining and backing away whenever I tried to approach. I couldn't blame him. Something about that altar felt wrong, ancient and malevolent. And then I heard it, the vibration. It started low at first, barely noticeable, but quickly grew stronger until it felt like my chest was going to explode. My flashlight flickered wildly as shadows danced across the walls, and suddenly there it was, the Nightwalker. It unfolded itself from the darkness like a nightmare come to life. Its wings stretched wide as it stepped toward me on elongated limbs that bent unnaturally at every joint. Its translucent skin glowed faintly in the light of my flares, revealing organs that pulsed with every movement. Duke barked furiously and lunged at the creature without hesitation. "No!" I shouted, but it was too late. The Nightwalker swatted him aside effortlessly with one wing, sending him crashing into the wall with a sickening thud. Rage boiled inside me as I activated the transmitter and aimed it directly at the creature. A piercing sound filled the cavern, a high-pitched frequency that made my ears ring and sent waves of pain through my skull. The Nightwalker screeched loudly and stumbled backward, its movements jerky and disoriented. I didn't waste any time. I lit one of the flares and threw it toward the creature's feet, illuminating its grotesque form in bright red light. It screamed again, a sound so unnatural that it made every hair on my body stand on end, and lunged toward me. I fired my rifle blindly as I backed toward the entrance, trying to keep enough distance between us while fumbling for another flare. Duke staggered back onto his feet despite his injuries and charged at the creature again with everything he had. This time he managed to distract it long enough for me to light another flare and throw it directly at its wings. The creature shrieked in pain as its skin began to blister under the intense heat. "Come on!" I shouted at Duke as I grabbed him by his collar and dragged him toward the entrance. The Nightwalker recovered quickly, its movements becoming more fluid as it pursued us through the tunnels. The transmitter was still emitting its high-pitched sound, but the effect seemed to be weakening, or the creature was adapting to it. We raced through the darkness, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly off the walls as we ran. Behind us, I could hear the Nightwalker gaining ground, its wings scraping against the narrow tunnel walls. I had one flare left and a crazy idea. As we approached a junction in the tunnels, I stopped and turned to face our pursuer. Duke growled beside me, bracing himself despite his injuries. The creature appeared at the end of the tunnel, its form contorted to fit the narrow space, its hollow eyes fixed on me with predatory intensity. "You want me?" I shouted. "Come and get me." I threw my last flare, not at the creature but at the ceiling above it. The flare exploded in a shower of sparks, illuminating a network of cracks in the rock. The ceiling began to crumble, rocks falling as the ancient stone gave way. The Nightwalker screeched in fury as it lunged forward, trying to reach us before the collapse. I grabbed Duke and dove into the side tunnel just as the main passage caved in behind us, sealing off our pursuer. We weren't safe yet, though. The cave was unstable now, more rocks falling with each passing second. We needed to get out before the whole system collapsed. I could hear the creature behind the rockfall, its rage vibrating through the stone as it tried to dig its way through. That gave me an idea. With one final effort, I set off a bundle of dynamite near the mouth of the cave, the kind we used for controlled rock blasting during trail maintenance, and ran as fast as I could before it detonated. The explosion shook the ground beneath me as rocks collapsed inward, sealing off whatever horrors lay inside forever. Or so I hoped. Duke and I staggered away from the cave entrance as it collapsed, dust and debris billowing out behind us. We had made it out, but the horror of what I'd seen would stay with me forever. As we made our way back through the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. The Nightwalker had been ancient, powerful. Could a cave-in really stop something like that? The stone pendant Maria had given me felt warm against my chest, almost comforting. Maybe there was something to her beliefs after all. The forest began to feel different as we walked, lighter somehow, as if a heavy presence had been lifted. The sounds of night creatures returned, crickets chirping, an owl hooting in the distance, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Dawn was breaking by the time we reached the edge of the woods. Duke limped beside me, hurt but alive. We had survived the night, but something told me our ordeal wasn't fully over. In the distance, I could see my cabin, a light burning in the window where Maria waited. I hoped I had good news to bring her, that the Nightwalker was truly gone. But in my heart I knew better. Some evils never really die, they just go to sleep for a while. The forest was silent after the explosion, not the peaceful kind of silence I'd come to love, but a heavy, unnatural stillness. The kind that made you feel like something was watching even though you couldn't see it. I sat there on the ground just outside the cave, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. Duke lay beside me, his fur matted with blood and dirt. He was hurt bad, but he was alive. I ran my hand over his head, whispering, "Good boy, you're a good boy," as he let out a soft whine. He'd saved my life, twice, and I wasn't going to forget it. The cave entrance was completely sealed, now buried under tons of rock and dirt. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't getting out anytime soon. At least that's what I told myself. The sun was starting to rise, casting long shadows through the trees as Duke and I made our way back toward the cabin. Each step was an effort, my body aching from the night's ordeal. Duke limped beside me, occasionally whining in pain but never stopping. By the time I made it back to the cabin with Duke limping at my side, the sun was fully up. Maria was waiting for us on the porch, her face pale and worried. When she saw Duke's injuries and the state I was in, she didn't ask any questions. She just helped me get him inside and started cleaning his wounds. "What happened?" she finally asked once Duke was settled on a blanket near the fire. "It's gone," I said simply. "The cave is sealed." She nodded but didn't look convinced. "And Jeffrey?" I shook my head. "I didn't find him." Her eyes filled with tears, but she didn't say anything else. There wasn't anything else to say. Duke's injuries were serious. A deep gash along his side, what looked like a cracked rib, and various cuts and bruises. Maria worked silently, applying herbs and bandages with practiced hands. I watched her, wondering how many generations of her family had passed down this knowledge. How many had encountered the Nightwalker and lived to tell about it. Your pendant, I said suddenly, reaching for the stone around my neck. I think it protected us, she smiled faintly as she took it back. It's been in my family for centuries. My grandmother said it was given to our ancestors by a medicine man who had fought the Nightwalker and survived. Do you think it's really gone? I asked, voicing the fear that had been growing since we escaped the cave. Maria was quiet for a long moment, her fingers tracing the spiral on the pendant. No, she said finally. The journal says it cannot be killed, only contained. It will sleep now, maybe for years, maybe for decades, but it will awaken again when the stars align. Later that day, we got word over the radio that Jeffrey had been found, alive but catatonic, wandering near one of the main trails several miles from where he'd disappeared. He didn't speak or respond to anyone, just stared blankly into space like his mind had been wiped clean. They took him to a hospital in town, but I wasn't sure if he'd ever recover. Whatever he had seen, whatever the Nightwalker had done to him, it had broken something inside him that might never be fixed. I visited Jeffrey a week later. The hospital room was quiet except for the steady beep of monitors. He sat by the window, staring out at nothing, his once animated face blank and expressionless. "Hey, Jeffrey," I said softly, pulling up a chair beside him. "It's Bobby." No response, not even a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "I got the thing that did this to you," I continued. More for myself than for him. "It won't hurt anyone else now." As I spoke, his hand suddenly shot out and grabbed my wrist, his grip surprisingly strong. His eyes, still vacant, turned toward me, and for a moment I thought I saw something else looking out through them, something ancient and malevolent. "It's still there," he whispered, his voice raspy from disuse. "Waiting, dreaming. 33 years." Then he released me and went back to staring out the window as if nothing had happened. I left the hospital shaken, his words echoing in my mind. 33 years, the cycle Maria's ancestor had written about in his journal. The Forest Service sent investigators to look into the explosion and the reports of missing hikers. Officially, they ruled it all as bear attacks and a rock slide caused by unstable terrain. They didn't want to hear about creatures with wings or strange howling in the night. And honestly, I didn't blame them. Some things are easier left unexplained, but I couldn't let it go. I requested a permanent assignment to the ranger station, telling them I wanted to stay and keep an eye on the area. They thought it was because of my guilt over losing Jeffrey, or maybe because I needed more time away from people, but that wasn't it. I stayed because I knew this wasn't over. Maria's ancestors' journal said the Nightwalker appeared every 33 years during meteor showers. That meant it wasn't gone, it was just sleeping again, waiting for its next cycle, and when that time came, someone needed to be here to stop it. Duke recovered slowly over the next few weeks. The cuts healed, and he regained his strength, but he was never quite the same. He would wake in the night, growling at shadows, his eyes fixed on something I couldn't see, and he refused to go anywhere near the western quadrant of the forest, no matter how much I coaxed him. I spent my days reinforcing the cabin, stockpiling supplies, and studying everything I could find about the Nightwalker and creatures like it. I set up a small laboratory in the shed behind the cabin, experimenting with sound frequencies that might be used against it when it returned. Maria came by occasionally, bringing food and checking on Duke. She never asked about my preparations, but I could see the concern in her eyes. She knew what I was doing, and why. "My family is leaving," she told me one evening as we sat on the porch watching the sunset. "Moving to Arizona. My grandmother says we've been here too long, that it's not safe anymore." "Because of the Nightwalker?" I asked. She nodded. "She says it knows us now, that it will come for us first when it awakens." "Will you go with them?" She hesitated, her eyes meeting mine. "I don't know yet. Part of me thinks I should stay, help you prepare. But another part," she trailed off, looking out at the darkening forest. "Another part is afraid." I couldn't blame her for that. After what we'd seen, what we'd faced, fear was the only rational response. But fear wasn't going to stop that thing when it came back. Before Maria left for good, she gave me her ancestors' journal and hugged me tightly. "Be careful," she said softly before walking away into the trees. The journal became my Bible in the days that followed. I read it cover to cover, making notes, looking for patterns, for weaknesses, for anything that might help when the time came. According to the records, the Nightwalker had been active in this area for at least 4 centuries, possibly longer. Every 33 years, it awoke and fed for a period of approximately 3 weeks before returning to its slumber. The cave had been its lair, its sanctuary. Had I truly sealed it in? Or had I merely inconvenienced it, forced it to find a new dwelling place? I installed seismic monitors near the collapsed cave entrance, hoping they would give me some warning if something stirred beneath the rubble. I marked my calendar for 33 years from now, a date that seemed impossibly distant and yet terrifyingly close. The seasons changed. Fall gave way to winter, which melted into spring. The forest healed, wildlife returned, and tourists began to visit again, blissfully unaware of what had happened here. Jeffrey never recovered. He remained in the hospital for months before being transferred to a long-term care facility. I visited when I could, though he never seemed to recognize me or respond to my presence. Sometimes he would mutter about wings and darkness, his eyes wide with remembered terror. Duke and I settled into a new routine, patrolling the safe areas of the forest, keeping watch over the western quadrant from a distance. New rangers came to replace Jeffrey, young men and women full of enthusiasm and idealism. I didn't tell them about the Nightwalker or the cave. What would be the point? In 33 years, most of them would be long gone from here. Sometimes, on clear nights when the stars are bright overhead, I sit on my porch with Duke at my feet and wonder if I did the right thing. Should I have tried harder to kill the creature, to end its cycle once and for all? Or was Maria right? Was it something that couldn't be killed, only contained? The pendant she gave me hangs on the wall above my bed, a reminder of what we faced and what may come again. I've made copies of the journal, hidden them in various locations inside and outside the forest. If something happens to me before the cycle returns, someone else will need to know what they're facing. Now every day feels like a countdown. I've installed seismic monitors near the collapsed cave entrance and marked my calendar for 33 years from now. Most nights are quiet again, normal, but every once in a while, when the wind blows just right through the valley, I think I hear something faint in the distance. A low, melodic howling, and when I do, I sit by the fire with Duke at my feet and remind myself that some things never really go away. They just sleep for a time, gathering strength for their return. And when that day comes, I'll be waiting, because I know the truth now. The Nightwalker isn't just a creature, it's a guardian of something older, something buried deep beneath these mountains, something that should remain buried for all time. As I write these words, I wonder who will read them. Will it be another ranger, years from now, when the cycle begins again? Or will it be someone like me, someone who has seen the Nightwalker and lived to tell about it? Either way, remember this. It's out there, waiting in the darkness. And when the stars align and the meteor showers begin, it will awaken once more. Be ready, because in the end, all we can do is keep watch, keep fighting, and hope that when the darkness comes again, someone will be there to push it back, even if only for another 33 years. The echoes of the Nightwalker will never truly fade from these woods, and neither will I. 5 years have passed since that night at the cave. 5 years of watchful waiting, of jumping at shadows and questioning my sanity. The official story, bear attacks and geological instability, has been accepted by everyone except those of us who know the truth. The missing hikers are now just statistics in a Forest Service report, their families left with questions that will never be answered. I've thrown myself into learning everything I can about the Nightwalker. Maria's ancestors' journal has become my Bible, its yellowed pages offering glimpses into a horror that has plagued these mountains for centuries. I've cross-referenced the accounts with historical records, tracking disappearances and animal attacks that correspond with the 33-year cycle. The pattern is unmistakable once you know what to look for. 1890, 1923, 1956, 1989, and now most recently 2022. Each period marked by unexplained deaths, mutilated wildlife, and tales of something unnatural stalking the forest. And each time, the terror ended as suddenly as it began, the forest returning to normal as if nothing had happened. Until the next cycle, Duke has recovered from his injuries, though he still carries the scars. A jagged line runs along his flank where the Nightwalker's wing struck him, and he limps slightly when the weather turns cold. But his eyes are clear and alert, his senses still sharp. He never leaves my side now, as if he knows what we're preparing for. Jeffrey remains in the long-term care facility in Sacramento. I visit him once a month, sitting beside his bed for hours, talking to him though he never responds. The doctors say his brain shows unusual activity patterns, areas lighting up that shouldn't be active in a catatonic patient. Sometimes when I'm about to leave, I catch him watching me with an awareness that sends chills down my spine. Like something else is looking out through his eyes. Maria has been my one constant ally. She moved to a small house at the edge of the forest, close enough to help but far enough to feel safe. Her grandmother refused to return to the area, claiming the Nightwalker had tasted their bloodline and would hunt them first when it awakened. "My grandmother says we should burn the journal," Maria told me one evening as we sat on my porch, watching the sun sink behind the mountains. "She says it connects us to the creature, like a tether." "We need it," I replied, my hand resting protectively on the leather-bound book. "It's the only guide we have for what's coming." She nodded, but I could see the fear in her eyes. 33 years seems so far away," she whispered. "But it will come, won't it?" "Yes," I said simply. "It will come. I've installed a network of monitoring equipment around the collapsed cave entrance, seismic sensors to detect movement beneath the rubble, temperature gauges to track the unnatural cold that accompanies the Nightwalker, audio recorders to capture that distinctive howling should it begin again." The Forest Service thinks I'm eccentric but harmless. They humor my request for the equipment, chalking it up to environmental research. My new supervisor, a young man named Carter who's never spent a night alone in these woods, smiles indulgently when I submit my weekly reports. "Find any Bigfoot tracks this week, Thornton?" he jokes, not knowing how close he is to a truth far more terrifying. I smile and play along, better to be thought crazy than to reveal what's really out there. Besides, I need this position, this authority. When the time comes, when the Nightwalker returns, someone with knowledge and access will need to be here. Last winter, something peculiar happened. A major snowstorm hit the region, burying the forest under 3 feet of snow. When it cleared, I hiked out to check on the cave site. The snow around the collapsed entrance had melted in a perfect circle, the ground beneath it dry and warm to the touch. My seismic monitors recorded minor tremors. Nothing significant, just small vibrations like something shifting in its sleep. I didn't report this to anyone except Maria. She brought her grandmother's pendant, placing it on the ground at the edge of the melted circle, murmuring words in a language I didn't recognize. "A protection ritual," she explained later. "It's dreaming," she said as we hiked back to my cabin. "My people believe that when it sleeps, it dreams of hunting, of killing, and sometimes those dreams leak into our world." I thought of Jeffrey, his vacant eyes occasionally focusing on something none of us could see. Was he somehow connected to the Nightwalker's dreams? Was that what had broken his mind? Spring brought new campers and hikers to the forest, unaware of its secrets. I've become more vigilant about keeping people away from the Western Quadrant, fabricating stories about unstable ground and dangerous wildlife. Most heed my warnings. Those who don't, I track and redirect, sometimes following them for miles to ensure they don't stray too close to what lies beneath the rubble. One night, during a full moon, I woke to Duke's growling. He stood at the window, hackles raised, staring into the darkness beyond. I grabbed my rifle and stepped onto the porch, scanning the tree line for movement. Nothing seemed amiss at first. The forest was quiet, peaceful even. Then I noticed the silence. No insects chirping, no night birds calling. That unnatural stillness I remembered all too well. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing, half hidden by shadows. For a moment my heart raced, thinking the Nightwalker had somehow freed itself from its prison. But as my eyes adjusted, I recognized the silhouette. Human, not monster. "Jeffrey," I called, disbelieving. The figure stepped forward, and I saw I was mistaken. It wasn't Jeffrey, but a young man I'd never seen before. He was tall and thin, with hollow cheeks and eyes that reflected the moonlight oddly. "Are you Ranger Thornton?" he asked, his voice strangely accented. "Who's asking?" I kept my rifle ready, Duke tense beside me. "My name is Thomas Gray. I believe we have a mutual interest." He glanced up at the night sky. "May I come in? It's not safe to talk out here." Against my better judgment, I let him into my cabin. Duke wouldn't go near him, retreating to the corner with a continuous low growl. The stranger, Thomas, seemed unperturbed by this reaction. He sat at my table, declining my offer of coffee or food. "I've been looking for you for some time," he said, placing a worn leather journal on the table between us. My breath caught. It was identical to Maria's ancestors' journal, down to the spiral symbol embossed on the cover. "My great-grandfather encountered what you call the Nightwalker in 1889, Thomas explained. "He was part of a logging expedition in these mountains. He was the only survivor." "The previous cycle," I murmured. Thomas nodded. "He spent the rest of his life researching these creatures." "Yes, creatures. There's more than one." My blood ran cold. "That's not possible. The journal only mentions one." "The journal you have is incomplete," Thomas interrupted. "Or perhaps deliberately misleading. The Nightwalkers are a species, ancient and rare, but not unique. They establish territories, hunting grounds. The one you encountered has claimed these mountains for centuries. I tried to process this information, my mind racing with implications. How do you know all this? How did you find me? Thomas smiled thinly. There are others like us, Mr. Thornton. Watchers, guardians, people who have encountered these things and live to tell about it. We find each other, eventually. He opened his journal, revealing pages of detailed drawings, anatomical studies of the Nightwalker, maps marking locations around the world, timelines of attacks and sightings. We believe they communicate across vast distances, sharing information. The one you trapped knows about you now, and so do others of its kind. I felt a chill run down my spine. Are you saying I'm being hunted? Not yet. But when it awakens again, or if another comes to investigate why this one has gone silent, yes, you will be a primary target. Thomas closed the journal. That's why I'm here, to warn you, and to offer you a place in our network. I studied him carefully, looking for signs of deception. How do I know I can trust you? He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a jagged scar running from wrist to elbow. Wyoming, 2017. A different Nightwalker, but the same result. I barely escaped. He held my gaze steadily. You're not alone in this fight, Ranger Thornton, and you'll need allies before the next cycle begins. Dawn was breaking by the time Thomas left, promising to return with more information, more resources. I watched him disappear into the trees, uncertainty gnawing at me. Was he telling the truth? Could there really be more of these creatures? And if so, what chance did we have against them? I don't have answers yet, but I know I can't ignore the possibility. The stakes are too high, so I continue my vigil, maintaining my monitoring equipment, studying both journals now, and preparing as best I can for what may come. I've begun recording my own experiences, creating a guide for those who might come after me. Because if Thomas is right, this isn't just about protecting hikers in Stanislaus National Forest. It's about something much larger, much older, a battle that has been fought in shadows for centuries. Maria was skeptical when I told her about Thomas and his claims. Be careful, she warned. Not all who know about the Nightwalker have good intentions. Some worship these creatures, see them as gods. Her words added another layer of unease to my already troubled thoughts. Who exactly was Thomas Gray? An ally, or something else entirely? For now, I can only wait and watch. The collapsed cave entrance remains undisturbed, my monitors silent. Duke has finally stopped growling at shadows, though he still refuses to enter the western quadrant of the forest. The days pass quietly, the forest healing as nature reclaims the scars left by our encounter with the Nightwalker. To casual observers, everything seems normal again, peaceful, but I know better. I know that beneath the rubble, beneath the earth itself, something ancient is sleeping, dreaming, perhaps even planning. And whether it's in 33 years or sooner, it will awaken again, and this time, I'll be ready. As I sit on my porch tonight, watching the stars appear one by one in the darkening sky, I realize I've found my purpose. Not just as a ranger protecting campers and wildlife, but as a guardian standing against a darkness few even know exists. The war I fought in Vietnam seems distant now, almost trivial compared to what I've seen in these woods. That was a human conflict, with human motivations and human limitations. This is something else entirely. A battle against something that predates humanity itself, something that will continue long after we're gone, unless we stop it. I check my rifle, clean and loaded beside my chair. Duke lifts his head from his paws, sensing my resolve. In the distance, I think I hear a faint howling, perhaps just the wind, perhaps something more. The Nightwalker's echoes may never fade from these woods, but neither will I, nor those who come after me. We will watch, we will wait. And when the time comes, we will be ready, because some battles must be fought not for glory or country, but for survival itself. And in this battle, retreat is not an option. The night deepens around me, the forest breathing its ancient rhythms. I am part of it now, as much as the trees and rocks and shadows, and I will remain, standing guard against the darkness for as long as it takes. Let it come. I'll be waiting. I should have turned back when the tornado warning crackled through my car radio at 7:45 p.m. The automated voice, cold and mechanical, repeated the same dire message every few minutes as I drove through the endless wheat fields of rural Kansas. I was already 3 hours behind schedule, racing to make it to my brother's wedding rehearsal dinner. When the weather turned violent, the sky ahead had transformed into something apocalyptic. Massive thunderheads towered like dark monuments against the horizon, their peaks disappearing into an unnatural green-black ceiling of clouds. Lightning flickered constantly within their depths, illuminating them from within like Chinese lanterns filled with electric fire. The wind had been steadily increasing for the past hour, and now it was rocking my sedan with each gust, making me grip the steering wheel tighter. I had been driving for 8 hours straight, my eyes burning from exhaustion and the constant glare of oncoming headlights. The radio had been my only companion through the desolate stretches of Highway 36, but now even the music was interrupted every few minutes by increasingly urgent weather bulletins. Severe thunderstorm warnings had escalated to tornado watches, and now tornado warnings were being issued for counties I was driving directly through. My phone had lost signal an hour ago, somewhere between two forgotten towns whose names I couldn't even remember. The GPS had been useless for the last 50 miles, showing nothing but a thin blue line cutting through vast expanses of empty yellow on the digital map. I was completely alone out here, surrounded by endless fields of corn and wheat that stretched to the horizon in every direction. The first drops of rain hit my windshield like bullets, each one the size of a quarter. Within seconds, the droplets had grown larger, and I could hear them striking the roof of my car with increasing violence. The wind gusts were now strong enough to push my car toward the shoulder, and I had to constantly correct my steering to stay in my lane. That's when the tornado sirens began wailing. The sound cut through the storm like a knife, a mechanical howling that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was a sound I had only heard in movies and tornado safety videos, and hearing it in real life sent an electric shock of panic through my entire body. I pressed harder on the accelerator, my hands shaking as I scanned the darkening landscape for any sign of shelter, but there was nothing. No buildings, no overpasses, no ditches deep enough to provide protection. Just endless fields and the increasingly violent sky above. The wind was now howling through the gaps around my car doors, creating an eerie whistle that mixed with the distant wail of the sirens. I checked my rearview mirror and felt my stomach drop. Behind me, maybe 5 miles back, I could see what looked like a wall of dark rain approaching. But it wasn't just rain. There was something else within that wall of darkness, something that made the entire landscape behind it disappear completely. The storm was moving fast, much faster than I could drive on these winding country roads. My headlights illuminated the road ahead in jerky sweeps as my car was buffeted by the wind. The radio was now issuing urgent warnings about a tornado on the ground, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. I tried to calculate distances and directions in my head, but the panic was making it impossible to think clearly. All I knew was that I needed to find shelter, and I needed to find it now. The hail started without warning. First small pellets that sounded like rice being thrown against my windshield. Then larger stones, marble-sized, that began to crack the glass. Within minutes, the hailstones were the size of golf balls, striking my car with such force that I was sure they would shatter the windows entirely. I slowed to a crawl, barely able to see through the spider web of cracks spreading across my windshield. That's when I saw the sign. It appeared in my headlights like a salvation. A simple brown highway sign that read, Thunder Ridge Storm Shelter 2 miles, public access. An arrow pointed to a gravel road that branched off to the right, leading up a steep hill toward what looked like a concrete structure built into the ridge itself. I didn't hesitate. I yanked the steering wheel hard to the right, my tires sliding on the increasingly slick pavement before finding purchase on the gravel road. The car lurched and bounced as I drove up the winding path, the gravel pinging against the undercarriage like machine gun fire. Behind me, the storm continued its relentless approach, and I could see in my side mirror that the wall of darkness had grown closer. The gravel road was steep and winding, carved into the side of a rocky ridge that rose abruptly from the flat farmland below. As I climbed higher, the wind seemed to grow even stronger, howling through the rocky outcroppings with a sound like tortured souls. My car struggled against the grade, the engine whining as I pushed it harder up the hill. At the top of the ridge, the road leveled out and led to a circular gravel parking area. There, built directly into the hillside, was a concrete bunker that looked like it had been designed to withstand a nuclear blast. A large metal sign mounted on steel posts read, Thunder Ridge Emergency Shelter, Capacity 50, open 24 hours, funded by the Department of Emergency Management. The structure was more imposing than I had expected. The entrance was a heavy steel door set into a concrete archway that disappeared into the rocky hillside. Thick concrete walls extended in both directions, and the entire facility looked like it had been designed by someone who took the threat of tornadoes very seriously indeed. As I parked my car and prepared to make a run for the entrance, the hail intensified to a size I had never seen before. Stones as large as baseballs were now falling from the sky, striking the ground with such force that they bounced 3 feet high. One hit the hood of my car with a sound like a gunshot, leaving a dent the size of my fist. I grabbed my jacket from the passenger seat and held it over my head as I ran from my car to the steel door. The 30-foot sprint felt like running through a war zone, with hailstones striking the ground around me like artillery shells. One caught me in the shoulder, sending a shock of pain down my arm, and another grazed my head despite the jacket. The steel door was massive, at least 6 inches thick, with industrial hinges and a handle that looked like it belonged on a bank vault. I grabbed the handle and pulled, expecting resistance, but the door swung open easily on well-oiled hinges. I stumbled inside and immediately pushed the door closed behind me, shutting out the chaos of the storm. The sudden silence was almost deafening. I stood in a well-lit concrete corridor, breathing heavily and trying to process what had just happened. The walls were painted institutional yellow, and the fluorescent lights overhead hummed quietly. Emergency supplies were neatly arranged on metal shelving that lined both walls. Water containers, canned food, first aid kits, flashlights and blankets, all organized with military precision. The air inside was cool and dry, a sharp contrast to the humid violence I had just escaped. I could hear the storm continuing outside, but it seemed distant now, muffled by the thick concrete walls. The hail was still falling, and I could hear it striking the entrance door like machine gun fire, but inside the shelter I felt completely protected. I called out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" My voice echoed off the concrete walls, but there was no response. The corridor extended ahead of me for about 50 feet before opening into what appeared to be a larger space. I could see the edge of what looked like bench seating and hear the quiet hum of ventilation systems. As I walked down the corridor, I noticed how clean everything was. The concrete floors were spotless. The emergency supplies looked like they had never been touched, and even the fluorescent lights above seemed to be in perfect working order. For a public emergency shelter in the middle of rural Kansas, it was remarkably well maintained. I made my way to the main shelter area, and my first impression was one of impressive engineering. The space was larger than I had expected, with a curved concrete ceiling that rose at least 12 feet overhead. Metal bench seating was arranged in rows facing a small kitchen area that included a sink, microwave, and what appeared to be a small refrigerator. Along the back wall, I could see several doorways that led to what I assumed were sleeping quarters or storage areas. The entire facility had the feel of a Cold War bunker, built to withstand anything nature or man could throw at it. The walls were at least 2 feet thick, and I noticed that there were no windows anywhere. The only light came from the fluorescent fixtures overhead, and the only sound was the quiet whisper of the ventilation system. It was then that I heard the footsteps. The sound echoed from the back of the shelter, slow and deliberate, the distinct rhythm of work boots on concrete. I froze, listening as the footsteps grew closer, and then a figure emerged from one of the doorways at the rear of the facility. He was a middle-aged man, probably in his 50s, wearing faded work clothes and a friendly smile that seemed oddly out of place given the violence of the storm outside. His hair was gray and thinning, and his hands were stained with what looked like motor oil or grease. Everything about him suggested a maintenance worker or groundskeeper, someone who spent his days keeping this facility operational. "Glad you made it in safely," he said, his voice carrying easily across the concrete space. "I'm Vincent, the facility manager here. Been monitoring the weather all evening, and this is definitely one of the worst storms we've seen in years." I felt a wave of relief wash over me. "Marcus Reed," I replied, extending my hand as he approached. "Thanks for keeping this place open. I honestly don't know what I would have done if I hadn't seen that sign." Vincent's handshake was firm, and his smile never wavered. "That's exactly why this place exists," he said. "Built this facility back in the 90s when tornado activity was particularly bad in this region. We've saved a lot of lives over the years. During the big outbreak in 2003, we had over 70 people packed in here." Something about his statement immediately struck me as wrong, though I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was. The facility was certainly large, but 70 people would have been extremely crowded, even with the sleeping quarters in back, and I couldn't recall any major tornado outbreak in 2003, though my memory of specific weather events wasn't always reliable. "That must have been quite a night," I said, studying Vincent's face for any sign of deception. His smile remained constant, which itself seemed strange. The storm outside was intensifying, and I could hear the wind howling through the ridge above us with increasing violence. Most people would show at least some concern during a severe weather event, but Vincent seemed almost cheerfully indifferent to the chaos outside. "Oh, it was," he replied enthusiastically. Tornadoes everywhere, emergency services completely overwhelmed. We kept everyone safe, though. That's what this place is designed for. He gestured around the facility with obvious pride. Federal grants, state funding, private donations. Took years to get all the approvals and financing, but it was worth it. His explanation was detailed but somehow felt rehearsed, as if he had given this same speech many times before. I found myself studying the facility with new eyes, looking for details that might confirm or contradict his story. The emergency supplies certainly looked legitimate, and the construction was clearly professional. But something felt off about the whole situation. Who funded this place? I asked, trying to sound casual. It must have cost a fortune to build something this substantial. Federal grants primarily, Vincent replied without hesitation. FEMA, Department of Emergency Management, some state funding as well. There were also private donors who contributed to the project. His answers came quickly, but they were vague enough that they could have been fabricated. I decided to test him. You know, I think I was actually here during that 2003 outbreak you mentioned. Terrible night, like you said. Vincent's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Oh yes, absolutely terrible. The wind was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. We had families with small children, elderly folks, people from all over the county. Everyone was terrified, but we kept them safe. He nodded vigorously, his smile growing even broader. But I had lied. There was no major tornado outbreak in 2003, at least not one that I could remember. And I had never been to this facility before tonight. Vincent had just enthusiastically confirmed a completely fabricated story, which meant he was either confused about dates or deliberately lying to me. The realization sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. I looked around the facility again, this time focusing on details I had missed during my initial survey. The emergency supplies, while neatly organized, looked like they had never been used. There was no dust, no signs of wear, no indication that dozens of people had ever actually sheltered here during an emergency. Vincent, I said carefully, I don't think there was actually a major tornado outbreak in 2003. Are you sure you have the right year? His smile faltered for just a moment, so briefly that I almost missed it. Then it returned, but somehow it looked different now, more forced and less natural. Storm stress can make people's memories unreliable, he said, his voice taking on a slightly colder tone. When you're in a life-threatening situation, the mind doesn't always process information accurately. That response was wrong in several ways. First, he was essentially accusing me of being confused rather than admitting his own error. Second, his explanation sounded clinical, as if he had studied the psychological effects of trauma. And third, his entire demeanor had shifted from friendly maintenance worker to something more calculating and controlled. I began to examine the facility more carefully, looking for details that might reveal its true purpose. The sleeping quarters in back caught my attention first. I could see several doorways leading to what appeared to be small rooms, but from my angle, I couldn't see inside them. What I could see, however, were the doors themselves, and something about them was deeply disturbing. The locks were on the outside. Every door that led to the sleeping quarters had a heavy deadbolt lock mounted on the exterior side of the door. That meant that anyone inside those rooms would be unable to unlock the doors from within. In a legitimate emergency shelter, the locks should have been on the inside, allowing occupants to secure their privacy while maintaining the ability to exit freely. As I continued my examination, I noticed other troubling details. The concrete floor, while generally clean, had dark stains in several areas that looked like they had been scrubbed repeatedly but never completely removed. The stains were roughly circular, as if liquid had been spilled and then spread outward. Given the concrete's porous nature, any organic material would be nearly impossible to remove completely. The kitchen area also struck me as suspicious. While it contained basic appliances, there was no evidence that it had ever been used to prepare food for large groups of people. The microwave looked new, the sink was spotless, and I couldn't see any cooking supplies beyond a few basic utensils. If this facility had really housed 70 people during an emergency, there should have been evidence of large-scale food preparation. What kind of facility is this really? I asked, no longer trying to hide my suspicion. Vincent's expression changed completely. The friendly smile vanished, replaced by a cold stare that made my skin crawl. His entire posture shifted, becoming more predatory, and I realized that whatever game we had been playing was now over. This is exactly what the sign says it is, he replied, his voice now carrying a subtle threat. An emergency shelter. The question is whether you're going to be a grateful guest who doesn't ask too many questions, or whether you're going to be a problem that needs to be solved. The implicit threat in his words was unmistakable. I was alone in an underground bunker with a man who had just revealed himself to be something other than a simple facility manager. The steel door behind me was designed to keep tornadoes out, which meant it would also be very effective at keeping people in. And the storm outside provided perfect cover for whatever Vincent had planned. I tried to keep my voice steady as I replied, "I'm just here to wait out the storm. I don't want any trouble." "Good," Vincent said, but his cold stare never wavered. "Trouble is the last thing either of us wants tonight." The storm outside seemed to be intensifying, and I could hear debris striking the concrete structure above us with increasing frequency. Tree branches, pieces of roofing, maybe even larger objects were being hurled against the facility by winds that must have been approaching tornado force intensity. The sound was like being inside a drum during a particularly violent percussion solo. Vincent moved to one of the metal benches and sat down, his eyes never leaving me. There was something predatory about the way he watched me, like a cat observing a mouse that had wandered too far from its hole. The friendly maintenance worker persona had completely disappeared, replaced by someone calculating and dangerous. "You know," he said conversationally, "most people who find their way here are so grateful for shelter that they don't ask questions. They're cold, wet, terrified by the storm outside. They just want to feel safe." He paused, studying my face. "But you're different. You're suspicious. That makes things more complicated." I remained standing near the entrance to the main shelter area, acutely aware of the distance between myself and the steel door that led outside. It was probably 50 feet away through the corridor lined with emergency supplies. If I needed to run, I would have to cover that distance while Vincent pursued me, and he looked like someone who stayed in good physical condition despite his age. "What do you mean, complicated?" I asked, though I was increasingly certain I didn't want to hear the answer. Vincent's smile returned, but it was nothing like the friendly expression he had worn when I first arrived. This smile was cold and calculating, the expression of someone who enjoyed having power over others. "Well, Marcus, the truth is that this isn't exactly a traditional emergency shelter. Oh, it functions as one when necessary, but its primary purpose is somewhat different." He stood up from the bench and began walking slowly around the perimeter of the room, his hands clasped behind his back like a professor delivering a lecture. "You see, storms like this one create opportunities. People get separated from their planned routes, their cell phones lose signal, their GPS systems become unreliable. They find themselves alone on country roads with no way to call for help and nowhere to hide." My mouth was becoming dry, and I could feel my heart rate increasing. Vincent was describing exactly what had happened to me tonight, and the implication was terrifying. "What kind of opportunities?" I managed to ask. "The kind where people disappear," Vincent replied matter-of-factly. "Travelers passing through, people with no connection to this area, individuals whose absence won't be noticed for hours or even days. The storm provides perfect cover, and the isolation ensures privacy." I felt the world tilting beneath my feet as the full horror of my situation became clear. This wasn't an emergency shelter at all. It was a trap, designed to look like salvation while serving a much darker purpose. Vincent had been using severe weather warnings to lure travelers to this facility, where they would disappear without a trace. "How many people?" I whispered, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. Vincent stopped his circuit of the room and turned to face me directly. "I lost count after the first dozen," he said with the casual tone someone might use to discuss the weather. "Most of them were grateful for shelter initially. They didn't start asking difficult questions until it was too late." The sleeping quarters with their external locks suddenly made perfect sense. They weren't designed to provide privacy for emergency shelter guests. They were cells, designed to contain prisoners until Vincent decided what to do with them. The dark stains on the concrete floor took on a sinister new meaning, and I found myself wondering how many people had died in this room over the years. "The beauty of the system," Vincent continued, "is that weather emergencies provide perfect cover. People disappear during storms all the time. Cars get swept away by flash floods. Trees fall on vehicles. Tornadoes destroy everything in their path. Even if someone does report a missing person, the assumption is always that they were victims of the storm." I was barely listening to his words now, my mind racing as I tried to calculate distances and angles. The corridor leading to the exit was behind me and to my left. Vincent was currently on the opposite side of the room, maybe 30 feet away. If I could catch him off guard, I might be able to reach the corridor before he could intercept me. But even if I made it to the steel door, would I be able to open it quickly enough? The handle had turned easily when I entered, but Vincent might have locked it behind me. And even if I made it outside, the storm was still raging with incredible violence. The hail alone could kill me, and there was still the possibility of an actual tornado in the area. "You're thinking about running," Vincent observed, apparently reading my thoughts. "I can see it in your eyes, but let me save you some trouble." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a pistol, a heavy revolver that looked like it could stop a charging bear. "The door is locked from the inside now, and even if it wasn't, you wouldn't survive 5 minutes in that storm." The sight of the weapon sent a jolt of pure terror through my system. This was really happening. I was trapped underground with a serial killer who had been using fake emergency shelters to murder travelers for over a decade. The rational part of my mind was screaming that this couldn't be real, that things like this only happened in movies, but the evidence was overwhelming. "What do you want?" I asked, though I was afraid I already knew the answer. "What I want," Vincent replied, "is for you to walk calmly to one of the sleeping quarters and make yourself comfortable. We'll wait out the storm together, and then we'll discuss your long-term accommodations." The way he emphasized long-term made it clear that he wasn't planning on letting me leave alive. I looked around the facility again, this time searching for anything that might be used as a weapon. The emergency supplies in the corridor might include tools, but I would have to get past Vincent to reach them. The kitchen area had knives, but they were probably small utility knives rather than anything substantial enough to defend against an armed attacker. "You know," I said, trying to buy time while I considered my options, "modern cars have GPS tracking systems. My rental company will be able to track my location right to this facility. When I don't show up at my destination, they'll send search teams." For the first time since his facade had dropped, Vincent looked uncertain. He hadn't considered the possibility of GPS tracking, and I could see him mentally calculating the implications. Rental car companies did maintain records of vehicle locations, and if I disappeared, there would eventually be an investigation that led directly to this facility. "That's a problem," he admitted, "but not an insurmountable one. Car accidents happen during severe weather. Vehicles get swept away by flash floods, buried by debris, destroyed beyond recognition. Your GPS will show that you arrived here, but it won't show what happened to you afterward." While he was talking, I noticed that he had unconsciously shifted his position, moving slightly closer to the kitchen area where the lights were brightest. The rest of the facility was well lit, but there were shadows near the edges of the room where the fluorescent fixtures didn't quite reach. If I could somehow eliminate the lighting, I might be able to use the darkness to my advantage. More importantly, I remembered seeing emergency supplies in the corridor, including what looked like tools and maintenance equipment. If I could create enough chaos and confusion, I might be able to reach something that could be used as a weapon. The crowbar I had glimpsed among the emergency supplies would be particularly effective against someone armed with a handgun, assuming I could get close enough to use it. "Before we proceed," Vincent said, gesturing toward the sleeping quarters with his pistol, "I should probably mention that this facility has excellent soundproofing. The concrete walls are over 2 feet thick and were built into solid bedrock. You could scream for hours and no one would hear you. The storm outside just makes things even more private." That statement gave me an idea. If the facility was as soundproof as Vincent claimed, then any noise I made during an escape attempt wouldn't be heard outside. More importantly, it meant that Vincent had no way of knowing what was happening beyond these walls. He couldn't monitor police communications or emergency services, which meant he might not realize if help was already on the way. I had activated my phone's emergency alert feature while Vincent was explaining his system. The device was designed to broadcast distress signals on multiple frequencies, including emergency services bands that were monitored by local police and sheriff's departments. Even if my phone had lost cellular signal, the emergency alert function operated independently and had much greater broadcast range. "You seem very confident," I said, hoping to keep him talking while the emergency signal continued broadcasting. "But you must have made mistakes over the years. Someone must have escaped or noticed something suspicious or reported this place to authorities." Vincent's expression darkened. "There have been a few close calls," he admitted, "early on before I perfected the system. But I learned from each mistake, improved the process, eliminated the weaknesses. This facility has been operating successfully for over 12 years now, and no one has ever escaped to tell about it." The pride in his voice was sickening, but it also revealed something important about his psychology. Vincent was a narcissist who viewed his murder operation as a personal achievement. He took pride in his efficiency and planning, which meant he would want to explain his methods rather than simply killing me immediately. That gave me time to plan and potentially act. "How do you dispose of the bodies?" I asked, gambling that his ego would compel him to answer. "That's the beauty of this location," Vincent replied enthusiastically. We're built into a limestone ridge that's honeycombed with natural caves and underground waterways. The entire area sits on top of an extensive cave system that connects to underground rivers. Bodies disappear completely, and even if someone found remains years later, they would assume the victim had been exploring caves when they got lost or trapped. As he spoke, I noticed that Vincent had relaxed slightly, his gun hand dropping a few inches as he became caught up in describing his system. This was my chance. I dove to my left, toward the emergency supply corridor, just as Vincent realized what was happening and brought his weapon up to fire. The gunshot was deafening in the confined concrete space, the sound echoing off the walls like thunder. I felt the bullet pass close enough to my head that I could feel the displacement of air, and chips of concrete exploded from the wall where the round struck. I hit the ground hard, rolling behind one of the metal benches as Vincent fired again. The second shot ricocheted off the bench with a metallic clang, sending sparks flying. I could hear Vincent moving, his boots scraping against the concrete as he tried to get a better angle for his next shot. I was partially protected by the bench, but it wouldn't provide cover for long. The metal was thin, and a direct hit would probably punch right through. I needed to reach the emergency supplies in the corridor, but that meant exposing myself to Vincent's line of fire. The corridor entrance was maybe 20 feet away, but it might as well have been 20 miles with an armed killer between me and safety. I could hear him moving methodically around the room, trying to flank my position. "You're only making this harder on yourself, Marcus," Vincent called out, his voice echoing strangely in the concrete space. "There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The smart thing would be to surrender now, while I'm still in a good mood." I ignored his taunting and focused on the layout of the facility. The fluorescent lights overhead were mounted in long fixtures that ran the length of the ceiling. If I could somehow destroy them, the resulting darkness would level the playing field considerably. Vincent knew this facility intimately, but in complete darkness, that advantage would be reduced. The problem was reaching the lights. They were at least 12 feet overhead, well beyond my reach even if I stood on one of the benches. But the emergency supplies might include something that could reach them, or at least something that could be thrown with enough force to shatter the fluorescent tubes. Another gunshot rang out, this one aimed at the bench where I was hiding. The bullet punched through the thin metal and embedded itself in the concrete wall behind me. Vincent was getting impatient, and his shots were becoming more accurate as he closed the distance between us. I waited until I heard his footsteps moving away from the corridor entrance, then made my move. I sprinted from behind the bench, running low and weaving unpredictably to avoid giving Vincent a clean shot. Behind me, I heard him curse and fire again, but the bullet went wide. I reached the corridor and dove behind the metal shelving that lined the walls. The emergency supplies provided better cover than the bench, and more importantly, they gave me access to potential weapons. I could see crowbars, hammers, flashlights, and various tools scattered among the first aid kits and emergency food supplies. "Clever," Vincent called out from the main shelter area. "But you're just delaying the inevitable. That corridor is a dead end, and I have all the time in the world." He was right about it being a dead end, but he was wrong about having unlimited time. My emergency alert was still broadcasting, and sooner or later someone would respond to the signal. The question was whether help would arrive before Vincent managed to kill me. I grabbed a crowbar from the shelving and tested its weight. It was solid steel, about 3 feet long, with a curved end designed for prying and a straight end that could be used as a club. It wasn't much against a gun, but it was better than nothing. I also picked up a heavy-duty flashlight, the kind that used D-cell batteries and could serve as an effective weapon in close quarters. Vincent appeared at the entrance to the corridor, his silhouette backlit by the fluorescent lights in the main shelter area. He was moving cautiously now, aware that I was armed and desperate. The corridor was narrow enough that he couldn't easily dodge if I threw something at him, but it also meant I was trapped if he decided to simply wait me out. "Last chance, Marcus," he said, raising his pistol. "Come out now, and I'll make it quick. Stay hidden, and I'll make sure you suffer before you die." Instead of responding, I hurled the flashlight with all my strength, aiming for his head. He ducked, and the heavy metal cylinder struck the wall behind him with a loud crash. While he was dodging, I followed up with the crowbar, throwing it like a spear toward his center mass. The steel tool caught Vincent in the shoulder, spinning him around and causing him to fire wildly. The shot went high, shattering one of the fluorescent fixtures and sending glass cascading down onto the corridor floor. Sparks flew from the damaged electrical connection, and that section of the corridor was plunged into semi-darkness. I realized that the broken light fixture had given me an idea. If I could damage enough of the lighting, I could create the darkness I needed to even the odds. But first, I needed to deal with Vincent, who was recovering from the crowbar strike and bringing his weapon to bear again. I grabbed another tool from the shelving, A ball-peen hammer this time, and charged toward the corridor entrance. Vincent saw me coming and fired, but his injured shoulder affected his aim and the bullet struck the wall beside me. I reached him just as he was trying to line up another shot. The hammer caught him in the wrist, and I heard bones crack. His scream of pain echoed through the facility as the pistol flew from his grip, clattering across the concrete floor. We both dove for the weapon, but Vincent's injured arm slowed him down and I managed to kick the gun away before he could reach it. We grappled desperately on the concrete floor, Vincent fighting with the fury of a cornered animal despite his injuries. He was stronger than I had expected, and his knowledge of the facility gave him advantages even in hand-to-hand combat. He knew every corner, every obstacle, every surface that could be used for leverage. He managed to get his good hand around my throat and began squeezing. I could feel my air supply being cut off, and dark spots began dancing at the edges of my vision. In desperation, I drove my knee into his stomach, causing him to gasp and loosen his grip slightly. That gave me enough space to break free and scramble away from him. I could see his pistol lying near the base of one of the metal benches, maybe 15 feet away. Vincent saw it too, and we both lunged toward the weapon simultaneously. I reached it first, but Vincent tackled me from behind just as my fingers closed around the grip. We rolled across the floor, fighting for control of the gun, each of us trying to point it away from ourselves while directing it toward the other. The weapon fired during our struggle, the bullet striking the ceiling and bringing down more concrete and debris. During our fight, we had rolled near the damaged light fixture, and sparks were still falling from the broken electrical connection. I managed to grab Vincent by the collar and slam his head against the concrete wall, stunning him long enough for me to gain full control of the pistol. But instead of shooting him, I had a better idea. I aimed the gun at the remaining fluorescent fixtures and began systematically destroying them, plunging the facility into deeper and deeper darkness with each shot. Vincent, still dazed from hitting the wall, didn't immediately understand what I was doing. By the time he realized my strategy, it was too late. The main shelter area was now almost completely dark, lit only by the faint glow of emergency exit signs and the occasional spark from damaged electrical connections. In the darkness, Vincent's knowledge of the facility layout would be less important, and my desperation would be more valuable than his experience. I could hear him moving in the darkness, trying to orient himself and locate me by sound. But I had one advantage he didn't know about. I still had the heavy-duty flashlight I had dropped during our fight. If I could find it without making noise, I could use it to blind him temporarily while keeping myself invisible. The flashlight was somewhere near the corridor entrance, probably among the emergency supplies that had been scattered during our struggle. I moved as quietly as possible, feeling my way along the wall and trying to avoid the broken glass and debris that covered the floor. Vincent was moving too, and I could hear him searching for something in the darkness, probably looking for backup weapons among the emergency supplies, or trying to reach the steel door to prevent my escape. Either way, I needed to find that flashlight before he found whatever he was looking for. My hand closed around the familiar shape of the flashlight, and I carefully checked to make sure it hadn't been damaged during the fight. The lens was cracked but still intact, and when I pressed the switch, a bright beam cut through the darkness like a sword. Vincent was caught completely off guard. He was crouched near the kitchen area, apparently searching for knives among the supplies there. When the flashlight beam hit him, he threw up his hands to protect his eyes, temporarily blinded by the sudden brightness. I still had his pistol, and for a moment I considered simply shooting him. He was a serial killer who had murdered dozens of innocent people, and the world would be better off without him. But I couldn't bring myself to pull the trigger on an unarmed, wounded man, even one as evil as Vincent. Instead, I used the flashlight to keep him disoriented while I backed toward the corridor and the steel door beyond. "Stay where you are," I warned him. "Don't move, or I will shoot you." Vincent slowly lowered his hands, squinting against the flashlight beam. Blood was running down his face from where he had hit the wall, and his injured arm was hanging uselessly at his side. But his eyes still held that cold, calculating intelligence that made him so dangerous. "You think you've won," he said, his voice carrying clearly across the dark facility. "But you have no idea what you're dealing with. This facility, this operation, it's bigger than just me. There are others, other locations, other people involved. Kill me, and you'll never find them all." I didn't believe him. Vincent struck me as a lone wolf, someone whose narcissism wouldn't allow him to share credit for his achievements with others. But even if he was telling the truth, it didn't change what I had to do. I needed to get out of this facility, reach safety, and contact the authorities. "Maybe," I replied, continuing to back toward the corridor. "But that's a problem for the police to solve. Right now, I just want to get out of here alive." Vincent laughed, a sound that was somehow more chilling in the darkness than his earlier threats had been. "Go ahead and run," he said. "But remember this, Marcus. I know who you are now. I know your name, I've seen your face, and I know you're going to your brother's wedding. Even if you escape tonight, even if you bring the police here, I'll find you eventually. And when I do, I'll make you wish you had died in this storm." I ignored Vincent's threats and continued backing toward the corridor, keeping the flashlight beam trained on him while holding the pistol ready. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it echoing in my ears, but I forced myself to move slowly and deliberately. One mistake now could undo everything I had fought for. The corridor seemed longer than it had when I first entered the facility, and every step felt like it took an eternity. Behind me, I could hear the storm continuing to rage with undiminished fury. The wind was howling through the ridge above us, and debris was still striking the concrete structure with tremendous force. Whatever was happening outside, it sounded like the world was ending. Vincent remained crouched near the kitchen area, apparently content to let me leave rather than risk another confrontation. But I could see him watching me carefully, and I suspected he was planning something. Maybe he had other weapons hidden in the facility, or maybe he was waiting for me to turn my back so he could rush me in the darkness. When I reached the steel door, I faced a dilemma. Opening it would require putting down either the flashlight or the pistol, both of which I needed to keep Vincent at bay. The door handle was large and heavy, designed to be operated even while wearing thick gloves, but it still required both hands to turn properly. I decided to risk putting down the flashlight. I set it on the floor with the beam still pointing toward the main shelter area, then grabbed the door handle with both hands while keeping the pistol trained in Vincent's general direction. The handle turned easily, just as it had when I first arrived, and I felt cool air rushing in from outside. The sound that greeted me was unlike anything I had ever heard. The wind was screaming through the rocky ridge with such intensity that it sounded like a freight train passing overhead. Hail was still falling, though not as heavily as before, and I could hear it striking the concrete entrance like machine gun fire. Lightning was flashing constantly, illuminating the parking area in stark black and white. My car was still there, though it looked like it had been through a war zone. The windshield was completely shattered. The hood was covered with dents from hail damage, and tree branches were scattered around the vehicle. But the important thing was that it was still upright and didn't appear to have any major structural damage. Behind me, I heard Vincent moving in the darkness. I spun around, raising the pistol, but I couldn't see him clearly without the flashlight. The beam was still pointed toward the shelter area, but from my position at the door, it wasn't illuminating much. "Running into that storm is suicide," Vincent called out, his voice barely audible over the wind. "The tornado warning is still in effect and there are trees down everywhere. You'll never make it to the main road." He was probably right about the dangers outside, but staying in the facility with a serial killer was certain death. At least the storm was indifferent to my survival. Vincent was actively trying to kill me. I would take my chances with nature over a human predator any day. I picked up the flashlight and backed through the doorway, keeping both the light and the gun pointed toward the interior of the facility. The wind immediately tried to tear the heavy steel door from my grip, and I had to brace myself against the frame to maintain control. Rain was driving horizontally across the parking area, and the temperature had dropped at least 20 degrees since I had arrived. "This isn't over, Marcus," Vincent shouted from somewhere in the darkness. "I'll find you. I know who you are, and I'll track you down wherever you go." I slammed the steel door shut and immediately looked for a way to lock it from the outside. There was no external lock that I could see, but there was a heavy metal bar that could be dropped across the door to prevent it from being opened from within. I struggled against the wind to lift the bar into place, effectively trapping Vincent inside his own facility. With Vincent secured, I turned my attention to reaching my car and getting off this ridge before the storm got any worse. The parking area was littered with debris, and I had to dodge falling branches as I made my way across the gravel. The hail had diminished to pea-sized stones, but they were still falling fast enough to sting when they hit exposed skin. My car was in worse shape than I had initially thought. The windshield wasn't just cracked, it was completely destroyed, with only a few fragments still clinging to the frame. The driver's side window had also been shattered, and the interior was soaked from rain and melted hail. But when I turned the key, the engine started immediately. Driving down the ridge road without a windshield was terrifying. The wind and rain hit me directly in the face, making it almost impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. I had to drive by feel, following the gravel road as it wound down the hillside toward the main highway. Tree branches and debris were scattered everywhere, and I had to weave around obstacles that appeared suddenly in my headlights. Twice I nearly drove off the road entirely, saved only by the feel of gravel giving way to grass beneath my tires. The storm was still at its peak and visibility was essentially zero. I was driving blind through a war zone, guided only by instinct and desperation. When I finally reached Highway 36, I found it in chaos. Trees were down everywhere, power lines were sparking on the wet pavement, and abandoned vehicles were scattered along the roadside. But the road itself was still passable, and I could see other cars moving slowly through the debris field. I turned toward the nearest town, driving as fast as I dared through the obstacle course of storm damage. My phone had regained signal, and I immediately called 911. The dispatcher sounded overwhelmed, fielding calls from across the county about storm damage and missing persons, but she took my report seriously when I explained what had happened at the Thunder Ridge facility. "Sir, are you saying you were held at gunpoint by someone claiming to be a facility manager?" she asked, apparently having trouble processing my story. "Yes," I replied, shouting to be heard over the wind rushing through my destroyed windshield. "His name is Vincent something, and he's been using that fake storm shelter to murder travelers. He admitted to killing dozens of people over the past 12 years. There was a pause while the dispatcher consulted with someone else. "Sir, we're going to need you to come to the sheriff's station immediately. We're dispatching units to that location right now, but we need your full statement to proceed with the investigation." I agreed to meet them at the sheriff's station and continued driving through the storm-damaged landscape. It took me nearly an hour to cover the 15 miles to the county seat, navigating around downed trees and emergency vehicles responding to storm-related calls. By the time I reached the sheriff's station, the worst of the storm had passed, though rain was still falling steadily. The next few hours were a blur of interviews, statements, and evidence collection. Sheriff's deputies had reached the Thunder Ridge facility and found Vincent exactly where I had left him, trapped behind the steel door with multiple injuries. He had initially tried to maintain his cover story, claiming that I had attacked him without provocation, but the evidence against him was overwhelming. Investigators found Vincent's collection of driver's licenses from previous victims, along with detailed records of his activities dating back over a decade. The sleeping quarters were indeed cells designed to hold prisoners until Vincent decided how to dispose of them. Most disturbing of all, they found the cave system Vincent had described, along with evidence of human remains that had been disposed of in the underground waterways. The investigation ultimately confirmed that Vincent Hayes had been responsible for at least 23 murders over a 12-year period. He had used weather warnings and the isolation of rural Kansas to lure travelers to his facility, where he would rob, torture, and eventually kill them. The fake storm shelter had been the perfect cover, allowing him to operate without suspicion while providing an explanation for why people disappeared during severe weather events. Vincent was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The facility was demolished within 6 months of his arrest, and the entire ridge was sealed off to prevent anyone else from accessing the cave system. The state installed legitimate emergency shelters at several locations throughout the county, but none of them were built into isolated ridges where people could disappear without a trace. I made it to my brother's wedding nearly 12 hours late, arriving just as the reception was winding down. My family was relieved to see me alive, having spent the entire night worried about my safety during the storm. I told them I had been delayed by weather damage and car trouble, which was true enough. The full story would have ruined what was supposed to be a celebration, but the experience changed me in ways that took months to fully understand. I had come face to face with pure evil, the kind of predator who views other human beings as nothing more than prey to be hunted. Vincent had been right about one thing. When you're desperate for safety, you want to believe that help is real. But sometimes the most dangerous place is the one that promises protection. I learned to trust my instincts that night, to listen to the warning signals that my subconscious mind was sending even when my rational mind wanted to ignore them. Vincent's inappropriate cheerfulness, the too clean facility, the inconsistencies in his story, they had all been red flags that I initially dismissed because I wanted to believe I was safe. The storm that night had been dangerous, but it was honest in its hostility. Nature doesn't pretend to be your friend while planning your destruction. It was the human predator, hiding behind a mask of helpfulness and concern, who had posed the real threat to my survival. Sometimes I still think about that night, especially when severe weather warnings come across the radio. I remember the sound of Vincent's voice echoing through that concrete bunker, and I wonder how many other travelers had heard those same words in their final moments. How many people had trusted his smile and followed him into those locked sleeping quarters, never to be seen again. The fake shelter was gone now, demolished and sealed, but the memory of it would stay with me forever. It served as a permanent reminder that evil doesn't always announce itself with obvious warning signs. Sometimes it comes disguised as salvation, offering shelter from the storm while planning something far worse than anything nature could devise. In the end, I survived because I questioned what I was being told and trusted my instincts when something felt wrong. The storm had been terrifying, but it was Vincent's predatory smile that still haunted my dreams. Weather can kill you, but it doesn't take pleasure in your suffering. Only humans are capable of that kind of evil. The Thunder Ridge facility was supposed to provide safety from the storm, but it had become something far more dangerous than any tornado. It was a reminder that sometimes the most treacherous shelter is the one that promises to keep you safe while planning your destruction. In a world full of natural disasters and random violence, it was the calculated cruelty of human predators that posed the greatest threat of all. My name is Philip Reyes, and back in 1998, when I was working as a park ranger in Badlands National Park in South Dakota, something happened that still keeps me up some nights. I remember that summer as particularly hot and dry, the kind of heat that bakes into your skin and makes you question every career choice that led you outdoors. But I never told anyone that part. I'd been stationed there for a couple of seasons already, and I knew the trails, the lookouts, and the usual trouble spots well enough to walk them in the dark if I had to. The Badlands feel ancient, as though the rock formations and the endless grass prairies guard secrets older than anyone cares to admit. The wind can whisper through those jagged gullies all night long, and you'd swear it carried words from ghosts who once walked these same paths. The landscape itself seemed designed to swallow people whole. Mile after mile of eroded spires and sharp-edged canyons stretched in every direction, painted in colors that shifted from pale yellow to deep red depending on the light. During the day, the heat created mirages that made distant objects dance and shimmer. At night, the temperature dropped so fast your breath would fog, and the silence became so complete that your own heartbeat sounded like thunder in your ears. I wasn't the only ranger on duty that week. There was Marcus, an older fellow, about 55. A bit gruff, but he had a way of telling jokes so dry you might not realize he was joking until he smirked at you. Marcus had been working these lands for over 2 decades, and the sun had carved deep lines around his eyes that made him look like he was perpetually squinting at something in the distance. He knew every rock formation, every animal trail, every spot where tourists typically got themselves into trouble. We also had Karina, who had only been with us 3 months. She was younger than me by a couple years, whip smart, and kept a stash of salted peanuts in her jacket pocket that she always offered around. Karina had transferred from Yellowstone after what she called a personality conflict with a grizzly bear, though she never gave us the full story. She moved through the park with the careful awareness of someone who understood that nature doesn't negotiate. Then there was Diane from the visitor center, always well put together, calm even when some tourists decided to wander off the marked path wearing flip-flops and carrying nothing but a water bottle. Diane had this ability to smile warmly while simultaneously calculating exactly how much paperwork your stupidity was going to create for her. She'd been dealing with park visitors for 15 years, and nothing surprised her anymore. I got along with them pretty well. We weren't exactly best friends, but I liked them. They were good people. At that time, we were all just trying to make it through the season without too many incidents. The heat made everyone irritable, visitors and staff alike, and we'd already dealt with 3 heat exhaustion cases and 1 tourist who thought he could climb the formations in dress shoes. The park attracted all kinds. Photography enthusiasts came for the dramatic lighting. Geology students arrived with hammers and notebooks. Families drove through in air-conditioned cars, stopping at overlooks to snap quick pictures before retreating to cooler climates. And then there were the solo travelers, the ones who came seeking something they couldn't quite name, drawn by the vast emptiness and the promise of solitude. I think it was a Monday or a Tuesday. It doesn't really matter which. The days had started blending together in the oppressive heat. I was checking the overnight camping permits when I noticed a camper hadn't checked back in after heading out into one of the more remote areas. The guy had signed the visitor log the previous afternoon, Ivan Sterling from Chicago, and he had mentioned wanting to photograph some of the rock spires in the evening light. Ivan had seemed competent enough when I'd spoken with him briefly at the registration desk. Mid-40s, wearing proper hiking boots and carrying what looked like professional camera equipment. He'd asked intelligent questions about the best vantage points and seemed to understand the park's safety requirements. Not the type to do something stupid, which made his absence more concerning. Normally I'd give a late return a few hours before getting nervous, but something about that week had me on edge. The air itself felt charged, like the moments before a thunderstorm, except no storm came. Even the wildlife seemed agitated. Prairie dogs remained underground longer than usual. The few rattlesnakes we'd spotted were more aggressive, striking at shadows. The previous day, I'd found a deer carcass on a trail near an old maintenance shed we used for storing tools. That alone wouldn't be so strange, except the kill marks looked off. I know what coyotes and mountain lions do. I've seen their work dozens of times. This had no clear bite pattern I recognized, and there was a weird, almost surgical neatness to how the animal's torso had been opened. The ribs were spread wide but not broken. Something had known exactly where to cut. The deer's eyes were missing, but not in the way scavengers usually take them. These had been removed with precision, leaving clean sockets that stared at nothing. Its tongue was gone too, cut out at the root. No predator I knew worked that way. The whole scene felt wrong, like walking into a house where all the furniture has been moved 3 inches to the left. Everything looked normal until you paid attention. I didn't like thinking too hard about it. I figured maybe a poacher with a messed up sense of humor, or possibly some kind of ritualistic killing by someone passing through. People did strange things in remote places, thinking no one would ever find their handiwork. I made a note in my incident report and moved on, but the image kept returning to my mind unbidden. With Ivan not returning, I checked with Diane at the visitor center. She shrugged, said he hadn't come by and maybe he decided to camp overnight without filing the proper paperwork. It happened more often than people realized. Solo travelers sometimes got caught up in the experience and forgot about bureaucratic requirements. I mentioned the deer to her, describing what I'd found. She gave me one of those concerned looks, the kind people give when they think you're making too much out of too little. Could have been coyotes, she said, but her voice lacked conviction. They're adaptable hunters. Still, she offered to radio Marcus, who was patrolling near the perimeter roads. Marcus's voice crackled through the static, reporting that he hadn't seen any lone campers during his morning rounds. The radio connection cut in and out, which wasn't unusual given the terrain, but today it seemed more problematic than normal. We decided to keep an eye out, give it another day. The park's big after all, covering nearly 250,000 acres of rugged terrain. Ivan could be anywhere, and if he was experienced enough to ask the right questions, he was probably experienced enough to take care of himself. But as the afternoon wore on, I found myself checking the horizon more frequently, looking for movement that might indicate a returning hiker. The heat continued to build throughout the day, creating shimmering waves that distorted the landscape. By evening, the temperature gauge in the visitor center read 104 degrees Fahrenheit, the kind of heat that made you dizzy if you moved too fast, that sucked the moisture from your mouth before you could swallow. Ivan had been out in this for over 24 hours now. Even with adequate water, the conditions were becoming dangerous. As darkness fell, I stood outside the visitor center and listened to the night sounds beginning. Coyotes called from distant ridges, their voices echoing off canyon walls. Somewhere in the darkness, an owl hooted. Normal sounds, familiar sounds, but tonight they seemed different somehow. More urgent, more warning than greeting. I told myself Ivan would turn up in the morning, probably with some story about finding the perfect shot and losing track of time. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The feeling sat in my stomach like a stone, heavy and cold despite the lingering heat of the day. The Badlands had claimed another victim, and this time I had the terrible suspicion it wasn't going to be an accident. By the next afternoon, we still had nothing. No sign of Ivan Sterling, no radio contact, no word from any of the other rangers who might have spotted him. The heat had intensified, if such a thing was possible, and the air shimmered like water wherever you looked. Even the most experienced hikers would be struggling in these conditions. That's when I teamed up with Karina to do a proper search. Around noon, we packed some water, radios, first aid supplies, and emergency flares, then headed out on one of the lesser-used trails that led into a valley of strange rock pinnacles. The landscape here was particularly hostile, all sharp edges and hidden drop-offs, the kind of terrain that could break an ankle or worse if you weren't careful. Dust stuck to the back of my throat within minutes of leaving the air-conditioned visitor center. I tried to keep the mood light, making a few jokes about Karina's peanuts, how I'd kill for a proper sandwich instead of trail rations. She snorted and said, "If we find this guy, maybe he'll share his trail mix." We both knew we were stalling for comfort, putting off the moment when we'd have to face whatever we might find out there. The trail wound through a series of narrow passages between towering rock formations. These spires rose like ancient sentries, carved by millions of years of wind and rain into shapes that suggested faces when the light hit them wrong. Local Native American tribes had stories about these rocks, tales of spirits trapped in stone, watching eternally over the land. Today those stories didn't seem as far-fetched as usual. About a mile in, Karina motioned for me to stop. She pointed off trail where the dry grass parted as if something heavy had passed through. The vegetation was crushed down in a path maybe 3 feet wide, too wide for a deer but not quite right for a person either. We followed that path for about 5 minutes, moving carefully through the prickly pear cactus and scattered boulders. The trail led us down into a small depression surrounded by eroded walls. It was the kind of place that would be completely hidden from any main path, a natural amphitheater where sound seemed to get trapped and twisted. Here we found the first real sign of Ivan Sterling. His hat lay crumpled by a flat rock, the Chicago Cubs logo still visible despite a coating of dust and something that looked like dried blood. Nearby, his camera bag was shredded in a way I'd never seen before, as if something sharp but not quite natural had raked through the heavy canvas. The metal clasps were bent outward, the zippers torn completely off their tracks. I knelt down and examined the bag more closely. The memory card was still inside, along with an expensive digital camera, though the LCD screen was completely smashed. Whatever had attacked the bag hadn't been interested in theft. The equipment was worth thousands of dollars, but it had been ignored in favor of destroying the container. That suggested either an animal acting on instinct or something else entirely. Karina picked up the camera gingerly, careful not to disturb any evidence. "Think the memory card still works?" she asked. "Might tell us what happened." I nodded, though I wasn't sure I wanted to see what Ivan Sterling had photographed in his final hours. The camera's body was cracked but intact. If we could get it back to the visitor center, maybe Diane could figure out how to retrieve the images. But first, we needed to find Ivan himself. That was when we smelled it. An odor that clung to the hot air, thick and coppery. The unmistakable scent of blood mixed with something else. Something organic and wrong, like meat left too long in the sun. The smell made me swallow hard and breathe through my mouth, but that only made it worse because then I could taste it. We rounded a corner formed by 2 low ridges following the smell and the disturbed ground. The depression opened into a wider area where several animal trails converged near what had once been a seasonal water source. Now it was just cracked mud and scattered bones from previous kills. This was a natural hunting ground, a place where predators waited for prey to come to them. That's where we found him. Or what was left. Ivan Sterling was sprawled on the ground face down, his arms spread wide as if he'd been trying to crawl towards something. The back of his shirt was torn open in long, parallel strips, and the skin beneath. I had to look away after the first glance. There was a hush in the air, as if even the insects knew better than to make a sound in this place of death. Karina covered her mouth and took a step back, her face pale despite her tan. "Jesus," she whispered, then immediately looked around as if afraid something might have heard her. The silence was so complete that her voice seemed to echo off the canyon walls. I approached slowly, my boots scraping against the rocky ground with sounds that seemed unnaturally loud. Ivan was gone, that much was clear. His body lay twisted in a position that spoke of desperate struggle, of someone who had fought against something terrible and lost. The wounds on his back were deep, parallel cuts that suggested claws, but they were too precise, too evenly spaced. "Karina, radio Marcus," I said, trying to sound calm and professional despite the horror in front of us. My voice sounded distant, like I was eavesdropping on myself from across a vast space. The training kicked in: secure the scene, call for backup, preserve evidence. But training hadn't prepared me for anything like this. She tried the radio, but got nothing except static crackling with odd rhythms that almost sounded like voices. We were too far from the main station, trapped in a canyon that blocked most radio signals. The isolation suddenly felt oppressive, like being buried alive under tons of stone and sky. We looked at each other, and I forced a grin I didn't feel. "We'll head back," I said. "Tell the others, get proper backup out here." But even as I said it, I wondered if Ivan had thought the same thing before he died. If he'd planned to walk back to safety, maybe show off his photographs, never imagining he'd become prey in this ancient hunting ground. Karina nodded, looking pale. We started walking fast but careful, trying not to disturb the scene too much while putting distance between ourselves and the corpse. My heart hammered against my ribs, and my mind jumped from possibility to possibility. A mountain lion? But this was nothing I could match with a known predator. Mountain lions went for the throat, tried to break the neck with a single crushing bite. This was something else. The cuts on Ivan's body looked deliberate, methodical, like something had been taking its time, possibly keeping him alive longer than necessary. The thought made my skin crawl. What kind of animal played with its food? What kind of creature had the intelligence to torture and the patience to make it last? As we crested a small hill that would give us a view of the surrounding terrain, Karina stopped suddenly. She pointed at a distant figure standing near a rock outcrop about 200 yards away. I squinted, hoping it was Marcus coming to check on us. But the shape didn't look human. It stood too tall, maybe 7 feet, with limbs that seemed unnaturally thin and elongated. Its skin appeared colorless, a sickly pale gray that caught the sunlight in a strange way, making it blend into the pale rocks and dried grass around it. The thing's head seemed oddly shaped, too elongated, with a face I can only describe as wrong, as if pieced together from mismatched parts by someone who had never actually seen a human being. I couldn't make out eyes clearly from this distance, but I knew it was looking our way. Could feel its attention like a weight pressing against my chest. The silence was awful, broken only by the sound of our own breathing and the distant whisper of wind through the canyons. Everything else, the insects, the birds, even the ever-present rustle of small mammals in the brush, had gone quiet. Then it took a step. Not a graceful one, more like a stagger, but still deliberate. Its movement was wrong too, like a person learning to walk after a long illness, or something pretending to be human without quite understanding how human movement worked. The thing's joints seemed to bend in directions that made my eyes hurt to follow. That was enough for me. I grabbed Karina's sleeve and said, "We're leaving, now." My voice came out harsher than I intended, but the situation was rapidly moving beyond anything in our training manual. We weren't equipped to deal with whatever that thing was, and Ivan Sterling's fate suggested that confrontation would be a very bad idea. We started down another path, trying to make a wide arc back toward the main trail, while keeping the creature in sight. I heard Karina breathing shallow and fast beside me, trying to maintain the steady pace that would get us to safety without triggering a chase response from whatever was watching us. I tried to stay calm, but my throat felt tight and my hands were shaking. Every shadow looked like a potential hiding spot. Every rock formation could conceal an ambush. The familiar landscape had become alien and hostile, full of threats I couldn't identify or understand. Behind us, I knew without looking, the pale figure had begun to follow. Every so often I glanced back. The figure followed at a distance, never hurrying, just trailing us like it had all the time in the world. Its movement was hypnotic in its wrongness, a shuffle-step gait that covered ground faster than it should have. Sometimes it would disappear behind a rock formation or drop into a gully, but it always reappeared closer than before, as if it knew shortcuts through terrain we couldn't see. Karina whispered, "Is it still there?" without turning around. "Yeah," I said. "Don't look back, just keep walking." But the temptation was overwhelming. The thing exerted a pull on your attention, like trying not to look at a car accident or a house fire. Some primitive part of my brain insisted on keeping track of the predator, even though looking at it made my skin crawl and my vision blur around the edges. The creature moved with purpose, but not urgency. It reminded me of the way coyotes hunt rabbits, following at a distance until their prey exhausted itself trying to escape. The rabbit runs in panic while the coyote just trots along behind, knowing that eventually the smaller animal will collapse from exhaustion. Was that what was happening here? Were Karina and I the rabbits in this scenario? By late afternoon, we managed to circle back toward a known marker, a wooden post we'd installed to guide hikers toward the main trail system. The sun was beginning its descent toward the western horizon, and the quality of light was changing from harsh white to the golden tones that photographers loved. Under normal circumstances, this would be the most beautiful time of day in the Badlands. Now it just meant we were running out of daylight. I thought if we kept moving, we'd hit a spot where the radio could pick up a signal. Most of the park's communication dead zones were in the deeper canyons and narrow valleys. Once we reached higher ground or got closer to the main facilities, we should be able to call for help. Get Marcus and a proper search team out here to deal with whatever was following us. But as we approached the familiar wooden post, we found something that made my blood run cold. Marcus's hat was on the ground next to the marker, along with fresh scuff marks in the dirt. The hat was unmistakable, faded blue with a National Park Service patch and a distinctive tear in the brim from when he'd caught it on a barbed wire fence 2 years ago. Karina whispered, "That's Marcus's hat." I nodded, too scared to speak. The thought of Marcus being out here, possibly in trouble, tightened my chest like a vice. Marcus knew these trails better than anyone. He'd been working the Badlands since before I was born. If something had happened to him, what chance did Karina and I have? The scuff marks in the dirt told a story I didn't want to read. They showed signs of a struggle, boot prints scattered in all directions, gouges in the earth that suggested someone had been dragged. But there were other marks too, impressions that didn't match any footwear I recognized. They were elongated and deep, with what looked like claw marks at the front. Whatever had made them was heavy and moved on feet that weren't quite human. We followed the trail of disturbed earth for about 50 yards, moving through a stand of scattered juniper bushes that provided some cover from whatever might be watching. The late afternoon shadows were getting longer, creating a maze of dark patches that could hide anything. Every movement in my peripheral vision made me jump. That's when we found Marcus. He was slumped against a small juniper bush, his uniform torn and stained. There was no question about his condition. He wasn't breathing, and the pattern of those tears in his clothing matched what we'd seen on Ivan Sterling. But this was worse somehow, maybe because I'd known Marcus personally. He'd taught me about tracking, shared stories about his early days in the Park Service, complained about bureaucracy over coffee in the break room. I looked away, trying not to vomit. My hands shook as I reached for my radio, knowing it wouldn't work but needing to try anyway. Static filled the air, punctuated by odd clicking sounds that might have been interference or might have been something else entirely. Karina just closed her eyes and rubbed her forehead as if trying to wake from a dream. "This isn't happening," she murmured. "This kind of thing doesn't happen in national parks. We have protocols, we have procedures, but the evidence was right in front of us. Whatever was stalking us had already killed 2 people, and it showed no signs of stopping. The creature seemed to be working its way through the park staff methodically, picking us off one by one. That suggested intelligence, planning, and understanding of how we operated and where we'd be vulnerable. We had to keep going. Twilight was setting in, and the Badlands colors were shifting to deeper reds and purples as the sun sank toward the horizon. Normally I'd love that hour. It's beautiful, peaceful, the time when the desert comes alive with the sounds of nocturnal animals beginning their nightly activities. But now every dark patch felt like a potential hiding spot, every sound like an approaching threat. The creature was still behind us, I was sure, even if I couldn't see it at the moment. I could feel its presence like pressure between my shoulder blades, the sensation of being watched by something that meant harm. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and my peripheral vision seemed hyperactive, catching movement that wasn't there when I turned to look directly. We stumbled onto a small ridge that overlooked a dry creek bed carved deep into the landscape by ancient floods. I recognized where we were. If we followed the creek bed north for about a quarter mile, we'd hit an old maintenance shed where we stored emergency supplies and equipment. It wasn't much, but it had walls and a door that locked. More importantly, it might have tools we could use to defend ourselves. "Let's try the shed," I said quietly, pointing down into the creek bed. "Maybe we can find something useful there. Flare gun, radio with better range, something." Karina nodded. No jokes this time, no casual conversation to keep our spirits up. The situation had moved beyond pretense. We were in survival mode now, making decisions based on immediate necessity rather than protocol or procedure. We descended into the dry creek bed, slipping on loose pebbles and trying to move quietly despite the shifting rocks under our feet. The walls of the wash rose on either side, creating a natural corridor that would funnel any pursuit directly toward us. It was tactically stupid, but it was also the fastest route to shelter. Halfway down, I heard a strange scraping sound behind us, like claws on stone. I turned carefully, trying not to make any sudden movements that might trigger a chase response. There it was, perched on the ridge we just left, silhouetted against the darkening sky. From this closer vantage point, I could see more details that I wished I couldn't. The thing's skin wasn't just pale, it was translucent in places, showing dark veins beneath the surface. Its limbs were too long for its torso, giving it the appearance of something stretched on a rack. The face was the worst part, human enough to be recognizable but wrong enough to trigger every instinct that screamed predator. It tilted its head as if confused or curious, studying us like specimens in a laboratory. Then it dropped down onto all fours with fluid grace and slinked away behind a boulder, moving with the liquid motion of something that had never been bound by normal anatomy. I never saw it move too close, but I always knew it wasn't far. The creature seemed to understand the concept of psychological warfare, staying just close enough to maintain pressure without triggering an all-out flight response. It wanted us tired, scared and confused when it finally decided to close the distance. The maintenance shed sat in a small clearing where the creek bed widened, surrounded by the skeletal remains of cottonwood trees that had died during the last drought. As we approached, I noticed the door was slightly ajar, and the metal hasp that normally secured it was broken. That could mean anything. Vandals, curious animals, or something worse. Inside, we rummaged through the shelves and supply boxes by the light of my flashlight. The shed smelled of dust, motor oil, and something organic that made me gag. I found an emergency flare gun with 2 flares, which wasn't much but was better than nothing. Karina found a claw hammer and a heavy-duty flashlight with a metal case that could double as a club. The radio equipment looked promising until I tried to power it up. The battery was dead, and the backup generator wouldn't start. We were still on our own, still cut off from help, and night was falling fast. Through the small window, I could see stars beginning to appear in the darkening sky. The radio crackled once, making us both freeze in terror. A faint voice emerged from the static, maybe Diane calling from the visitor center, but we couldn't make out the words through the interference. I tried responding, calling her name and our location, but got nothing except dead air in return. The night was almost on us, and whatever was hunting us would have every advantage in the darkness. I lit a backup flashlight and aimed it out the door, scanning the creek bed and the slopes above. The beam revealed empty landscape, rocks and sparse vegetation, but I knew that didn't mean anything. The creature could be anywhere, watching and waiting for the right moment to attack. Karina paced inside the small shed, chewing on her knuckle in a nervous gesture I'd never seen before. "What the hell is that thing?" she whispered, half to herself. "It's not natural. It doesn't move like any animal I've ever seen." I had no good answer because I'd been thinking the same thing. The creature moved with intelligence, planned its attacks, seemed to understand human behavior well enough to exploit our weaknesses. But it wasn't human either. It was something else, something that belonged in nightmares rather than daylight reality. "We stick together," I said, trying to project more confidence than I felt. "Whatever happens, we don't split up and we don't let it isolate us." She nodded, gripping the hammer tighter. For a moment, I thought maybe we should just wait it out until dawn, try to last through the night in the relative safety of the shed. But I wasn't sure we could. The creature had shown remarkable patience so far, but that patience might not last forever. And I had a nightmare vision of Diane walking alone somewhere in the park, unarmed and unaware of what was stalking the trails. We had to make a run for the visitor center. It was several miles away through hostile terrain, but if we followed known trails and moved carefully, maybe we'd reach safety. Maybe we'd find other people or at least a working radio that could call for help. The decision made, we gathered our meager weapons and prepared to leave the shed. Outside, the night air brought some relief from the day's oppressive heat, but it also brought new sounds and new terrors. The familiar landscape had become alien in the darkness, full of ghosts and shadows that might or might not be real. The night air brought some relief from the heat, but also new sounds that made my skin crawl. The rustle of dry grass seemed amplified in the darkness, and every small noise echoed off the canyon walls in ways that made it impossible to determine direction or distance. My heart pounded in my ears so loudly I was afraid the creature would hear it and track us like a beacon. I kept expecting that pale shape to lunge at us from behind each rock formation, but it never did. Instead, it followed at a distance, its silhouette drifting in and out of view beneath the moonlight like a ghost moving between worlds. The patience it showed was almost worse than direct attack would have been. The waiting, the anticipation, the constant knowledge that death was stalking us through the darkness. We moved carefully along what I hoped was the main trail back toward the visitor center. In daylight, these paths were clearly marked and easy to follow. In darkness, even with flashlights, everything looked different. Landmarks became shadows, familiar rock formations turned into lurking monsters, and every turn could lead us deeper into danger rather than closer to safety. Once I couldn't stand the tension anymore and spun around, shining my flashlight straight back along our trail. I caught a glimpse of the creature about 50 yards behind us, caught in the beam like a deer in headlights. Its face was even worse up close, human features stretched and distorted, eyes that reflected light like an animal's but held an intelligence that was distinctly predatory. Its mouth hung open, showing teeth that were uneven and wrong. Some were flat like human molars, others were sharp like canine fangs, as if someone had randomly inserted different types of teeth into a skull that couldn't quite accommodate them. The overall effect was of something pretending to be human without understanding the details. I shouted something, maybe a curse, maybe just a wordless expression of terror, and the thing backed off immediately, slipping behind a boulder with fluid grace. The movement was too quick, too smooth, like watching a film played at the wrong speed. By the time I blinked, it had vanished completely, leaving me to wonder if I'd imagined the whole encounter. "Did you see it?" Karina whispered, her voice barely audible even though she was right beside me. "Yeah," I said, my own voice shaking. "Let's keep moving." We pressed on through the maze of canyons and ridges, following what I hoped were the right trails. The landscape played tricks in the darkness, making distances impossible to judge and directions uncertain. What should have been a 2-hour hike in daylight became an endless journey through a nightmare landscape where every shadow could hide death. By the time we reached a junction where several trails converged, Karina was limping badly. She'd twisted her ankle earlier when we scrambled down a loose slope, and the injury was getting worse with each mile. She leaned on me heavily, and I clutched the flare gun in my free hand, my finger on the trigger mechanism. "How much farther?" she asked, though we both knew I couldn't give her an accurate answer. Nothing looked familiar in the darkness, and the network of trails through this section of the park was confusing even in daylight. We could be 5 miles from safety or 50 yards from help. There was no way to tell. That's when we saw a faint glow in the distance, the warm yellow light of a battery-powered lantern somewhere ahead of us. Hope surged through my chest, followed immediately by caution. It could be another ranger, or a late hiker with camping gear, or it could be something else entirely. In our current situation, trust was a luxury we couldn't afford. We climbed out of a small gully and found the light source. A patrol truck parked by a trail intersection, its emergency beacon slowly rotating to mark its position. Inside the vehicle, barely visible through the windshield, was a human figure slumped against the passenger window. I approached the truck carefully, the flare gun raised and ready. Through the glass, I could see it was Diane from the visitor center, apparently asleep with her chin resting on her chest. She was alone, which was both a relief and a concern. Relief because she was alive and unharmed. Concern because she was isolated and vulnerable. I banged on the driver's side window, causing her to jump awake with a startled gasp. Her eyes were wide with confusion until she recognized my face in the flashlight beam. She immediately unlocked the doors and let us in, her expression shifting from relief to alarm as she saw the blood on my uniform and the look of absolute terror on Karina's face. "What happened?" Diane asked, starting the engine without waiting for a complete answer. "You both look like you've seen ghosts." "Drive," I said, trying to sound calm despite the tremor in my voice. "Just drive toward the main station. I'll explain on the way." The truck's engine roared to life, and Diane hit the accelerator hard enough to spray gravel from the rear wheels. We bounced down the dirt access road that led back toward the paved park roads and the relative safety of the main facilities. I kept looking out the rear window, half expecting to see something sprinting after us on legs that moved too fast for normal anatomy. But there was nothing visible in the truck's taillights, just the empty landscape rolling away behind us. The creature either couldn't match our speed, or it had decided to let us go for reasons I didn't want to contemplate. Maybe it was satisfied with the 2 kills it had already made. Maybe it was waiting for a better opportunity. Or maybe it was smart enough to know that direct confrontation with motor vehicles wasn't a winning strategy. As we drove through the night toward the main park facilities, I tried to organize my thoughts enough to give Diane a coherent report. How do you explain something that shouldn't exist? How do you describe an encounter with something that violated every assumption about predator behavior and anatomy? "There's something out there," I finally said, watching the landscape flash past in our headlights. "Something that killed Ivan Sterling and Marcus. It's not natural, Diane. It's not any kind of animal I've ever seen before." She glanced at me in the rearview mirror, and I could see the doubt in her expression. "What kind of animal?" she asked, her voice carefully neutral in the way people use when they think you might be having a breakdown. I tried to describe what we'd seen, but the words sounded insane even to me. A pale humanoid creature 7 feet tall with claws and mismatched teeth that stalked its prey with human intelligence but animal instincts. It sounded like something from a horror movie, not a national park incident report. Karina hadn't spoken since getting into the truck. She sat in the back seat, clutching the hammer like a talisman, staring out the window at the passing darkness. I wasn't sure if she was in shock or just processing what we'd experienced, but her silence was almost as unsettling as everything else that had happened. At the main station, I tried to report what had occurred, but nobody wanted to believe the details. They believed the deaths. Those were confirmed soon enough when the recovery teams went out the next morning. Ivan Sterling and Marcus were gone, their bodies bearing wounds that the medical examiner struggled to categorize. The authorities came within hours, turning the peaceful park headquarters into a command center buzzing with activity. State police, federal investigators, wildlife experts, and forensic specialists descended on the Badlands like an invading army. They asked me 100 questions I couldn't answer satisfactorily. "Did you get a clear look at the animal?" they asked. "What kind of predator leaves those markings? Are you certain about the height estimate? Could you have been mistaken about the behavior patterns?" I shrugged and gave vague answers, saying I didn't know because the truth would have ended my career and possibly my freedom. What else could I say? That I'd witnessed something that challenged everything we understood about biology and predator behavior, that there was a creature stalking the Badlands that might not be entirely natural. They found some tracks during the investigation, plaster casts that showed impressions unlike anything in the textbooks. The prints were elongated and deep, with claw marks that suggested something heavy and powerful. But the spacing between steps was wrong for any known species, and the depth of the impressions indicated a weight distribution that didn't match normal animal anatomy. The investigation lasted for weeks, bringing in experts from universities and government agencies I'd never heard of. They set up cameras, motion detectors, and recording equipment throughout the park's remote areas. They interviewed every staff member multiple times, looking for inconsistencies in our stories or evidence that we were covering something up, but they never found the creature itself. Whatever was hunting in the Badlands seemed to understand that it was being hunted in return, and it vanished completely. No more kills, no more sightings, no more evidence of its presence. The investigation gradually wound down as other cases demanded attention and funding. Within a few weeks, the park staff changed completely. They brought in new rangers, implemented additional safety protocols, and put out warnings about staying on marked trails. The official explanation focused on an unknown predator, possibly a hybrid or escaped exotic animal, that had since moved on to other hunting grounds. I was transferred to a desk job processing permit applications, which was probably for the best. My nerves were shot, and every rustle in the underbrush made me reach for weapons I wasn't carrying. Karina requested a transfer to a park in Florida, where the biggest predators were alligators you could see coming from a mile away. The investigation wrapped up with no official conclusions about what had killed Ivan Sterling and Marcus. The medical examiner's report listed the cause of death as trauma from unknown predator, which was accurate but incomplete. The wounds showed characteristics that didn't match any cataloged species, but that fact was buried in technical language that made it easy to ignore. I tried to convince myself it was over, that whatever had been hunting in the Badlands had moved on or died or simply faded back into whatever nightmare realm had spawned it. For a few months that seemed possible. Life returned to something approaching normal. Tourists came and went without incident. The new safety protocols worked exactly as intended, keeping visitors on marked trails and within sight of park facilities. But on quiet nights when I couldn't sleep, I found myself thinking about the creature's patience, its intelligence, the methodical way it had stalked and killed. Those weren't the behaviors of a simple predator acting on instinct. They suggested something that understood human psychology, that could plan and wait and choose its moments carefully. The Park Service provided counseling for the surviving staff, sessions with psychologists who specialized in trauma recovery. They were well-meaning people who wanted to help us process what they assumed was grief over losing colleagues and shock from discovering the bodies. But how do you explain to a therapist that you've seen something that shouldn't exist? I tried once, describing the creature in clinical terms as if it were just another dangerous animal. The counselor nodded professionally and suggested that extreme stress could cause hallucinations, that the mind sometimes created elaborate fictions to cope with overwhelming fear. She prescribed medication for anxiety and recommended additional sessions to work through my displaced trauma responses. The pills helped with sleep, but they couldn't erase the memory of those mismatched teeth or the sound of claws scraping against stone. They couldn't explain away the physical evidence we'd found or make the investigation reports disappear. Whatever I'd seen in the Badlands had been real, regardless of what psychology textbooks said about stress-induced hallucinations. Karina and I stayed in touch after her transfer, exchanging emails that danced around the subject we both couldn't stop thinking about. She never mentioned the creature directly, but her messages were full of references to being grateful for normal wildlife and appreciation for predators that followed expected behavioral patterns. She was having the same doubts I was, wondering if we'd really seen what we thought we'd seen. Then, about 6 months after the incident, she sent me a news article from Florida. A hiker had disappeared in the Everglades, leaving behind shredded equipment and mysterious tracks. The description of the scene was eerily familiar: surgical precision in the damage, evidence of methodical stalking, wounds that didn't match any known predator. "Does this sound familiar to you?" her email asked. "Should we report it?" Report what, exactly? That we suspected a creature we couldn't identify or prove existed had somehow traveled from South Dakota to Florida. That our sighting 6 months ago might be connected to a case 1,500 miles away. The authorities would think we were either attention-seeking or delusional, possibly both. But the pattern bothered me. Single victims in remote areas, always experienced hikers or outdoor professionals who should have known better. Equipment destroyed rather than stolen, wounds that defied categorization. and always the complete disappearance of the predator before investigators could arrive. I started following similar cases online, searching through missing persons reports and incident databases from national parks across the country. The pattern was there if you knew what to look for, scattered across decades and thousands of miles, always remote areas, always solitary victims, always the same inexplicable evidence left behind. The creature wasn't unique, or the same one was more mobile than anyone had imagined. Either possibility was terrifying in its own way. Multiple unknown predators suggested a species that had somehow avoided scientific classification despite leaving a trail of victims across the continent. A single creature that could travel such distances implied intelligence and planning that went far beyond animal behavior. I never saw anything in the Badlands again during my remaining time there, but I never felt safe either. Every solo patrol made me nervous. Every radio dead zone became a potential trap. The familiar landscape remained beautiful and peaceful, but it felt haunted now, full of ghosts and possibilities that conventional wisdom insisted couldn't exist. The transfer to desk work was probably inevitable. I'd lost the casual confidence that outdoor work requires, the ability to trust your environment and focus on immediate tasks. In the field, hesitation and paranoia could be as dangerous as any predator. Behind a desk, those same qualities just made me thorough and cautious in ways that supervisors appreciated. Years passed. I married a teacher from Rapid City and moved to a house with neighbors on all sides and streetlights that burned all night long. We had 2 children who grew up thinking their father was overly protective about camping trips and hiking excursions. I never told them why I insisted on group activities and marked trails, why I carried more emergency equipment than any sane person needed for a day hike. But sometimes, when the wind was right and the moon was dark, I'd stand in my backyard and listen to the night sounds from the direction of the Badlands. Most of what I heard was perfectly normal. Coyotes calling, owls hunting, the distant rumble of trucks on the interstate. But occasionally there would be something else. A sound that didn't quite fit the usual pattern of prairie night music. It could have been my imagination. Probably was my imagination, shaped by memories and fears that had never quite faded. The mind plays tricks, especially when you've seen things that challenge your understanding of what's possible. Trauma creates echoes that can last for decades, phantom sounds and shadow movements that exist only in damaged neural pathways. But on those nights when I heard the wrong sounds coming from the darkness, I would go inside and check the locks on all the doors and windows. I would make sure my family was safe and sleeping peacefully in their beds, and I would sit by the living room window with a cup of coffee and watch the empty street until dawn, remembering a summer when something terrible had stalked the ancient hunting grounds of the Badlands. The park still operates normally. Tourists come for the spectacular scenery and the sense of stepping back into geological time. Rangers give educational talks about erosion and fossil formation. Children learn about the creatures that once ruled these lands millions of years ago, long before humans arrived to build trails and visitor centers. Nobody mentions the incidents from 1998. The official records are buried in filing cabinets and digital archives that few people ever access. The new staff knows there were some wildlife incidents that led to improved safety protocols, but the details have become administrative footnotes rather than operational concerns. I'm retired now, living quietly and trying not to think about the things I saw during my last summer as a park ranger. Most days I succeed. I garden, read mystery novels, help my wife with her classroom projects, and enjoy visits from our grown children. It's a good life, peaceful and predictable in ways that I've learned to value, but I still follow the news from remote areas, still scan missing persons reports and incident summaries from national parks across the country. The pattern continues, subtle but persistent, scattered across years and geography in ways that make it easy to dismiss as coincidence. Always single victims, always remote locations, always evidence that doesn't quite fit the standard explanations. And I know that somewhere out there, in the wild places where civilization hasn't quite managed to impose its will, something continues to hunt. Something that understands patience and planning, that can wait decades between kills if necessary, that learned long ago how to avoid detection by creatures like us who think we understand the rules of predator and prey. The Badlands still whisper in the wind, still guard their ancient secrets beneath layers of stone and time. Most visitors hear only the beauty and peace of that vast landscape, but for those who listen carefully, who know what to look for in the patterns of disturbed earth and shredded equipment, the whispers carry warnings about things that shouldn't exist but do. I never rest easy thinking about that place. Not because of what I experienced there, but because of what might still be experiencing it, watching from the shadows as new rangers learn the trails and new visitors venture into the remote areas with cameras and day packs, and the casual confidence of people who believe they understand their place in the food chain. The ghosts of the Badlands are patient. They've been waiting for millions of years, and they can wait millions more. But patience doesn't mean passivity, and the ancient hunting grounds remember what they were before humans arrived to map trails and name landmarks. In the end, we're all just visitors in a place that was never meant to be safe. My name is Ayana, and I became a park ranger for all the wrong reasons. 3 years ago, I fled to Glacier National Park's most remote outpost, not out of love for nature or dedication to conservation, but because I needed to disappear. The position at Kintla Lake Ranger Station came with a warning that few applicants could handle the isolation. 6 months of winter with minimal human contact, accessible only by snowshoe or cross-country skis once the roads closed in November. Perfect for someone running from the wreckage of their former life. The job posting mentioned the cabin sat on the shores of Kintla Lake, 12 miles from the nearest maintained road. What it didn't mention was how the silence could become a living thing pressing against your eardrums until you heard sounds that weren't there, or how the trees seemed to lean closer to the windows during the long winter nights. I took the position because I needed the kind of solitude that only comes from being truly, completely alone. After watching my partner of 8 years die slowly from cancer, after the medical bills consumed our savings, after the lawyers explained that her family could contest everything we'd built together because we'd never legally married, I needed distance from humanity. The wilderness promised a clean slate, a place where grief couldn't follow. The first year proved me wrong about that. Grief follows you everywhere, especially to places where silence gives it room to grow. But by my second winter, something else began following me too. It started with the missing hikers. 3 separate incidents over the course of 2 months, all solo backpackers who'd filed proper permits and then simply vanished. Their camps were found intact, tents still staked, food still hanging properly in bear canisters, sleeping bags laid out as if they'd just stepped away for a moment. The search and rescue teams found no tracks leading away from any of the sites, no signs of struggle, no indication of what might have happened. Wildlife don't take people without leaving evidence, my supervisor Garcia told me over the radio during one of our weekly check-ins. And people don't just evaporate. But the strangest detail was the hunger. Each missing person had consumed every bit of food they'd brought, even the emergency rations that experienced backpackers typically save as a last resort. Their camp stoves showed signs of recent heavy use, with multiple empty fuel canisters scattered around the cooking areas. The investigators found wrapper after wrapper from energy bars, dried meals, and trail mix, far more food than any single person should have been carrying. Hypothermia can cause confusion, one of the search coordinators suggested. Maybe they got disoriented, ate everything they had, wandered off, but I'd spent enough time in the backcountry to know that hypothermia makes you want to sleep, not eat, and confused hikers leave tracks. The third disappearance happened at the end of January, just 2 miles from my cabin. I'd been the one to find Marcus Delacroix's campsite, following the coordinates his GPS beacon had transmitted before going silent. Everything about the scene felt wrong from the moment I approached on snowshoes, the soft whisper of powder the only sound in the pre-dawn darkness. The tent stood perfectly erected beside Kintla Creek, positioned exactly where an experienced winter camper would place it. Protected from wind but away from potential avalanche zones, Delacroix's gear was meticulously organized, his sleeping bag rated for temperatures well below what the Weather Service had recorded. This wasn't someone who'd made a fatal mistake. I called out his name as I approached, my voice swallowed immediately by the dense silence that only comes with heavy snow. The lack of response didn't surprise me, but the absence of tracks did. Fresh powder had fallen during the night, but not enough to completely obscure footprints. There should have been some sign of movement around the camp, some indication of where he'd gone. Inside the tent, I found the food situation that would become familiar over the next several investigations. Every wrapper, every container, every packet of instant oatmeal had been torn open and emptied. The small camp stove showed residue from multiple cooked meals, and scattered around the sleeping area were the remains of what must have been pounds of trail food. A single person couldn't have eaten that much in one night. But there was something else in Delacroix's tent that the previous sites hadn't contained. Scratched into the ground sheet with what looked like fingernails were 3 words, repeated over and over in shaky handwriting. Still so hungry. I'd photographed the scene, documented everything, and filed my report. The investigation concluded that Delacroix had likely suffered some form of psychological break, consumed his food supplies in a manic episode, and wandered off into the wilderness. Case closed, file sealed, questions left unanswered. That night, alone in my cabin, I'd sat by the wood stove trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The logical explanation felt wrong, but the alternatives were worse. I'd grown up hearing my grandmother's stories about the Wendigo, the cannibalistic creatures of Algonquin folklore that embodied the horror of winter starvation. But those were stories meant to teach children about the dangers of greed and hunger, not literal monsters lurking in national parks. Still, as I'd stared out my window at the lake's frozen surface, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the tree line. The darkness between the pines seemed deeper than it should have been, and twice I thought I saw movement where nothing should be moving. The next morning, I'd found tracks. They started at the edge of my property, where the cabin's clearing met the forest. At first glance, they looked almost human, bipedal, roughly the right size for a large person. But the spacing was wrong, too long for a normal stride, and the depth suggested something much heavier than any person should be. The tracks led from the trees to my cabin's front porch, where they circled the building 3 times before heading back into the forest. I'd followed them for nearly a mile before losing the trail on a rocky outcrop. Whatever had made them moved with purpose, never pausing or backtracking the way a confused animal might. The prints showed no sign of shoes or boots, just bare feet that seemed impervious to the sub-freezing temperatures. That afternoon, I'd called Garcia to report the tracks. He'd listened to my description with the patient tone of someone humoring a subordinate who'd been alone too long. Could be a moose, he'd suggested. Their tracks can look almost human in the right snow conditions. Moose don't walk upright, Garcia. Bears do sometimes, especially if they're injured or confused. I hadn't argued further. There was no point in trying to explain the feeling I'd had while following those tracks, the growing certainty that whatever had made them was intelligent, purposeful, and very interested in my cabin. Now, 6 weeks later, the disappearances had stopped, but my unease had only grown. The winter silence that had once offered comfort now felt oppressive, loaded with the weight of unseen observation. I'd started keeping my rifle loaded and within reach, though I wasn't sure what good it would do against something that could appear and disappear without leaving proper tracks. The sun was setting earlier each day as February drew to a close, and with the darkness came sounds that had no business existing in the wilderness. Scratching against the cabin's exterior walls that stopped the moment I grabbed a flashlight. Footsteps on the front porch that led nowhere when I worked up the courage to investigate. And always, just at the edge of hearing, something that might have been breathing just outside my windows. I'd started sleeping in 2-hour shifts, waking myself with a wind-up alarm to check the perimeter. During these midnight patrols, I'd begun to notice changes in the forest around my cabin. Trees that seemed closer to the building than they'd been the day before. Scratches on bark at shoulder height, too regular to be from normal wildlife. And most disturbing of all, the complete absence of animal tracks in areas where I should have seen rabbit prints, bird scratchings, or the trails of other small creatures going about their winter survival. It was as if something had scared away every living thing except me. Tonight felt different, though. The air carried a charge that reminded me of the moments before a severe thunderstorm, and the usual forest sounds, the settling of snow-heavy branches, the distant call of an owl, had been replaced by absolute silence. Even the wind had died completely, leaving the kind of stillness that makes you aware of your own heartbeat. I'd checked the weather forecast during my last radio contact with headquarters. No storms predicted, temperature holding steady at 15 below, clear skies expected for the next week. But something was coming. I could feel it in the way the shadows seemed to pool darker between the trees, in the way the lake's frozen surface reflected the moon with an almost greasy sheen. As I write this, sitting at my kitchen table with the rifle across my lap and every lamp in the cabin burning, I can see my own reflection in the windows, but sometimes, just for a moment, it looks like there are other faces looking back. Faces with eyes too wide for their skulls and mouths that hang open as if they're perpetually hungry. I've been thinking about Marcus Delacroix's final message, scratched into his tent floor with desperate fingernails. Still so hungry. What had he seen in those final moments before he disappeared? What had made him eat until there was nothing left and then venture out into the killing cold? The answer might be closer than I want to admit, because as I sit here, alone in my cabin with nothing but canned soup and trail mix in my pantry, I realize I've been eating more than usual lately. Much more. And despite consuming what should be a full day's worth of calories just since dinner, my stomach feels completely empty. Still so hungry. I didn't sleep last night. Around 3 in the morning, something began walking circles around my cabin. The footsteps were heavy enough to make the floorboards creak where they passed near the foundation, but light enough that I could barely hear them through the walls. Whatever was out there took its time, completing each circuit in exactly 12 minutes. I timed it after the fourth loop. I'd positioned myself in the kitchen with the rifle, using the window's reflection to monitor both the front door and the approach from the lake. Every 12 minutes, a shadow would pass across the glass, too tall and too thin to be human but moving with undeniable intelligence. It never paused, never investigated the windows or doors, just maintained that steady, measured pace like a predator testing the boundaries of territory. By dawn, my visitor had completed 27 circuits and then simply melted back into the tree line. When I finally worked up the courage to investigate, I found the same impossible tracks I'd discovered weeks earlier. Bare feet in the snow, spaced too far apart, pressed too deep into the frozen ground. But this time, there was something else. Scratched into the snow near my front porch, I found symbols. Not random marks or the chaotic scratchings of an animal, but deliberate patterns that looked almost like writing. The lines were precise, carved with what must have been claws or very sharp fingernails, and they formed repeating shapes that hurt to look at directly. When I tried to focus on them, my vision would blur and my head would begin to pound. I'd photographed the symbols before the morning sun could melt them, though the images came out strangely distorted. The camera seemed unable to properly capture the depth of the markings, making them appear flat and meaningless in the digital display. But in person, carved into the snow, they'd radiated a sense of significance that made my teeth ache. The symbols reminded me of something my grandmother had shown me once when I was maybe 10 years old. We'd been visiting the Tribal Cultural Center, and she'd pulled me aside to look at a display case containing artifacts from the 1800s. Among the beadwork and tools was a piece of birch bark covered in marks that looked similar to what I'd found in my yard. Angular, repetitive, deeply unsettling. "Wendigo warnings," she'd whispered, glancing around to make sure no one else was listening. Our ancestors would carve these near places where people had been taken, not to keep the creatures away, but to warn others that something hungry lived nearby. I'd asked her what the symbols meant, but she'd just shaken her head and moved me along to the next display. Later, when I'd pressed for more information, she told me that some knowledge was better left alone. Now, 23 years later, I understood what she'd meant. I'd spent the morning researching the symbols online, using the satellite internet connection that gave me sporadic access to the outside world. Most of my searches turned up nothing useful. Tourist websites about Native American culture, academic papers about pre-Columbian writing systems, conspiracy theory forums full of nonsense. But buried in a digitized collection of ethnographic notes from a 1920s anthropologist, I'd found a reference that made my blood run cold. The researcher, Dr. Benjamin Crowley, had documented similar markings during his study of Algonquin communities in northern Ontario. According to his notes, the symbols represented a warning system used to mark areas where Wendigo activity had been reported. The patterns weren't words in any conventional sense, but rather a form of spiritual notation that conveyed complex information about the nature and behavior of the creatures. Crowley's translation of the most common symbol grouping was particularly disturbing. "The hunger spreads to those who stay too long." I'd closed the laptop after reading that, my hands shaking slightly as I tried to process the implications. The scratches in my yard weren't random marks left by some confused animal. They were a message, and they were meant for me. The rest of the day passed in a haze of nervous energy and mounting dread. I'd checked and rechecked my supplies, inventoried my ammunition, and tested the radio connection to headquarters 3 times. Everything was functioning normally, but normal felt like a thin veneer over something much darker. By afternoon, I'd noticed the first physical changes. My appetite had become voracious. I'd consumed nearly a full week's worth of food since breakfast, emptying cans of chili and soup, devouring entire packages of crackers and trail mix, even eating raw oatmeal straight from the container. But no matter how much I ate, the gnawing hunger in my stomach only seemed to grow stronger. The sensation wasn't like normal hunger. It felt deeper, more fundamental, as if something inside me was consuming calories faster than I could replace them. My metabolism seemed to have shifted into overdrive, burning through energy at a rate that should have left me weak and dizzy. Instead, I felt hyper-alert, almost electric with nervous energy. I'd caught myself standing in front of the mirror in my bathroom, studying my reflection with growing alarm. My face looked thinner than it had just days earlier, my cheekbones more prominent, and my eyes slightly sunken. But the most disturbing change was in my teeth. They seemed sharper somehow, more pointed, and when I ran my tongue across them I could feel edges that hadn't been there before. By evening, I'd made a decision. I was going to leave. The isolation that had once felt like salvation now seemed like a trap. Whatever was happening to me, whatever connection existed between the missing hikers and the creature circling my cabin, I needed to get away from it before the changes progressed any further. I'd radio Garcia in the morning, report a family emergency or medical issue, anything that would get me transferred back to civilization. But as I'd begun packing my essential gear, I'd realized something that stopped me cold. I didn't want to leave. The thought of returning to the world of people and noise and artificial lights filled me with a revulsion so strong it was almost physical. The idea of eating processed food from a grocery store, of sleeping in a building surrounded by other humans, of existing in a place where the forest couldn't reach me, it all seemed wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. I belonged here now. The wilderness had claimed me, marked me, begun the process of transforming me into something that could survive in its deepest places. The hunger wasn't a symptom of something wrong. It was the first stage of becoming something right. That was when I knew I was in serious trouble. The rational part of my mind, the part that had been trained in wilderness safety and emergency response, was screaming warnings about psychological breaks and isolation-induced psychosis. But that voice was getting quieter each day, overwhelmed by the growing certainty that this place had something to teach me, something that required me to stay and listen. Night was falling again, and with it came the familiar charge in the air that preceded my visitors' nightly rounds. I'd positioned myself at the kitchen table with my journal, the rifle, and a fresh pot of coffee, preparing for another sleepless vigil. But this time, I'd made a different decision. Tonight I was going to go outside. The idea had come to me as I'd watched the sun disappear behind the mountains, painting the snow-covered landscape in shades of purple and black. For 2 nights I'd cowered inside my cabin while something walked circles around me, marking my territory with symbols I was only beginning to understand. But hiding wasn't providing answers, and answers were what I needed if I was going to survive whatever was happening to me. I'd loaded the rifle with soft-point rounds designed for large game, though I suspected bullets wouldn't be particularly effective against something that might not be entirely physical. The camera was charged and ready, and I'd written a detailed account of everything that had happened so far. If I didn't survive the night, at least someone might eventually piece together the truth. As I write these words, I can hear the first footsteps beginning their circuit around the cabin. Slow, deliberate, patient. My visitor has returned, and this time I'm going to meet it face to face. The hunger is getting worse. I've eaten everything in my emergency supplies, and I'm starting to eye the leather straps on my snowshoes with genuine interest. That should terrify me more than it does, but the strangest thing is that I'm not really afraid anymore. Fear has been replaced by a gnawing curiosity, a need to understand what's happening to me that's almost as strong as the need to feed. The creature outside isn't my enemy, it's my teacher. And tonight, I'm finally ready for my first lesson. I can hear it stopping at the front door now, the footsteps pausing for the first time in 2 nights. It knows I'm ready. It can sense the change in me, the readiness to accept what I'm becoming. Time to go outside. I should be dead. Instead, I'm sitting in my cabin as the sun rises over Kintla Lake, and I'm trying to remember how to be human. Last night changed everything I thought I knew about myself, about the world, about the thin boundaries between civilization and the wild things that hunger in the darkness. When I stepped outside to meet my midnight visitor, I'd expected to find a creature. What I found instead was a teacher. She stood at the edge of the tree line, just visible in the moonlight that reflected off the snow. At first glance, she might have been human, tall, gaunt, with long dark hair that hung in tangled sheets around her shoulders. But the proportions were wrong. Her limbs were too long for her torso. Her fingers extended into claws that curved like black knives. And when she turned to look at me, her eyes reflected the light with an animal gleam. But the most unsettling thing about her wasn't her appearance. It was the recognition. I knew her face, even transformed by hunger and the wild. Rebecca Tanner, a wildlife biologist who disappeared in this area 3 years ago. Her case file had been one of the first I'd reviewed when I took the job. A respected researcher with 15 years of backcountry experience who'd simply vanished during a routine survey. The search teams had found her base camp, but no trace of Rebecca herself. Now I knew where she'd gone. "You're hungry," she said, and her voice carried the sound of wind through dead branches. "I can smell it on you. The change has already started." I'd raised the rifle, though my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't have hit anything. "Stay back. I don't want to hurt you." She'd laughed, a sound like breaking ice. "You can't hurt me, and even if you could, you won't, because you understand now, don't you? The hunger isn't something that happens to you, it's something you become." She was right. Standing there in the freezing night air, looking at what Rebecca Tanner had become, I felt a terrible sense of rightness. This was evolution, adaptation, the natural result of spending too long in places where human rules didn't apply. The wilderness had claimed her, transformed her, made her into something that could survive where ordinary people could only starve. The others, I managed to say, the missing hikers, what happened to them? They fed us, Rebecca replied simply, or they became us. The choice was theirs, though most don't realize they're choosing until it's too late. She'd begun walking closer, her movements fluid despite the unnatural length of her limbs. You're different though. You came here already broken, already empty. The hunger found good soil in you. I'd wanted to deny it, to insist that I was still human, still in control. But the words wouldn't come, because she was right. The grief and isolation that had driven me to this remote posting had hollowed me out, left me vulnerable to something that fed on emptiness itself. What do you want from me? I'd asked. Nothing, Rebecca had said, stopping just outside arm's reach. I want to give you something. The same gift I was given when I realized that my old life was too small for what I was becoming. She'd extended one clawed hand toward me, palm up. In the moonlight, I could see symbols carved into her skin, the same angular patterns I'd found scratched in the snow. They seemed to move as I watched, shifting and reforming like living things. Touch them, she'd said. Learn what we learned. Understand what the hunger really means. I should have run. Every instinct screamed at me to back away, to retreat to my cabin, to radio for help. But a stronger compulsion held me in place. The hunger that had been growing in me for weeks had reached a crescendo, and I knew that normal food would never satisfy it again. I'd reached out and pressed my palm against hers. The world had exploded into sensation. Images flooded my mind, memories that weren't mine, experiences that belonged to creatures who had once been human. I saw Rebecca's transformation, felt her first taste of human flesh, experienced the ecstatic moment when she'd realized that she was no longer bound by the limitations of her original form. But I also saw older memories, stretching back decades. Other park rangers, other researchers, other people who'd come to the wilderness seeking solitude and found something much more profound. Each one had faced the same choice: resist the hunger and eventually become its prey, or embrace it and join the ranks of those who fed in the darkness. The Wendigo weren't monsters, I understood now. They were graduates. The visions had lasted only moments, but they'd felt like hours. When I'd finally pulled my hand away from Rebecca's, I could feel the symbols beginning to etch themselves into my palm, carving themselves into my flesh with a burning sensation that was somehow pleasurable. Now you know, she'd said. The hunger isn't a curse. It's a promotion. She turned to go but paused at the edge of the tree line. There are others like us throughout the park. We don't hunt in groups. The hunger makes us territorial. But when winter ends and the tourists return, you'll need to feed. Choose carefully. Some will fight, and fighting spoils the meat. Others will come willingly, once they understand what you're offering them. I'd stood there in the snow for another hour after she'd disappeared, staring at the symbols burning themselves into my palm. The markings were beautiful in their complexity, and as they completed their pattern, I'd felt something fundamental shift inside me. The endless gnawing hunger that had been consuming me was replaced by a different sensation, not satisfaction exactly, but potential, like a seed that had finally been planted in fertile soil. When I'd finally returned to my cabin, I'd found that my appetite had changed completely. The canned goods and processed food that had sustained me for months now smelled artificial and wrong. My body craved something fresher, something that had been alive when the hunger took it. I'd spent the rest of the night examining my reflection in the bathroom mirror, watching the changes progress. My teeth were definitely sharper now, more suited to tearing than chewing. My fingernails had grown longer and harder, developing points that could serve as claws. Most significantly, my eyes had begun to reflect light differently, developing a silvery sheen that would help me hunt in the darkness. The physical transformations should have terrified me, but instead they felt like corrections. Like my body was finally becoming what it had always been meant to be. Now, as I write this in the morning light, I'm making plans. Rebecca was right about the tourists. Spring would bring hundreds of hikers into the backcountry, most of them inexperienced and poorly prepared. They would get lost, run out of food, make the kinds of mistakes that left them vulnerable to things they didn't understand. I would be there to help them, of course. That was my job as a park ranger. But my definition of help had broadened considerably. Some of them would simply disappear, adding to the statistics of people who vanished in the wilderness each year. Their remains would never be found, and their families would spend years wondering what had happened. But a few, The ones who showed potential, who carried their own emptiness and hunger, would be offered the same choice I'd been given. The thought of leading tourists into the woods, of teaching them about the wilderness in ways they'd never imagined, filled me with an anticipation that was almost sexual in its intensity. I was becoming something magnificent, something perfectly adapted to survive in places where normal humans could only struggle and die. But first, I needed to practice. The symbols on my palm were glowing faintly in the morning light, and I could feel them calling to others of my kind. There were 3 more Wendigo within a 20-mile radius, all of them former park employees who'd made the same transformation I was undergoing. Tonight, we would hunt together for the first time, and I would learn the techniques that would serve me through the long years ahead. My radio has been crackling with static all morning, and I suspect that Garcia is trying to reach me for our weekly check-in. I'll need to respond eventually to maintain the fiction that I'm still the same person who took this job 3 years ago. But the voice he hears will belong to something that understands the wilderness in ways he could never imagine. The hunger is changing again, becoming more focused and purposeful. I can sense prey moving through the forest. Small animals mostly, but there's something larger about 15 miles northeast. Something that smells like fear and desperation and bad decisions. Someone who needs my help. Time to go to work. 3 months have passed since I became what I was always meant to be, and I've learned that the hunger is not just about feeding, it's about teaching. The missing persons reports have multiplied throughout the spring and early summer. 16 people have vanished in Glacier National Park since the tourist season began. Their disappearances scattered across enough area to avoid drawing too much attention from the authorities. The official explanations vary. Bear attacks with the bodies dragged away, falls into hidden crevasses, simple cases of getting lost in one of the continent's largest wilderness areas. The truth is both simpler and more complex. Each person who disappeared made a choice, though most didn't realize they were choosing until the moment arrived. I've become skilled at reading the signs, which hikers carry the kind of spiritual emptiness that makes them candidates for transformation, and which ones are too rooted in their human existence to successfully make the transition. The failures are necessary but regrettable. Their flesh nourishes us, but it's the successes that validate the work we're doing. 7 people have joined our community since spring, each one discovering that their old life had been a preparation for something much more meaningful. But tonight is different. Tonight, I'm expecting a visitor who will test everything I've learned about the nature of hunger and choice. Her name is Dr. Jennifer Valdez, and she's a forensic anthropologist sent by the FBI to investigate the recent disappearances. According to her file, which I'd accessed through the Park Service database, she specializes in cases involving unusual predation patterns and unexplained deaths in wilderness areas. She's worked on similar cases in Alaska, Montana, and northern Canada, building a reputation for finding explanations where others see only mysteries. She suspects the truth, I think. Her research background includes extensive study of Native American folklore, particularly stories about cannibalistic creatures and wilderness spirits. She's probably one of the few federal investigators who would even consider the possibility that something like us exists. That makes her dangerous. But it also makes her perfect. I've been watching her for 3 days now, ever since she arrived at the park headquarters and began coordinating with the local search and rescue teams. She moves through the wilderness with the confidence of someone who understands its dangers, but there's something else in her manner. A hunger for answers that mirrors my own transformation in subtle ways. She's alone out here tonight, having separated from her team to investigate what she thinks is a promising lead. Her GPS shows her position about 2 miles from my current location, moving steadily toward a section of forest where we've been particularly active recently. She's following a trail of evidence I helped create, breadcrumbs designed to lead her exactly where I want her to go. The others think I'm making a mistake. Rebecca and the 2 newest members of our community have argued that Valdez poses too much of a threat to approach directly. They want to eliminate her quickly and quietly, another tragic disappearance in a landscape that claims dozens of lives each year. But they don't understand what I've seen in her research, what I've recognized in the way she studies the evidence we've left behind. Dr. Jennifer Valdez isn't just hunting monsters. She's hunting meaning, purpose, answers to questions that have been gnawing at her for years. The hunger has already begun its work on her. She just doesn't know it yet. I can smell her approach now. The scent of determination mixed with the subtle aroma of someone who's been eating poorly and sleeping less. She's driving herself to exhaustion in pursuit of the truth, consuming her own reserves in ways that mirror our physical transformation. The boundary between hunter and prey has always been thinner than most people realize. My cabin is dark, the windows covered with blankets to create the appearance of abandonment. Valdez will find evidence of my presence. Carefully placed signs that tell a story of gradual descent into madness and eventual disappearance. Food wrappers scattered around the kitchen, journal entries describing increasing paranoia and hallucinations. A final note suggesting that I've decided to venture into the wilderness for one last patrol. She'll piece together a narrative of another park ranger who'd simply snapped under the isolation, becoming either another victim or possibly even the perpetrator she's seeking. Either conclusion will draw her deeper into the forest, following tracks I've left that will lead her to a clearing where the others are waiting. But I'm going to intercept her first. The snow has returned early this year, dusting the ground with a thin layer that makes tracking easier. I can follow her progress by the beam of her flashlight cutting through the trees, hear her boots crunching through the frost-covered undergrowth. She's moving carefully but not fearfully, the sign of someone who's spent enough time in dangerous places to develop proper caution without being paralyzed by it. Perfect. I've positioned myself along her route, in a grove of ancient pines where the shadows are deep enough to hide my transformed appearance until I choose to reveal it. The symbols carved into my palm have grown more complex over the months, spreading up my arm in intricate patterns that pulse with their own inner light. My physical changes have progressed as well. I'm taller now, my limbs elongated to match the proportions of the older Wendigo. My senses sharpened to levels that make the darkness as clear as daylight. But the most significant change has been in my understanding of what we really are. We're not monsters or curses or punishments for human hubris, we're evolution in action. The wilderness's answer to a species that has forgotten its proper place in the natural order. Every person who joins us represents a step toward a future where humanity and nature exist in proper balance. Dr. Valdez is approaching the grove now, her footsteps slowing as she notices the carved symbols I've left on several tree trunks. She's seen markings like these before. Her research into similar cases has familiarized her with the warning signs that traditional communities once used to mark dangerous areas. But academic knowledge is different from direct experience, and I can hear her breathing quicken as she realizes she's found something significant. She stops at the edge of the clearing, playing her flashlight beam across the symbols while she reaches for the satellite phone clipped to her belt. Smart woman. She wants to document her location and findings before proceeding further. That's when I step out of the shadows. Dr. Valdez, I say, my voice carrying the harmonic resonance that all Wendigo develop after the transformation completes. I've been waiting for you. She spins toward me, the flashlight beam catching my face. I see her expression shift from surprise to recognition to horror as she processes what she's looking at. She knows who I am, or who I used to be. My personnel file was part of her investigation, and she's studied enough missing persons cases to recognize the pattern of park employees who disappear and return changed. Ranger Ayana, she says, her voice steady despite the shock. Her hand moves slowly toward the pistol holstered at her hip. You've been missing for 3 months. People have been looking for you. I haven't been missing, I reply, taking a step closer. I've been learning. The same way you're about to learn. She draws the weapon, a sensible precaution that shows she understands the gravity of her situation. But I can smell the hunger on her now, the deep exhaustion that comes from years of chasing answers that always seemed just out of reach. She's spent her career studying cases like mine, building theories about what drives people to extremes in isolated environments. Now she has the chance to understand from the inside. You're the one who's been taking them, she says. The missing hikers, the other park staff, you're some kind of teacher, I complete for her. The word you're looking for is teacher, though your academic background probably prefers Wendigo. I see the recognition flash in her eyes. She spent years studying the folklore, collecting stories from indigenous communities about the cannibalistic spirits that haunted the northern forests. But folklore has a way of diminishing the truth, turning profound spiritual realities into simple monster stories. The people who disappeared, she continues, keeping the gun trained on my center mass. What did you do to them? I offered them a choice, I explain. The same choice I'm offering you. Continue living a life that's too small for your real potential, or become something magnificent. Her finger tightens on the trigger, but she doesn't fire. The investigator in her needs to understand what she's dealing with before she acts. That hesitation is exactly what I'm counting on. You're a forensic anthropologist, I continue. You study death, decomposition, the ways bodies tell stories after life ends. But you've never really lived, have you, Dr. Valdez? You've spent your entire adult life examining the remains of other people's experiences. The words hit their mark. I can see the recognition in her eyes, the acknowledgement of a truth she's probably never admitted to herself. Her career has been built around understanding violence and tragedy from a safe distance, never fully engaging with the brutal realities she studies. The hunger isn't just about food, I tell her. It's about finally allowing yourself to feel everything you've been keeping at arm's length. The fear, the pain, the ecstasy of survival, all of it becomes part of you. She's listening now. The gun still raised, but her attention focused on my words. The symbols on my arm are glowing brighter, responding to her proximity and the choice that's building in the space between us. I know what you're thinking, I continue. You're wondering if this is some kind of psychological break, if isolation and stress have driven me to create an elaborate delusion. But you've studied enough cases to recognize the patterns, the physical evidence, the way people like us move through the world. I extend my hand toward her, palm up, the carved symbols clearly visible in the flashlight beam. Touch them, I say. Let me show you what we really are. For a moment, I think she's going to shoot. Her training, her rational mind, everything that makes her human is screaming at her to pull the trigger and end this confrontation. But something deeper holds her back. The same hunger for understanding that has driven her career, now focused on a mystery she can only solve by becoming part of it. She reaches out with her free hand, her fingers hovering inches above my palm. Will it hurt? She asks. Yes, I admit. But you'll never be hungry again. Dr. Jennifer Valdez makes her choice. The transformation begins immediately, the symbols flowing from my skin to hers like living light. She drops the gun as the visions flood her mind, all the knowledge and memory of our kind, the understanding of what she's becoming and why it's necessary. Her scream echoes through the forest, a sound of pain and birth and terrible joy. By morning, there will be another missing person report filed with the federal authorities. Dr. Valdez will join the growing list of investigators who vanished while pursuing cases in America's remote wilderness areas. Her colleagues will theorize about accidents and foul play, never suspecting that she found exactly what she was looking for. But tonight, as her body begins its magnificent transformation, I'm already thinking about next season's visitors. The hunger has taught me patience, and there are so many more people out there who need our gift. The wilderness is vast, and there's room for all of us who are brave enough to become what we were always meant to be. Still so hungry, always so hungry, and that's exactly as it should be. There's a fine line between a good day in the field and a day that goes to hell. I'd had plenty of the first kind, enough to think maybe I was overdue for the latter. The year was 2007, a year after my third divorce finalized. You'd think after 3 rounds you'd get a little smarter about it, but no. You'd just get more tired. The paperwork sat in my desk drawer at home, another reminder that I wasn't cut out for sharing my life with someone else. My ex-wives had all said the same thing in different ways. I was married to these woods more than I could ever be to them. Maybe they were right. I'd been working as a park ranger up in the Adirondacks in upstate New York for a little over a decade at that point. The job had a simple rhythm, something I liked, a little solitude, a little paperwork, and more than enough fresh air to keep your lungs happy. That morning started like any other. I'd woken before dawn, made coffee strong enough to dissolve the spoon, and watched the sun crawl over the mountains from my cabin porch. The autumn air had that bite to it, the kind that tells you winter isn't asking permission to arrive. Leaves had already started to surrender their green for fiery oranges and reds. Tourist season was winding down, and I was looking forward to the quiet months ahead. I was midway through my second cup when the radio crackled. Most calls were routine. Hikers asking about trail conditions, reports of minor injuries, the occasional lost kid who'd wandered off at a campsite. But the moment I heard Gary's voice, I knew this was different. Jim? You there? His tone was tight, professional. Gary wasn't one for dramatics, which made the edge in his voice all the more noticeable. I'm here. What's up? Got a situation. Couple checked in at Black Rock Station yesterday morning for a day hike. Cars still in the lot, no sign of them returning. Trail they were taking goes through your sector. My sector. Just great. The most remote corner of the park. Dense forest, overgrown paths, cliffs that seemed to come out of nowhere. The works. Cell reception was non-existent, and the trails were more suggestion than reality in some parts. Most tourists avoided it, scared off by the difficulty ratings and warnings at the visitor center. The ones who did venture in were usually experienced hikers, which made this situation more concerning. Names? Description? I was already moving, gathering my gear while Gary filled me in. Mark and Sheila Tanner, mid-30s, from Boston. He's about 6 foot, dark hair, she's shorter, blonde, Both experienced hikers, according to the log, should have been back before dark yesterday. Something cold settled in my stomach as I pulled on my jacket. Experienced hikers. That meant either they'd gotten cocky or something unusual had happened. Neither option was good. Weather turn on them? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Yesterday had been clear, calm, perfect hiking weather. Negative. And they had all the right gear, according to the checkpoint. Gary paused. There's something else. Guy at the station said they asked about the hollow. I felt my jaw tighten. The hollow was what locals called a particularly dense section of forest near the northern ridge, old logging territory, abandoned nearly a century ago. The place was rife with hidden sinkholes, unstable ground, and the kind of darkness that persisted even at high noon. But what made my skin crawl wasn't the terrain. It was the stories. They go up there? That's what we need to find out. I've got a team starting from the main trail, but I need you to cut through your section, see if you can pick up their trail near Blackwater Creek. If they tried to shortcut through the hollow, he didn't finish. He didn't need to. I grabbed my pack, extra water, first aid kit, flares, and flashlight. Almost as an afterthought, I reached for my service pistol. Not standard for search and rescue, but something about this call had my nerves firing. 20 years in these woods teaches you to listen to that feeling. I'm heading out. Will radio when I find something, not if, when. Because in my experience, you always find something. It's just rarely what you're hoping for. The morning air carried a chill that cut through my jacket as I made my way toward Blackwater Creek. Birds that should have been singing their morning songs were strangely quiet, and the usual rustling of small animals in the underbrush was absent. Just the wind in the trees, whispering secrets I couldn't quite catch. About an hour into the trail, things started to feel off. The forest had gone quiet in that way that raises the hair on your neck. I've spent most of my adult life in these woods, and you develop a sense for when something isn't right. It's like the forest itself tenses up. I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone. Now, I don't mean the usual stuff, animals rustling in the underbrush or the wind playing tricks on you. No, this was something more deliberate. Almost like I was being tracked, if that makes any sense. I stopped, pretending to check my map while scanning the trees around me. Nothing moved. No birds called. Just the soft sighing of wind through pine needles and the occasional distant crack of a branch settling, but the feeling persisted. Eyes on my back, watching, waiting. Get it together, Jim, I muttered to myself, folding the map. I'd had my fair share of moments where the woods get under your skin. Dark humor usually helps with that. But this time, no punchline, no relief. Just the unshakable sensation of being observed. I pressed on, following the creek upstream. The water ran dark here, stained by tannins from the forest floor, moving sluggishly between moss-covered rocks. The path narrowed, forcing me closer to the water's edge. That's when I saw it, a flash of blue against the brown and green of the forest floor. I approached cautiously, a backpack partially buried under a mound of leaves, like someone had tried to hide it. The nylon was torn in places, mud-caked in others. I crouched down, gloves on, and carefully pulled it free. Inside were clothes, 2 water bottles, and a map of the park. All of it soaked, dirty. The kind of dirty that says it's been out here longer than a night. And there was blood. Not a lot, but enough to make me pause. Dark brownish stains on a man's flannel shirt. I radioed Gary, my voice lower than usual. Found a pack about a mile up Blackwater Creek. Looks like it belongs to our missing hikers. Signs of blood, but not much. You see any tracks? Gary's voice crackled through. Nothing clear. Ground's too rocky here. I didn't mention the feeling of being watched. Gary was a by-the-book ranger. He dealt in facts, not feelings. I'm about an hour out with the search team. Hold position if you can. Negative. I'm going to push ahead. They might still be alive out here. I didn't wait for his response before clipping the radio back to my belt. Standard protocol would be to secure the area and wait for backup, but something told me time was precious here. I marked the location of the backpack on my GPS and continued upstream. The path grew more challenging, choked with fallen trees and undergrowth that seemed determined to block my way. Sweat soaked my shirt despite the cool air, and my breathing came harder as I climbed. The creek narrowed, becoming more of a trickle than a proper stream, until it disappeared entirely into the rocky ground. I checked my position. I was nearing the edge of the hollow now, where the land dipped suddenly between 2 ridges. The forest ahead grew denser, older, Trees twisted into unnatural shapes by decades of harsh winters, their branches forming a canopy so thick that little sunlight reached the forest floor. That's when I caught the scent, metallic, unmistakable. Blood. Fresh blood. Not the dried stains I'd found on the shirt. My hand went instinctively to my sidearm as I moved forward, every sense alert. The undergrowth thinned out beneath the ancient trees, making it easier to move quietly. I followed the scent, dreading what I might find. About another half-mile in, I found something worse. The body of a man, lying awkwardly against a tree, like he'd been dropped there. The victim, Mark Tanner I presumed, was sprawled at an impossible angle, limbs bent in ways human limbs shouldn't bend. His face, well, let's just say it didn't look like an animal had gotten to him. More like something had torn at him, but not for food, just for the hell of it. I've seen my share of animal attacks. Bears will maul, coyotes will scavenge, but this was something else entirely. The wounds were deep, savage, but oddly precise. Like whatever had done this knew exactly where to strike to cause the most damage. I crouched next to him, trying to get a better look at the injuries, to make sense of what had happened. But there wasn't much left to figure out. His clothes were shredded, but his pack was still on him, untouched. I don't know what struck me harder. The fact that this guy hadn't been robbed, or the fact that his face looked like it had been clawed by something much larger than a wolf. Wolves. That's what I told myself at first, though I knew better. We don't get wolves this far east. Sure, the occasional coyote, but this wasn't that. No coyote could have done this kind of damage. Not even a bear would leave prey this intact while causing such specific trauma. I reached for my radio with shaking hands. "Gary, I found one of them. Male, deceased. It's not good," Static answered me. I tried again, adjusting the frequency. Nothing but white noise and the occasional pop of interference. "Damn it," I muttered, standing up and looking around. No sign of the woman, Sheila. Maybe she'd gotten away, found shelter somewhere, or maybe whatever had killed her husband had taken her elsewhere. The feeling of being watched had intensified. The forest seemed to hold its breath around me, waiting. I checked my weapon, then pulled out my compass. The visitor station was roughly 5 miles southeast. If I could find the woman, or at least some sign of her, we might have a chance of making it back before dark. That's when I heard it, a sound that didn't belong in these woods. Not a bird call, or the snap of a twig under an animal's paw. This was different, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't long before I heard the rustling in the brush. Not the kind of rustling that says it's a deer or something you can laugh off. This was deliberate, heavy. Whoever or whatever was moving toward me wasn't worried about being heard. That's when I realized I'd forgotten my gun. No, that's not right. I had checked it earlier, felt its reassuring weight at my hip, but now my hand found only an empty holster. It must have fallen out when I crouched to examine the body. I spun around, scanning the ground, but saw nothing. I had my knife, for what good that would do. A 6-inch blade against whatever had torn a grown man apart like tissue paper. I'd forgotten one of the first rules of Park Service. Assume every day is the worst one. The growl came again, closer this time. I grabbed my radio, about to call for backup one more time, when I saw something move between the trees. It was fast, darting in and out of my line of sight, but what I did catch, well, let's just say it was too big for a person. Way too big. My heart was in my throat, but I stayed low, creeping toward a cluster of rocks for cover. The radio in my hand felt useless now, but I clutched it anyway, a hollow comfort against what waited in the shadows. I dealt with black bears before. They're usually more scared of you than you are of them. Make noise, make yourself look big, and they'll lumber off. But the thing out there, it wasn't coming for conversation. It was hunting. I heard it again, that heavy footfall, and then I saw it. Fully this time. It emerged from between 2 ancient pines, stepping into a shaft of sunlight that broke through the canopy. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. The size of a grizzly, but not one. Its fur was patchy, coarse, and its limbs were long, unnaturally so, with claws that made the guy by the tree suddenly make sense. But the worst part? Its face. The thing's face was twisted, like some kind of nightmare blend between a bear and a wild dog, but meaner. There was an intelligence in the way it moved, in the way it stopped when it caught sight of me. I've dealt with dangerous animals before, and the usual strategy is to make yourself look bigger, scarier than they are. But this thing, you couldn't out-scare something like that. I don't think it even had the concept of fear. It stared at me for what felt like an eternity, its breath heavy, its head cocked as if it was deciding whether I was worth the effort. And then it took a step forward. I didn't wait to find out what its next move would be. I took off, sprinting through the trees, the terrain uneven beneath my boots. Branches whipped my face, rocks slid underfoot, but I didn't dare slow down. I could hear it behind me, its claws tearing into the ground with every step. I've never been much of a runner, but adrenaline does wonders when something like that is chasing you. My lungs burned, my legs protested, but I pushed harder, driven by the sounds of pursuit that seemed to come from all directions. The trees thinned ahead, revealing a steep drop, a ravine carved by an old riverbed, now dry. For a split second I thought about jumping, but the fall would likely kill me. Then I saw a narrow path to my left that followed the cliff's edge. I took it, hoping the creature wouldn't be able to follow. No such luck. It was right on me, closer now, and I could feel its breath on my neck. Its growl had changed, becoming something almost like laughter, a sound that shouldn't come from anything with four legs. That's when I saw it. An old ranger cabin, barely visible through the trees that clung to the edge of the ravine. I remembered it vaguely from park maps, a relic from the early days when the Adirondack Park was first established. It wasn't on my regular patrol route, and I'd never had reason to visit it before. It was my only chance. I made a break for it, praying the door wasn't locked. The path widened as I approached, giving me room to sprint flat out toward the weathered structure. Behind me, the creature's growl escalated to a roar that echoed off the ravine walls. When I reached the cabin, I yanked the door open and slammed it behind me, throwing my weight against it. There was an old wooden bar meant to secure the door from the inside. I fumbled with it, my hands shaking so badly I could barely lift it into place. Just as the bar slid into its brackets, something hit the door with enough force to make the entire cabin shudder. Dust and debris rained from the ceiling. I backed away, watching as the ancient wood bowed inward under the assault. I could hear the creature outside, pacing, scratching at the wood. Each time its claws raked the door, I flinched, expecting it to splinter. But the old-growth timber held. For now, the cabin wasn't much, just a single room with a cot, a wood stove, and a radio that probably hadn't worked in decades. The air inside was stale, undisturbed for months or years. Dust motes danced in the pale light that filtered through the cabin's single window, the glass clouded with grime. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a rusted fire poker leaning against the stove, and stood by the door, waiting for the inevitable. My breath came in shallow gasps, and sweat trickled down my back despite the chill in the air. The scratching stopped. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. Had it given up? I edged toward the window, peering out between the dirt streaks. And that's when I saw it. The creature was gone, but standing in its place right at the tree line was a man, or at least something that looked like one. He stood motionless, gazing directly at the cabin. At me. There was something wrong with his face, like it didn't quite fit. His skin was stretched too tight, his mouth too wide, his teeth, I don't even want to describe them. His clothes were tattered, hanging off his frame in a way that suggested they hadn't originally been his. He didn't move, just stood there watching. I backed away from the window, my hands shaking. There was no way out, no way past him. If I tried to make a run for it, he'd be on me before I got 10 feet. The light outside was beginning to fade. Soon it would be dark. And the thought of being trapped in this cabin overnight with that thing lurking outside was almost more than I could bear. I glanced around, looking for anything that might help. A weapon, a tool, something to signal with. That's when I noticed the old radio again. It was the kind they used to use before handheld units became standard issue. Bulky, with actual dials and a large antenna. On a whim, I crossed the room and flipped its switch. To my shock, a small light flickered on. The thing still had power. I turned the dial, desperate to find a frequency that might reach the visitor station or another ranger. Static hissed from the speaker, punctuated by bursts of white noise that made me jump. Outside, the man, or whatever he was, remained at the tree line, unmoving. Night was falling fast, shadows lengthening across the forest floor. Soon all I could make out was his silhouette, a darker shape against the darkening woods. And then as the last light faded, he was gone. But I knew he wasn't gone. He was waiting. They both were. The door rattled. The man was at it now, his fingers wrapping around the edges, pulling at the wood. I could hear the splintering, the groaning of the hinges. I braced myself, the fire poker raised. "I know what you saw out there." The voice came through the door, surprisingly normal, almost conversational. "I can help you understand it." I didn't answer. This had to be some kind of trick. The scratching at the door had stopped, replaced by a gentle tapping, like someone politely asking to be let in. "Ranger, Jim, isn't it?" the voice continued. I'm not going to hurt you. If I wanted to, that door wouldn't be between us right now. My mouth was dry as sand. How did he know my name? I hadn't introduced myself to anyone on the trail today. What do you want? I managed to ask, hating the tremor in my voice. The same thing you do, to find out what happened to those hikers. There was a pause. Well, the woman, at least. We both know what happened to her husband. A chill ran through me. This stranger knew about the dead man, knew I'd found him. Either he was the killer, or he'd been watching me the whole time. Who are you? I demanded, gripping the poker tighter. Someone who lives around here. Someone who knows these woods better than you do, Ranger Jim, despite your decade of service. That stopped me cold. He knew how long I'd been working here. Information he couldn't possibly have unless he'd been watching me for a very long time. What do you know about the hikers? I asked, trying to keep him talking while I frantically scanned the cabin for another way out. There was a small window at the back, barely large enough for me to squeeze through, but it would have to do if things went south. They came looking for something they shouldn't have, the man said, his voice hardening. People from the city, they hear stories, read things online, they come up here thinking it's all just local color, something to spice up their vacation photos. What stories? I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I knew. The Watcher in the Woods, that's what they call it now, has other names, older ones. He laughed, a dry sound like leaves scraping across pavement. Been here longer than your park, longer than the logging camps, longer than the first settlers. I'd heard whispers of the Watcher before. Campfire stories told by locals, usually after a few too many beers. Something that lived in the deepest parts of the forest, something ancient and territorial. I'd always dismissed it as folklore, a cautionary tale to keep children from wandering too far into the woods. That's just a story, I said. More to convince myself than him. Is it? Then what did you see out there, Ranger Jim? What chased you to my cabin? My cabin. The words sent another chill through me. This was his place. I was the intruder here. I saw an animal, I insisted. A bear, maybe, or a bear. He chuckled again. Sure, a bear that walks on two legs when it wants to. A bear that hunts for sport, not food. A bear that's been taking people from these woods for as long as anyone can remember. Outside, the forest had gone completely dark. The only light came from a small beam of moonlight filtering through the cabin's dirty window, casting long shadows across the floor. The woman, I said, redirecting the conversation. You said you're looking for her too. Is she still alive? A long pause followed. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, becoming softer, almost sad. For now. The Watcher likes to take its time. It's playing with her. The matter-of-fact way he said it made my skin crawl. If what he was saying was true, Sheila Tanner was out there somewhere, terrified, possibly injured, being stalked by that thing. We need to find her, I said. I have a team coming. They can help. Your team won't be able to do anything except add more bodies to the count, he replied flatly. The Watcher doesn't care about your guns or your badges. Then what do you suggest? I snapped, frustration overriding fear. I can't just sit here while that woman is out there. Another pause. I could almost feel him considering his options through the door. Let me in, Ranger Jim. I can show you where to look, but we have to go now, before dawn. The Watcher retreats when the sun rises. It's our only chance to get to her. Every instinct I had screamed that opening the door would be a terrible mistake. This man, if he was even a man, knew too much, appeared too suddenly, spoke too confidently about a creature that shouldn't exist. How do I know you're not working with that thing? Or that you're not that thing, somehow? He laughed again, but this time there was no humor in it. The Watcher doesn't work with humans. It tolerates some of us, the ones who've been here long enough to learn its ways, to give it the respect it demands. I'm alive because I stay out of its territory, because I know when to hide and when to run. And now? I asked. Why help me now? Because I'm tired, he said simply. Tired of the disappearances, tired of the stories, tired of being the one who knows but can never tell. I weighed my options. Stay in the cabin until morning, hoping my radio would start working again, or trust this stranger who might be leading me to my death. Neither choice seemed good. The door rattled. The man was at it now, his fingers wrapping around the edges, pulling at the wood. I could hear the splintering, the groaning of the hinges. I braced myself, the fire poker raised, but the door never gave. Instead, there was a sudden thud, heavy, like something large slamming into the side of the cabin, and then silence. I waited, still holding the poker, my breath shallow. Whatever was out there wasn't done yet. It was waiting. The last thing I remember before everything went dark was the sound of the radio crackling back to life. Gary's voice coming through, panicked, asking where the hell I was. By the time they found me the next morning, the door was still intact, but the cabin looked like it had been hit by a freight train. The eastern wall had partially collapsed, and deep gouges marked the logs, as though something with enormous strength had tried to claw its way in. I was unconscious when the search team arrived, sprawled on the cabin floor with the fire poker still clutched in my hand. They said later that I was lucky, a concussion from falling debris, but nothing worse. I couldn't remember anything after hearing Gary's voice on the radio. The official report stated that I'd encountered an aggressive black bear while searching for the missing hikers. The bear had pursued me to an abandoned ranger cabin where I'd taken shelter. During the night, a storm had damaged the structure, causing part of the roof to collapse. The debris had knocked me unconscious. It was a neat, logical explanation. The kind that keeps the tourists coming back, that keeps the wheels of the park service turning smoothly. It was also complete bullshit. Gary said they found the couple, what was left of them, not far from where I'd last radioed in. The woman's body was discovered about a half-mile from her husband's, in a small cave near the ravine. The official cause of death was listed as animal attack, despite the medical examiner's private concerns about the nature of the wounds. Never seen anything like it, he told me later when we were alone. No animal I know makes cuts that precise. And the eyes. He'd shaken his head, unable to continue. I never told anyone about the man outside the cabin, or about the creature that had chased me through the woods. What would be the point? They'd already decided on their explanation, already filed their reports. Best case, they'd think I was suffering from the after effects of my concussion. Worst case, they'd start questioning my fitness for duty. But the bodies didn't go away, though. They were still there. The proof was enough. They asked me if I'd go back to work. But after that day, let's just say I've had enough of the woods. I took a desk job at headquarters instead, processing permits and organizing patrol schedules. The kind of work that keeps you safely indoors, away from whatever waits in the deeper parts of the forest. It took months before I could sleep through the night without seeing that face, the thing's face, twisted and wrong, watching me with an intelligence no animal should possess. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I swear I can hear that growl again, that almost laughter that haunted my dreams. Most of the other rangers avoid talking about what happened. They stick to the official story: bear attack, storm damage, tragic accident. But occasionally, when the office is quiet and the day is winding down, Gary will look at me across his desk and ask, "What really happened out there, Jim?" I never answer. But he knows. He was the one who found my service pistol, after all, nearly a mile from where I'd examined the man's body. Found it hanging from a branch 7 feet off the ground, like it had been placed there deliberately. A message, maybe, or a warning. The locals have their theories, of course. In the small towns surrounding the park, the story of the Hollow killings has become part of the regional folklore. Some say it was a Wendigo, others a skinwalker. The older residents just nod and mutter about the Watcher when they think no outsiders are listening. I did my research after I recovered. Found old newspaper articles about similar disappearances dating back to the early 1900s. Hikers, hunters, loggers, all vanishing in the same general area. Bodies found occasionally displaying the same unusual wounds. And always, in the reports of those who survived, mentions of being watched, being followed, being hunted. The Park Service has quietly designated the Hollow as off-limits, citing environmental concerns and unstable terrain. New trails have been blazed that guide hikers well away from that section of forest, but the stories persist, and every few years, someone decides the warnings don't apply to them. Someone decides to go looking for the Watcher. Sometimes we find them, sometimes we don't. As for me, I still work for the Park Service, still live in my cabin at the edge of the woods, but I don't go into the deep forest anymore, don't hike the trails alone, don't venture out after dark if I can help it, because I know what's out there, watching and waiting. I know the truth behind the stories, and I know that there's a fine line between a good day in the field and a day that goes to hell. I crossed that line once. I don't intend to cross it again. The forest watches. It always has. Some places in this world aren't meant for men to settle. Places where the trees stand silent sentinel over secrets older than human memory. I should have recognized the signs. After all, I was trained to notice the things others miss. In the summer of 1968, I arrived at Ponderosa Station in the Stanislaus National Forest, California. My name is Robert Thornton, Bobby to those who know me, a former Marine sniper seeking solitude after 2 tours in Vietnam that left me with more ghosts than friends. At 42, I was hoping to find peace among the ancient pines, away from the flashbacks that plagued my nights and the guilt that haunted my days. The narrow road to the ranger station wound through towering trees that seemed to close in behind me, as if sealing me off from the world I was trying to escape. When I finally pulled up to the weathered cabin that would be my new home, the scent of pine resin and damp earth filled my lungs. For a moment, one precious moment, I felt the weight lift from my shoulders. Maybe this place could heal what Vietnam had broken. Walter Green stood waiting on the porch, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He was in his 50s, with a face weathered by sun and wind, and the 1,000-yard stare I recognized from Korean war vets. "Thornton," he greeted with a nod, not offering his hand. "'Bout time you showed. Got your cabin ready around back." I nodded back, appreciating his economy of words. After unloading my meager possessions, Green guided me through a quick orientation of the station. "We've had some hikers go missing in the western quadrant," he mentioned casually as we stood outside. "Bears, probably. Just keep your eyes open." I said nothing, but my instincts prickled. Something in his tone suggested he didn't entirely believe his own explanation. That evening, I met Jeffrey Collins, a fresh-faced kid assigned as my assistant. He couldn't have been more than 25, with bright eyes that hadn't seen the darkness of the world yet. He reminded me of the new recruits in Nam before the jungle stripped away their innocence. "It's an honor to work with you, Mr. Thornton," he said, pumping my hand enthusiastically. "I've heard about your service record." I managed a tight smile. "Just Bobby is fine. And don't believe everything you hear." Duke, my German shepherd, sniffed Collins cautiously before giving him a tentative wag of approval. Duke had been with me since my return stateside, a service dog who understood my nightmares without explanation. He was more than a companion. He was my anchor to reality when the past threatened to drag me under. That first night, I lay awake listening to the forest. In Nam, the jungle would go silent before an attack, a warning if you knew how to read it. Here, the silence came in pockets, unnatural voids in the night chorus that made the hair on my neck stand up. Duke noticed it too, raising his head from his bed near the door, ears pricked toward the darkness beyond the window. The next morning, I began establishing my routine. Green assigned me to patrol the eastern trails with Duke, documenting wildlife movements and checking on campers who might have strayed too far. "Collins will show you the boundaries," Green said, handing me a map marked with red lines. "Stay out of the western quadrant for now, not until you know the terrain better." I studied the map, noting the areas where hikers had disappeared. They formed a rough semicircle around a section labeled Shadow Valley. "What's this area?" I asked, pointing to it. Green's eyes flickered. "Just a local name. Nothing special about it." But there was something in his voice, a hesitation that my sniper's instinct recognized as a lie. 3 days into my new job, I encountered Maria Vasquez while checking a campsite near Shadow Valley's edge. She was gathering plants, her long black hair braided down her back, her movements deliberate as she selected certain leaves and roots. "You're the new ranger," she said without looking up. It wasn't a question. "Bobby Thornton." She nodded, finally meeting my eyes. Hers were dark, holding knowledge that made them seem older than her 30-some years. "Maria Vasquez, my family has lived in these mountains for generations." She straightened, studying me with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. "You've been to war." I didn't ask how she knew. "Some people can see it on you, the mark that violence leaves behind." "Vietnam," I admitted. "Then maybe you'll believe me when others won't." She glanced toward Shadow Valley, her expression guarded. "There are things in these woods that aren't in your ranger handbooks, Mr. Thornton. Things that wake up hungry after long sleeps." I should have dismissed her warning as superstition, but something in her eyes, the same certainty I'd seen in village elders in Vietnam before an attack, made me uneasy. "What kind of things?" "The kind that hunt in patterns, the kind that know your fears." She handed me a small leather pouch. "Keep this with you if you go near the valley, especially during the solstice." I took it automatically, the weight of it strange in my palm. "What is it?" "Protection. My grandmother's recipe." She gathered her plants and stood. "The forest has been too quiet lately, Mr. Thornton. The animals know something's wrong. You should listen to them." As she walked away, Duke whined softly beside me, pressing against my leg. I tucked the pouch into my pocket, feeling foolish but unwilling to discard it. That night, I patrolled the perimeter of our camp alone, Duke at my heels. The moon hung low and bloated above the pines, casting long shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. As we rounded the eastern trail, Duke suddenly stopped, hackles raised, a low growl rumbling from his chest. I followed his gaze to a clearing bathed in moonlight. For a second, Just a second, I thought I saw something move at the tree line. Something too tall and too thin to be human or animal. Then it was gone, leaving only a silence so complete it seemed to swallow even the sound of my breathing. "What is it, boy?" I whispered. But Duke just growled again, refusing to move forward. We returned to the cabin, but sleep wouldn't come. Instead, I sat by the window, cleaning my hunting rifle by habit while watching the tree line. The night sounds had returned, but they seemed different now, strained, as if the creatures making them were nervous. Just before dawn, I heard it. A sound that didn't belong, not an animal cry or the rustle of wind through pine needles, but something musical. A high, melodic howling that echoed through the valley like a song sung underwater. Duke bolted upright, ears flattened against his head. The sound faded as the first light touched the eastern ridge, but its echo remained in my mind. Something was out there in the forest. Something that wasn't supposed to be, and it was getting closer. Morning came with a thick fog that clung to the pines like ghostly fingers, obscuring the trails and muffling sound. I met Collins at the station, his usual enthusiasm dimmed by lack of sleep. "Did you hear that noise last night?" he asked, dark circles under his eyes. "Like singing, but wrong somehow." I nodded, checking my gear while Duke paced anxiously by the door. "We're going to check the western quadrant today." "But Green said." "I know what Green said." I loaded my rifle and slung it over my shoulder. "You don't have to come." Collins straightened his spine, trying to look braver than he felt. "I'm coming." We set out just after sunrise, the fog beginning to burn away as we moved deeper into the forest. Duke led the way, alert and tense, stopping occasionally to sniff the air. The forest grew denser as we approached Shadow Valley, the trees pressing closer together, their branches intertwining overhead to block out much of the sky. "It's quiet," Collins whispered. And he was right. No birdsong, no scurrying of small animals in the underbrush, just the crunch of our boots on the forest floor and our own measured breathing. About 2 miles in, Duke froze, his attention fixed on something ahead. I signaled Collins to stop and moved forward slowly, following Duke's gaze to a small clearing. What I saw made my blood run cold. Tracks crossed the soft earth. Tracks unlike anything I'd ever encountered in all my years of hunting. They were massive, about 18 inches long, with a strange gait that suggested a bipedal creature but with an unnatural spacing between footfalls. Whatever made them wasn't human or any animal I recognized. Collins came up beside me, his breath catching. "Jesus Christ, what made those?" I shook my head, studying the impression. "Something big and heavy." I pointed to where the tracks disappeared into the undergrowth. It was heading toward Shadow Valley. We followed the tracks for nearly a mile before they vanished at the edge of a rocky outcrop. Duke refused to go further, planting himself firmly and whining in a way I'd never heard before. "Maybe we should head back," Collins suggested, glancing nervously at the sky, which had darkened with approaching storm clouds. "Report this to Green." Part of me wanted to press on, but Duke's behavior concerned me. In Vietnam, he'd faced enemy fire without flinching. Whatever had him spooked now wasn't something to take lightly. We returned to find Green talking with 2 local hunters who'd come to report unusual animal migrations. Deer, normally scattered throughout the forest, were moving en masse toward the eastern boundaries, away from Shadow Valley. "Bears don't cause migrations like this," one hunter insisted. "Something's driving them out." Green dismissed their concerns with practiced ease, but I caught his eyes lingering on my mud-caked boots when I entered. He knew where we'd been. After the hunters left, Green cornered me outside the supply shed. "I told you to stay out of the western quadrant. You also told me to keep my eyes open." I described the tracks we'd found. "That's not a bear, Green." He sighed, suddenly looking older. "No, it's not. You've seen them before." Green lit a cigarette with shaking hands. 3 summers ago, right before 4 hikers disappeared near Shadow Valley. He took a long drag. Rangers from the next county over found pieces of them, not enough to make a whole person. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the coming storm. "What do you think it is?" "I don't know." He exhaled smoke that curled around his weathered face. "But I've been in these woods 30 years, and I've never seen anything like it. The tracks always show up a few days before people go missing." That evening, Maria Vasquez appeared at the station again, her face grave as she asked to speak with me privately. We sat on the porch, watching lightning dance across the distant ridges. "The one who walks between stars is awake again," she said quietly. "My grandmother saw it in 1935, during a meteor shower. It took 7 people from her village before returning to its cave." "You're talking about it like it's not an animal," I said carefully. Maria's eyes reflected the storm light. It's not. It's older than the forest. Older than the mountains, maybe. She leaned closer. My family stories say it fell from the sky long ago. It sleeps for decades, then wakes hungry. I thought of the tracks, their unnatural pattern. These are just stories, Maria, are they? She nodded toward Duke, who lay vigilant at my feet. Animals know, they feel it, that's why they're leaving. She stood, wrapping her shawl tighter around her shoulders. The summer solstice is in 3 days. Stay away from Shadow Valley when it comes. After she left, I couldn't shake the unease her words had planted. Vietnam had taught me that sometimes the most dangerous threats were the ones you couldn't explain, the ones that crept into your mind and nested there. The next morning broke clear and cold, unusual for June. Collins, Green, and I headed out to check the campsites near Shadow Valley, making sure all registered hikers were accounted for. Duke's behavior grew increasingly erratic as we approached the valley's edge, growling at shadows, startling at ordinary sounds. Near an empty campsite, we found something that stopped us in our tracks. A deer carcass hung suspended 20 feet up in a pine tree, its body meticulously drained of blood, entrails arranged with almost artistic precision among the branches. No predator I knew could hoist a full-grown deer that high, let alone display it with such macabre intention. Collins turned away, retching into the underbrush. Green stood frozen, his face ashen. "Not a bear," he muttered. I stared at the grotesque tableau, mind racing through explanations and finding none that fit. This wasn't a predator killing for food. This was something else. Something deliberate. "We need to close this section of the forest," I said firmly. "Whatever did this is still out there." Green nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving the mutilated deer. "I'll call the main office. Get some more rangers out here." As we headed back, I noticed Duke constantly looking over his shoulder, his body tense with alertness. The feeling of being watched pressed down on us, making conversation sparse and strained. Collins jumped at every sound, his youthful confidence evaporated. That night, as storm clouds gathered again, I sat at my cabin table studying the map. Green had marked the locations of all missing hikers over the past decade. They formed a pattern, concentric circles radiating outward from Shadow Valley, with the most recent disappearances closest to the center. Outside, the wind picked up, carrying with it that strange melodic howling from before, closer now. Duke paced restlessly, whining at the door one moment, then retreating to hide under my bed the next. In the dim lamplight, I opened the leather pouch Maria had given me. Inside were dried herbs, small bones, and something that looked like crystallized tree sap. It smelled of earth and smoke and something else I couldn't identify. I didn't believe in supernatural protection, but as the howling grew louder and Duke's whining more frantic, I found myself clutching the pouch tightly in my palm, wondering what ancient thing had awakened in our forest and what it wanted from us. Dawn came with a sense of dread I hadn't felt since my worst days in Vietnam. The air hung heavy with moisture, making it difficult to breathe as Collins and I prepared for patrol. Green had radioed for backup the previous night, but the nearest additional rangers were still a day's journey away. "We should check the abandoned campsite again," I suggested, loading my rifle with deliberate care. "See if our visitor left us any more surprises." Collins nodded, his eyes constantly darting to the tree line visible through the station windows. The eager kid I'd met days ago had been replaced by someone jumpier, more cautious. In Nam, we'd called it waking up, that moment when a soldier finally understood they were mortal. As we set out, Duke took point as usual, but his movements were different. Cautious, with frequent stops to test the air. The forest felt wrong around us, the colors too vivid, the shadows too deep. Twice I caught movement at the corner of my eye, only to find nothing when I turned to look. The abandoned campsite had changed overnight. The tents still stood, but they'd been shredded from the inside out, clothing and supplies scattered in a deliberate pattern that radiated outward from the cold fire pit. Food sat untouched on a picnic table, as if the campers had simply vanished mid-meal. "Bears don't do this," Collins whispered, echoing my thoughts. I crouched to examine the ground, finding more of those strange tracks, but fresher now. They circled the campsite multiple times before heading west, deeper into Shadow Valley. Duke sniffed around but suddenly stopped near a cluster of rocks, growling low and deep, refusing to approach closer. I moved to investigate, finding strange markings carved into the stone surface, symbols that looked deliberate, almost like writing but unlike any language I'd ever seen. As I ran my fingers over the carvings, a wave of dizziness washed over me. For a brief, disorienting moment, I wasn't in the forest anymore, but back in the Vietnamese jungle, the air thick with gunpowder and the copper scent of blood. My spotter Jenkins lay beside me, his throat opened by shrapnel from our own artillery, friendly fire that had taken him while I watched helplessly through my scope. "Bobby, you okay?" Collins's voice snapped me back to the present. I was on my knees, sweat pouring down my face despite the cool morning air. "Yeah," I managed, standing unsteadily. "Let's keep moving." Our radios started acting up as we approached Shadow Valley's center. Static crackled through the speakers, punctuated by strange harmonics that sounded almost like distant whispers or underwater singing. Collins tried adjusting his radio, but nothing worked. "It's like something's jamming the signal," he muttered, frustration evident in his voice. I was about to respond when Duke froze, his attention fixed on something ahead. Following his gaze, I spotted a dark opening in the hillside, partially concealed by dense brush, a cave entrance that didn't appear on any of our maps. "Stay close," I instructed Collins, drawing my sidearm as we approached cautiously. The cave mouth emitted a cold draft that smelled of damp stone, and something else, something metallic and organic at the same time. Duke refused to enter, planting himself outside with a whine that made the hair on my arms stand up. "Stay with him," I told Collins, retrieving a flashlight from my pack. "If I'm not back in 10 minutes, head back to the station." The younger ranger looked like he wanted to protest but nodded reluctantly. I patted Duke's head reassuringly and stepped into the darkness. The cave narrowed immediately, forcing me to crouch as I moved deeper. My flashlight beam revealed smooth walls that seemed almost polished in places, unlike the rough interior of natural caves. After about 30 yards, the passage opened into a larger chamber. What I found there stopped me cold. The walls were covered in paintings, ancient artwork that depicted humanoid figures with elongated limbs and what appeared to be wings or tendrils extending from their backs. The figures were shown hunting animals and humans alike, the scenes rendered with disturbing precision. Below the paintings, the cave floor held more recent additions: personal items, watches, glasses, scraps of clothing, arranged in careful patterns. I recognized a red backpack that had been reported missing with a hiker 2 months earlier. But most disturbing were the cocoon-like structures hanging from the ceiling, fibrous pods that glistened with moisture in my flashlight beam. Some were small, others large enough to contain a human body. My radio crackled to life suddenly, making me jump. Through the static, I heard Collins's voice, tight with fear. "Bobby, get out here, now." I backed out of the chamber, moving as quickly as the narrow passage allowed. When I emerged, Collins was standing rigid, his gaze fixed on the forest beyond the clearing. Duke growled beside him, hackles raised. "There," Collins whispered, pointing with a trembling hand. At first, I saw nothing. Then a shadow moved between the trees, a tall, thin silhouette that seemed to flow rather than walk. It paused, and though I couldn't make out any features, I felt it looking directly at us. My combat instincts took over. "Back to the station," I ordered quietly. "Don't run unless I say so." We retreated slowly, maintaining eye contact with the shadowy figure until the trees obscured it from view. Only then did we break into a run, Duke leading the way through the forest as if the devil himself were at our heels. Green was waiting when we returned, his face grim. "Found another hiker's gear," he said without preamble. "Blood trail leading nowhere, like it just went straight up." I described what we'd found: the cave, the paintings, the cocoons. Green's weathered face grew paler with each detail. "Maria was right," he finally admitted. "This isn't something we can handle with standard procedures." As if summoned by her name, Maria Vasquez appeared at the edge of the clearing, her expression solemn. She carried a leather bag similar to the pouch she'd given me, but larger. "You've seen it now," she said simply. "You've been in its nest." It wasn't a question, I nodded, a chill running through me at her description. "What is it, Maria?" "Really, my people call it El que camina entre las estrellas, the one who walks between stars." She gazed toward Shadow Valley, visible as a darker patch against the tree line. "It feeds not just on flesh, but on fear. It savors the terror of its prey before taking them." "How do we stop it?" Collins asked, his voice small. Maria's dark eyes reflected the afternoon sun. "You don't. You can only hope to drive it back to sleep until its next cycle." She opened her bag, revealing bundles of herbs and small carved tokens. "But first, we need to protect ourselves. It can reach into your mind, make you see things that aren't there, or things that were." That night, as storm clouds gathered again over the mountains, Maria performed a ritual around the station perimeter. She burned herbs that filled the air with a pungent smoke and placed carved wooden symbols at each compass point. "These won't stop it," she explained. But they'll confuse it, make it harder for it to find us. Green had ordered the remaining campers evacuated from the western section, citing dangerous wildlife activity. The additional rangers would arrive in the morning, bringing more equipment and manpower. As darkness fell, I found myself alone with Green on the station porch, watching lightning illuminate the distant ridges. "I've been running from one war right into another," I said quietly. Green nodded, understanding in his eyes. "Some enemies we choose to fight, others choose us." He lit a cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating his weathered face. "Maria says it comes in cycles. Every 33 years or so, coincides with meteor showers. You believe that?" He exhaled smoke that mingled with the fog creeping between the trees. 3 decades ago, my father was a ranger here. Told me stories about finding empty tents and mutilated animals. People vanishing without a trace. His eyes reflected the distant lightning. Thought he was trying to scare me. Now I'm not so sure. Around midnight, the melodic howling returned. Closer than ever. It echoed through the valley like a song meant to lure us out. Duke stood rigid beside my bed, growling continuously as the sound washed over us. Then, beneath the howling, I heard something that made my blood freeze. A familiar voice calling my name from the darkness beyond my window. "Bobby, help me, please." It was Jenkins, my spotter from Vietnam. A man 3 years dead, calling to me from the forest. I knew it couldn't be real. But some part of me, the part still raw with guilt over his death, wanted desperately to go to him. This, I realized with growing horror, was how it hunted. It found the wounds in your mind and used them against you. I clutched Maria's pouch tightly and forced myself to lie still as the voice called again and again, growing more desperate each time. Eventually, it faded, replaced by the howling that seemed to reverberate through my very bones. Sleep was impossible. Instead, I sat by the window with my rifle across my lap, watching the forest for movement while Duke paced restlessly beside me. Something was coming. I could feel it in my bones, the same sense that had kept me alive in Vietnam when others died. The creature was done with preliminaries. It was ready to hunt, and we were its prey. Morning arrived with an unnatural chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Fog clung to the trees, turning the forest into a maze of gray shapes and darker shadows. The 3 additional rangers Green had called arrived just after dawn, bringing thermal cameras, motion detectors, and more powerful radios. They were experienced men, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes as Green briefed them on our situation. They'd come expecting a rogue bear or mountain lion, not an ancient predator that defied classification. "We'll split into teams," Green announced, spreading a map across the station table. "Cover more ground that way." He assigned pairs, himself with Ranger Miller, Collins with Ranger Peterson, and me with Ranger Davis, a grizzled veteran from Yosemite. "Each team takes a quadrant," Green continued, marking areas on the map. "Radio check every 30 minutes. If you find something, do not engage. Call for backup immediately." Maria sat silently in the corner, tying small bundles of herbs and placing them in leather pouches identical to the ones she'd given me. She handed one to each ranger, her expression grave. "Keep these with you," she instructed. "They won't stop it, but they might confuse it long enough for you to escape." Davis accepted his with barely concealed skepticism. "No offense, ma'am, but I'll trust my rifle over some magic potpourri." Maria's eyes were steady as she held his gaze. "Your rifle won't help against something that can make you see your worst fears walking toward you." The rangers exchanged uncomfortable glances, but tucked the pouches away nonetheless. As we prepared to head out, I pulled Collins aside. "Stay alert out there. If anything feels wrong, anything at all, you radio in and fall back immediately. Understood?" He nodded, trying to look braver than I knew he felt. "Yes, sir." Duke and I set out with Davis shortly after, heading northeast along the edge of Shadow Valley. The thermal camera Davis carried showed nothing but the expected heat signatures of small animals, and our motion detectors remained frustratingly silent. "So you really believe all this mumbo-jumbo?" Davis asked as we paused near a stream to check our position. "Ancient monsters and magic pouches?" I adjusted my rifle strap, choosing my words carefully. "I believe something's out there that doesn't match anything in our training manuals. Beyond that, I'm keeping an open mind." Davis snorted. 20 years in these forests, I've seen just about everything. Bears, mountain lions, even a wolverine once. Strange tracks, probably just a deformed bear. The missing hikers, people get lost in the wilderness all the time. And the deer hanging 20 feet up in a tree? I challenged. "The cave with those paintings and cocoons?" He had no answer for that. As we moved deeper into the forest, the radio checks from the other teams came through clearly at first, then with increasing static. By early afternoon, we could barely make out their words through the interference. Probably the ridge blocking the signal, Davis suggested, but the uncertainty in his voice betrayed his unease. Duke's behavior grew increasingly agitated as the day wore on. He would freeze suddenly, ears pricked toward some sound I couldn't hear, then whine and press against my leg. Each time, I scanned our surroundings but saw nothing unusual, just endless trees and underbrush beneath the oppressive gray sky. Around 4 o'clock, our radio crackled to life with Collins's voice, distorted but recognizable. "Bobby, I think I see something." His words were nearly lost in static. "It's tall, not moving, just watching us." "Collins, fall back," I ordered. "Where are you exactly?" "Near the old fire lookout tower." More static obscured his next words. "Pedersen says we should check it out." "Negative. Do not approach. Wait for backup." I was already motioning to Davis to follow me, changing our course to intercept Collins and Peterson. For a moment there was only static. Then Collins's voice returned, no longer hushed but rising in panic. "It's moving. God, it's fast. Peterson, behind you!" A scream tore through the radio, high and terrified, before cutting off abruptly. "Collins! Collins, do you copy?" I shouted into the radio, but received only static in response. Davis's face had lost its skeptical expression, replaced by grim determination. "The lookout tower is about a mile southwest of here. If we run..." I was already moving, Duke racing ahead of me through the underbrush. We covered ground quickly, years of military training allowing me to navigate the difficult terrain at speed. Davis kept pace, his breathing steady despite the exertion. We were halfway to the tower when Duke suddenly skidded to a halt, hackles raised and a growl rumbling deep in his chest. I froze, raising my fist in the military signal for stop. Davis obeyed instantly, his hand moving to his sidearm. Through the trees ahead, something moved. Something tall and thin that seemed to flow rather than walk. It paused, as if sensing our presence, then continued on a path perpendicular to ours. "What the hell is that?" Davis whispered, his earlier skepticism evaporating. I didn't answer, watching until the figure disappeared into the thicker forest. Only then did we continue, more cautiously now, every sense alert for danger. The old fire lookout tower came into view 20 minutes later. A weathered wooden structure rising above the treetops, abandoned years ago when newer, more accessible towers were built. At its base, we found Collins's gear scattered across the ground. His radio, his pack, even one of his boots. But of Collins himself, there was no sign. "Jesus Christ," Davis muttered, crouching to examine a dark stain on the forest floor. "Is that blood?" It was, and it formed a trail that led to the base of a nearby pine, then continued straight up the trunk, as if whatever was bleeding had been dragged vertically into the canopy. We followed protocol, radioing our position and findings, but received only broken static in response. The interference was worse here, rendering our communications equipment nearly useless. As dusk approached, we reluctantly headed back toward the station, moving carefully through the deepening shadows. Duke stayed close, his eyes constantly scanning the forest around us. We were still a half-mile out when we heard it. That melodic howling, so close now it seemed to surround us completely. Duke froze, a whine rising from his throat. Then, between the trees ahead, I saw a figure. Not the tall, thin shape from before, but a man in familiar jungle fatigues, his face half obscured by shadow. "Jenkins," I whispered, though I knew it couldn't be him. The figure beckoned, then turned and walked deeper into the forest. "Thornton, who were you talking to?" Davis asked, confusion evident in his voice. "There's nobody there." I blinked, and the figure was gone. But the pull to follow remained, tugging at something deep inside me, the guilt and grief I'd carried since Vietnam. "It's trying to separate us," I realized aloud. "It shows you what you fear or regret the most." Davis's face had gone pale, his eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. "My daughter," he whispered. "She's out there. She's calling me." I grabbed his arm. "It's not real, Davis. That's how it hunts." For a moment, I thought he might pull away and follow whatever vision was calling to him. Then he shook his head hard, as if clearing it. "Right. Not real." But his voice shook, and his eyes kept darting to the trees. We made it back to the station as night fell completely, finding Green and Miller already returned. Of Peterson there was no sign. "Collins?" Green asked as we entered, though his expression told me he already knew the answer. I shook my head. "Gone. Same as the others. Blood trail going up a tree." Maria sat by the radio, attempting to contact Ranger Peterson without success. Her face was drawn with worry as she looked up at us. "It's growing stronger," she said quietly. Feeding on fear and flesh alike, Green unfolded a map on the table, marking the locations of the day's findings. "We can't wait for more backup. By the time they arrive, there might be nothing left of us to find." "So what's the plan?" Davis asked, his earlier skepticism replaced by grim acceptance of our reality. "We need to find its lair," Maria interjected. "The main cave where it returns between hunts. That's where it's most vulnerable." I thought of the cave Collins and I had discovered, with its ancient paintings and hanging cocoons. "I think I know where that might be." As night deepened around the station, we prepared for what felt increasingly like a suicide mission. More protective pouches from Maria, extra ammunition and thermal cameras that might give us some advantage in the darkness. Duke refused to settle, pacing anxiously near the door. Outside, the melodic howling continued, occasionally punctuated by what sounded like Collins's voice calling for help. None of us acknowledged it, though I could see the strain on Green's face each time the sound filtered through the walls. "We move at first light," Green announced. "Try to get some rest." But sleep was impossible. Instead, I sat by the window watching the forest, my rifle across my lap and Duke at my feet. In the darkness between the trees, shadows moved in ways that defied natural explanation, and somewhere out there, the creature waited. Patient and ancient, knowing we would come to it eventually. Just before dawn, a scream tore through the silence, not from outside, but from the station's back room where Davis had been trying to sleep. We rushed in to find him pressed against the wall, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at something none of us could see. "It's here," he whispered. "It's in the room with us." Before we could react, the window beside him shattered inward. A long, pale limb, more tentacle than arm, snaked through the opening and wrapped around Davis's throat. He had time for one more strangled cry before being yanked through the window with impossible force, disappearing into the pre-dawn darkness. Green fired his shotgun after him, the blast deafening in the small room. But it was too late. Davis was gone. In the silence that followed, the melodic howling rose again, closer than ever, and somehow triumphant. Dawn was coming. And with it, our final confrontation with the thing that hunted in Shadow Valley. The first gray light of dawn revealed a forest transformed. The fog had thickened overnight, settling among the trees like a living thing, curling and shifting with each breath of wind. Through it, the pines loomed like sentinels, their shadows stretching unnaturally long across the ground. Green, Miller, Maria, and I stood on the station porch, watching the mist swirl beyond the protective perimeter Maria had established the previous day. Duke sat rigid beside me, his eyes tracking movements in the fog that the rest of us couldn't perceive. "It knows we're coming for it," Maria said quietly. "It's preparing." Green checked his shotgun with methodical precision. "Doesn't matter, we're still going." We had a plan, risky and built more on Maria's folklore than ranger protocols, but it was all we had. The cave I'd discovered seemed to be the creature's lair, where it took its victims and possibly where it retreated between hunts. If we could trap it there, we might have a chance to end its predations, at least until its next cycle. Miller had brought dynamite, the kind used for clearing fallen trees after storms. With enough explosives, we could collapse the cave entrance, burying the creature inside. As we moved through the forest, the unnatural silence pressed down on us like a physical weight. No birds sang, no insects buzzed, even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Duke led the way, his movements cautious but determined, following a trail only he could detect. The fog played tricks on our vision, turning ordinary trees into threatening silhouettes and casting shadows that moved independently of their sources. More than once I caught glimpses of Jenkins at the corner of my eye, or heard his voice calling softly from the mist. Each time, I clutched Maria's pouch and forced myself to focus on Duke's steady presence ahead. "It's trying to separate us," Maria warned as Miller started drifting towards something only he could see. "Stay together, don't listen to the voices." We were a mile from the cave when the first direct attack came. A melodic humming filled the air, vibrating through my chest and making my vision blur. Beside me, Green stumbled, pressing his hands against his ears. "Make it stop," he gasped, falling to his knees. "Christ, make it stop." The humming intensified, becoming a physical pressure that made breathing difficult. Duke barked furiously at the surrounding trees, spinning in circles as he tried to locate the source. Through the fog ahead, a shape began to materialize. Tall and thin, with limbs that seemed too long and jointed in the wrong places, it moved with a grace that defied its awkward proportions, gliding rather than walking through the underbrush. Miller raised his rifle and fired without waiting for orders. The shot echoed through the silent forest, but the creature didn't fall. Instead, it seemed to flow around the bullet, its form rippling like smoke before solidifying again. "Guns won't work," Maria hissed, pulling a bundle of herbs from her bag and lighting it with a match. The pungent smoke curled upward, and the humming faltered momentarily. The creature retreated into the fog, but its presence remained palpable, a pressure against my mind, probing for weaknesses, for the fears and regrets it could exploit. We pressed on, staying close together, using Maria's smoke to keep the worst of the psychic assault at bay. Green recovered enough to walk, though his face remained pale and his hands shook as he clutched his shotgun. The cave entrance appeared suddenly through the mist, a dark mouth in the hillside, exuding a cold dampness that smelled of stone and something else, something metallic and organic that made my stomach turn. Duke stopped at the perimeter, growling continuously but refusing to approach closer. I couldn't blame him. Every instinct I possessed screamed danger. "It's in there," Maria confirmed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Waiting for us." Green and Miller began setting the dynamite, working quickly with the practiced efficiency of men accustomed to handling explosives. I kept watch, rifle ready, scanning the surrounding forest for any sign of the creature. The fog thickened around us, curling and twisting into shapes that almost resembled human forms before dissipating again. The humming returned, vibrating through the ground beneath our feet, making the air shimmer with its intensity. "Hurry," I urged, as Duke's growls deepened into something more desperate. Green was attaching the last detonator when something shot from the cave entrance, a pale, elongated limb that wrapped around his ankle and yanked him off his feet. He had time for one startled shout before being dragged into the darkness. Miller lunged for him but was too slow. I fired into the cave mouth, the muzzle flash briefly illuminating a nightmare. Green suspended in the air, held by multiple tentacle-like appendages extending from a central mass too large and too wrong to process fully. The shot did nothing. Green disappeared deeper into the cave, his screen cutting off abruptly. "We need to go after him," Miller said, face pale but determined. Maria grabbed his arm. "He's already gone. We need to finish this before it comes for the rest of us." The decision tore at me. The soldier's instinct to never leave a man behind warring with the tactician's understanding that Green was beyond saving. In the end, practicality won. We needed to end this, or more would die. Miller finished arming the explosives with shaking hands. 10-minute timer should be enough to get clear. As he prepared to activate the detonator, the humming intensified suddenly, becoming a physical force that drove us to our knees. Through the cave mouth, something emerged, not the creature itself, but what remained of Davis, moving with jerky, puppet-like motions. His eyes were gone, the sockets filled with a glowing substance that pulsed in rhythm with the humming. "Help? Me?" The words came from Davis's mouth, but the voice wasn't his. It was a distorted approximation, like something learning human speech. Behind him, more figures shuffled from the darkness. Collins, Peterson, their bodies mutilated and transformed, moving with the same unnatural gait. And beyond them, in the deeper shadows, something massive shifted, a presence too large to fit through the cave entrance. In that moment, I understood what we were facing. Not just a predator, but something truly alien. Something that used human bodies not just as food but as tools, as extensions of itself. Miller broke first, scrambling backward in horror, his training forgotten in the face of this incomprehensible nightmare. One of Davis's arms shot out, extending impossibly as it grabbed Miller by the throat and lifted him off the ground. I raised my rifle and fired without hesitation, hitting Davis center mass. He jerked backward but didn't fall. Instead, his head turned toward me with mechanical precision, those glowing eye sockets fixing on my position. "Bobby?" Now the voice was Jenkins's, perfect in its mimicry. "Why didn't you save me?" Something in my mind buckled under the assault, memories of Vietnam flooding back with crippling intensity. The forest blurred, replaced by jungle. The creature's puppets became Viet Cong emerging from the trees. For a crucial moment, I was lost in the past, paralyzed by overlapping realities. Duke's bark snapped me back. He lunged at Davis, teeth sinking into the arm still holding Miller. The substance inside Davis's body sprayed out, not blood but a luminescent fluid that hissed where it touched the ground. Maria was beside me suddenly, pressing something into my hand. The detonator Miller had dropped. Her eyes were clear and focused, despite the horror surrounding us. "It's now or never," she said simply. I looked at Miller, still struggling in Davis's grip, and made the hardest decision of my life. I activated the detonator. The timer began its countdown. "Run!" I shouted to Maria, firing again at Davis to force him to drop Miller. "Get clear!" Maria hesitated only briefly before grabbing Miller's arm and pulling him away from the cave. I provided covering fire, emptying my rifle into the shuffling forms that had once been my colleagues. Duke and I retreated last, backing away as the creature's puppets followed, their movements becoming more fluid as they adapted to their stolen bodies. Behind them, something massive shifted in the cave depths, preparing to emerge fully. We were 100 yards away when the explosives detonated. The sound was deafening, a concussive wave that flattened everything in its path. The ground shook, trees swayed, and a cloud of dust and debris erupted from the cave entrance as the hillside collapsed in on itself. A scream followed, not human, but something older and more primal. It rippled through the air like a physical force, making my ears bleed and my vision white out momentarily. Then silence, complete and absolute. When the dust settled, the cave entrance was gone, buried beneath tons of rock and earth. The fog began to dissipate, allowing shafts of morning sunlight to penetrate the forest canopy for the first time in days. Of the creature's puppets, there was no sign, presumably buried in the collapse. Miller sat on the ground nearby, staring at the rubble with vacant eyes, his mind struggling to process what he'd witnessed. Maria moved to my side, her face streaked with dirt and blood. "It's not dead," she said quietly. "Something that ancient doesn't die easily, but it's trapped, at least for now." "For how long?" I asked, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders. "Years, decades maybe." She gazed at the collapsed hillside. "Until it grows strong enough to free itself, or until someone does it for them." In the aftermath, we constructed the official narrative: a rogue bear, hikers in the wrong place at the wrong time, a tragic cave collapse during the investigation. The truth was buried along with the creature, too unbelievable for reports or official statements. Miller requested an immediate transfer and was gone within a week, his eyes still haunted by what he'd seen. I couldn't blame him. Part of me wanted to run too, to put as much distance as possible between myself and Shadow Valley. But I stayed. Someone needed to remember, to keep watch over the collapsed cave and ensure no one disturbed it. I moved into Green's old cabin permanently, with Duke as my constant companion, and took over as senior ranger for the Western District. Maria visited occasionally, bringing more protective pouches and teaching me the signs to watch for: the silence in the forest, the strange animal migrations, the quality of light before sunrise, all warnings that might indicate the creature was stirring again. One evening, as we sat on my porch watching the sunset over Shadow Valley, I asked her the question that had been haunting me. "What is it really? Where did it come from?" Maria's eyes reflected the dying light as she considered her answer. "My grandmother told me it fell from the stars long ago, before humans walked these mountains. It sleeps and wakes in cycles tied to celestial events, meteor showers, comets, alignments." She traced a pattern in the dirt with a stick, the same symbols I'd seen carved into rocks near the cave. "It doesn't just feed on flesh, but on fear and memory and consciousness." What we saw was only the physical aspect of something that exists partly in our world and partly elsewhere. I thought about the calendar hanging on my cabin wall, marking the days and months and years. 33 years from now would be 2001. I'd be 75 if I lived that long. Would I still be here, watching and waiting? Would anyone remember the danger buried beneath the rocks? Duke's head came up suddenly, ears pricked toward the forest. For a moment, I heard it. The faint echo of that melodic howling, so distant it might have been imagination or memory. But Duke heard it too. And as night fell over Stanislaus National Forest, we both sat watching the darkness between the trees, knowing that some enemies never truly die. They just wait, patient and ancient, for their time to come again.